Professor Rajan has the wider experience in the field of international relations, in the study of international relations, especially in the politics and society in Russia, Central Asia and Baltic studies. His interest, research interest is in the field of India's foreign policy, international politics, and as well as the research methodology. He has the wider range of experience in terms of teaching various courses in research methodology. He has taught the American government courses in GIAN. In terms of his project and the research work, he has done the various projects sponsored by Indian Council of Social Science Research and has the wider experience of the organizational and institutional and regional organization, especially the BRICS. Now, I wish a great success ahead. Let us listen to this. Let us listen to our Professor Rajan Kumar sir. Please do come. Before lecture, I will invite Professor Asmar Beg sir for a felicitation with the memento. Thank you so much, sir. Please do.
Hi, good morning. I hope all of you can hear me. Yeah. Good morning, sir. Professor Asmar Beg, sir. He has been very kind, and this is the second time he has invited me. I remember the first time he asked me to speak on G20, and that was when India was hosting the summit in 2023. And this is the second time that I'm here. So I'm extremely grateful to you, sir. Rahat Hassan Sahab, thank you very much. You've been really kind for giving me this opportunity and privilege. I consider it an honor and privilege that I'm speaking in front of all of you. Most of you research scholars, but some of you faculty here. I don't know all the names. Dr. Alam, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, Dr. Alam, yeah. So Dr. Alam, thank you for a very generous introduction. Today, I have been asked to speak on, as you can see on the slide, conceptualizing post-Western world order. And it was extremely interesting to me. The title was very interesting that, some university in India is thinking about post-colonialism and emerging world order. That was the broader title of the conference. So when Professor Beg asked me that, would you like to speak? I was very excited. Although it was clashing, my time was clashing with some other program. But the moment sir asked me that, the title was so enticing, sir, that, I wanted to say yes. But again, the date was clashing, so initially I said, sir, you have to excuse me this time. But again, sir gave me the second date, and it was Sunday, so it was not clashing with any other place. So I said, yes, sir, I'll be happy to speak on it. So this is something which is close to my heart, and which I think I understand pretty okay, this concept. So I'll be speaking about this, what you call, conceptualizing the post-Western world, and I'll take the frame which is post-colonial framework. So when you talk about the concept, the concepts associated concepts are, one is mic working? My mic? Yeah, all right. So there are three associated concepts here. First is Western, the second is world order, and third is post-Western. So because when you're speaking on the post-Western world order, so essentially you have to understand first what is West, what is Western. The second is what is world order, and the third is what is post-Western. So the three associated concepts about which I'll be speaking today. Uh, so the first, if I ask you Western, so what do you think by the West? The broader West, if I ask you, what is West? What is West? Anybody would like to intervene, say something? What is West? When somebody says West, what do you mean by the West? Europe and America, essentially North America and Europe. That's what you mean by the West, right? So that's a geographical definition of West. But when we talk about West, it's not just the geography that matters. It's not the geography which is important. Uh, what isn't? Sorry, liberties, liberal order, liberal international order. We'll come to that. Yeah, development. But development has taken place in other places also. But we'll not call that West. For instance, Japan, for Australia, we'll not call that West, right? All right. So geographical. All right, so let's come back to some academic discipline here, this academic order. You might have heard the name Edward Said, who wrote a beautiful book, and all of you should read it as a student of political science. And also, if you're not a student of political science, this book is must, because this is considered to be one of the pioneers of what you call post-colonialism. So the West is not just a geographical entity, it is a cultural and ideological construct. So it's not just the territory or the geography that matters, it's a cultural and ideological construct, and the name of the book is Orientalism. So how the idea of Orient was essentially created by the West, and the way West thought of Orient was completely different from what we see in the Orient. So that was the idea propounded by Edward Said in his book Orientalism. So these are the broader features of what you call it West or Western. The first and the most important is the West as a construct of power and knowledge. The way the West constructed itself vis-a-vis Orient, so it says that it projected itself as a center for power, technology, knowledge, etc. So the West projects itself as rational, progressive, civilized. In contrast to the Orient, Orient means the East, which is irrational, backward, exotic, and inferior. So you see the contrast here. The contrast is that you're projecting something as superior. There is a hierarchy, and that hierarchy is one is better than the other. All right. So that's the construct of the West. The West as the subject and the Orient as a passive object. The West presents itself as a universal subject who will describe, will make laws, and the other part or the rest or the Orient, they are expected to follow the rules made by the West. The third important feature of what you call West is the West is also an ideological category. It's an ideological category to justify what? Justify colonial rule in the past, cultural domination even today, and political intervention. What happens in Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, etc. So you justify that political intervention even today because you think what is West should be universally applied in terms of political rights, liberty, liberalism, etc. The West in relation to the Orient is a place of romance, exotic beings, haunting memories, landscape, remarkable experiences. Always the Orient or the East is presented as something which is very romantic, which means you are very emotional, not very rational. So you are being contrasted with something which is rational, which is progressive, and you are somebody who is exotic, who very romantic, very emotional. So you are considered essentially inferior. Do not think that you are being considered superior to the Western idea. One important concept even propounded by Edward Said is that the West is not monolithic. West is not monolithic means West is not just one. In West also you have certain contest of ideas, and there are people who do not agree to what is projected as the West. For instance, even the idea of socialism that emerged in the Western country, but the West will not identify itself with socialism, right? Karl Marx was not from Russia or from India or China. Karl Marx was a German who lived in the UK, and the ideas spread to Germany and later on to Russia. But West will not identify itself with the idea of socialism. Right? The West identifies itself with the idea of what you call capitalism, not socialism. Yeah. So that's what we broadly refer to when we talk about West in the post-colonial framework. So that's the West that you need to understand. And post-colonial scholars, they challenge post-colonial scholars. Starting from Edward Said, Dipesh Chakravarti, or Gayatri Spivak, many of the scholars have been influenced by the French school of Foucault, Derrida, etc. They challenge the Western epistemology and its claim to universalism. They do not agree to the Western liberal universalism. And they, for instance, Gayatri Spivak, she talks about the, what you call, the Can the Subaltern Speak? That's the title of the paper. So can subaltern here means, the countries which are not from the West. Anyway, now I'm coming to the proper international relations. What is Western world order? Because my title was Western and post-Western world order. So the second important concept is when you talk of the Western order, in the mainstream international relations literature, it refers to roughly 200 years of world history. I'm taking from 1789, the French Revolution, till late 20th century and also early 20th and 21st century. So Western world order refers to that period starting from French Revolution and until what you may call it today also. And there are three types of ideas. French Revolution is again a very liberating, emancipatory kind of idea which is being projected, but that is for the internal European country. That's exactly the period when you see just after a few years, colonialism is being established in different parts of the world by European countries. So what you see, democracy, equality, liberty for the European countries themselves, but at the same time you see colonialism and massive exploitation of resources from the third world countries or the colonial states. So by Western, we mean a Westphalian world order in which territorial sovereignty, nationalism, popular rights, secularism, and political and civic rights, these all constitute what you call the Westphalian order that broadly started from in the 18th, 19th, and early 20th century. Capitalism, as I said, is integral to the Western order. It is different that socialism has also originated in the West, but the West will not identify with socialism. West identifies, Western order means not the socialist order. Western socialist order would mean either Soviet order or today Chinese order or Cuban order. So West is not interested in that socialism. West is interested essentially in capitalism. But also there are two caveats, two qualifications that you need to keep in mind when you talk about the Western world order. Because is it, some of the people say that, is it really a Western order? Because India has its own system, China has its own system, Brazil, Latin America, many countries in Africa, they have their own system. So to consider today's order, or even say 50 years earlier, to consider that this is the Western world order, that would be problematic, and many of the people have argued against it. For instance, there is a person, a scholar from Brazil called Oliver Stenkel. He believes that to say that this is a Western world order, that itself is a very Eurocentric kind of concept. That idea comes because we have started believing in the Western concept, which has been propagated by the West itself. So that's the caveat that you need to keep in mind. Second, some of the people say that can you use West and the non-West as conceptual categories to analyze international politics? Because they're not homogeneous, as I said, they're not monolithic. And when you say, I'm looking from the global South perspective, so is there just one global South? Is China same as India global South, or Brazil, South Africa, Latin America? So how can you use that as conceptual category? And that's a real challenge, and that all of us are facing. I'll try to answer some of the questions towards the end, but I cannot claim that I'm very successful, or any scholar for that matter cannot claim to be very successful so far as creating categories or using these West and non-West as analytical categories are concerned. Now, coming to the post-Western, because that's the crux, that's the main theme of my presentation today. So what is post-Western? When we say post-Western, so there are certain assumptions in mind when Professor Beg prepared this post-colonialism and post-Western world order. So he must be having few assumptions in mind. And what are those assumptions? Those assumptions, and I agree to most of them. Let me tell you, sir, I agree to that idea. These assumptions are the West is undergoing a perpetual and irreversible decline. Perpetual, and when people talk about the post-Western order. The second important concept is the rise of the West is inevitable. when you say the West is declining, and when you talk of the post-Western order, which also means that you tend to believe that the rest, non-West, will continue to rise for a very long time. That may or may not be the case, but assumption is there that the rest will continue to rise. The third is the existing order is a byproduct of Western dominance in general and American hegemony in particular. Western dominance till World War II in general, UK, France, Germany, etc., the dominant power. But after the post-World War, America became the most dominant power, and European countries started following some disciplines and some order from what you call American hegemony. So that's one of the third assumption. Fourth assumption, it also kind of believes that the gravity of trade and global activity is shifting from the West to the East. The countries which are rising today, the countries are mostly the countries of the East and countries of the non-West. Also, there is an assumption that countries such as India, China, Brazil, Nigeria, South Africa, they will continue to grow in the coming years. So these are the assumptions, and you are very valid if you tend to question any of the assumptions. They are just the assumptions. Does not mean they are true or false. But whatever assumption you take, you have to support with the concrete facts. If you say that West is going to decline, you have to argue very convincingly that why do you argue that? What are the facts and figures? What are the empirical evidences to suggest that kind of assumption? If you say that India and China will continue to rise, you will have to give certain data to substantiate your argument. So all these assumptions are subject to testing depending on the data that you have. I'll give you some of the data which might be useful for you in building up your argument, and if you're constructing your theory. I think somebody said that he said, Saib, your name? Savage. Savage says that during the conversation he said that he is trying to build a theory. He has worked for his PhD on globalization and its consequences, and he is trying to build some theories on globalization. So these are the assumptions you will have to keep in mind when you talk about the globalization, and support with the data when you talk about the different types of globalization which are emerging. World order, what we call it world order, again an important concept, and the question is who governs the world? Who or what governs the world? In my view, states, domestic states play the most important role in governance, but our focus is in this lecture today, I'll not be focusing on the governance of the state because we are talking about international politics, so my focus, my level of analysis would be international system, so which essentially refers to interstate relationship. In IR, world order essentially refers to a broader stability which relies on a system of rules and institutions constituted through bilateral and multilateral negotiations and agreements. Governance relies on international rules ensured through institutions like United Nations, which makes the rule for different subjects. IMF, as you know, for financial issues, World Bank again for developmental issues, WTO, for instance, for trade-related issues. So these are the institutions which are making laws for the global governance. World order essentially refers to the rules and the order which is created by these institutions with part of the international multilateral agreements. Now, a few postulates about the evolving world order, and again, these postulates are subject to the kind of data that you have. The West, some of the scholars argue that the West will remain a dominant player. Many of the scholars from the West and also from the other country, they do not necessarily agree that the West will completely disappear, and the rest will start dominating in the next few years. Second set of scholars, some of the scholars argue that the West will become irrelevant. The third is that the non-Western countries, they will replace the West and create a new world order. Fourth, and Amitabh Acharya, this is not my view, sir, this is Amitabh Acharya's argument, and he's coming today, somebody told me, so tomorrow or whenever he speaks, he'll be talking about in detail. There'll be a political and cultural multipolarity, because Amitabh Acharya is from the constructivist school, essentially. So he will argue that he does not believe in realism, so he'll not talk about just the multipolarity, which is about power distribution. He'll talk about cultural multipolarity. So that's the argument that you're going to hear. And I'll also expand some of the arguments in the coming slide. And capitalism, some of the people argue that capitalism, the way we see it today, will not remain a dominant feature. But many of the people say that capitalism will remain a dominant feature even in the coming years. New institutions like BRICS, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, G20, etc., they will become much more important vis-a-vis existing institutions like IMF, World Bank, and other organizations that you have with the UN. So these are the few postulates about the evolving world order. And now let me support with some of the data. Because if you see that, if I say that the West is declining, and I do say that West is declining without any doubt, I'm not of the school which believes that West is not declining. There are few scholars who argue that West is not declining at all. The West has amazing adaptation power, and it will adapt to the new world. But I believe, and I'll argue with the help of data, that how the West is declining, and the data is here. If you compare G7 country with the E7, E7 means emerging, evolving 7 countries, emerging 7 states. So let me tell you, in the next 25 years, 6 of the 7 largest economies are projected to be emerging economies in 2050. By 2050, 6 of the 7, out of 7, 6 of the largest economies will not be the G7 economies. They'll be from the E7 economies. And what are the E7 economies? E7 economies would include, of course, China, India, Indonesia, Brazil, Mexico, Nigeria, Turkey, Russia, if you include. So these are the countries which will be the 6 out of 7 major economies by 2050. And you are only 25 years away from there. By the time you start teaching and you are of my age, this E7 will be the major deciding economy of the world, not the G7 that we have seen or what Sir has seen. Yeah. So you are going to focus on E7 and not necessarily the G7. But please remember, European Union share by 2050 would be less than 10% of the global economy. You get it? I'm talking about the entire European Union, 27 states together. They will constitute only 10% of the global economy. That's it. So that should be the influence that European Union can have economically on the international system. Am I saying just without any? This is not my data. This is PwC consultancy. PwC data. This is called power. What is the full form? PricewaterhouseCoopers. Yeah. So that's the PwC data. And also I've checked it with Ernst & Young and other projecting consulting agencies. They also project this. So largely, they can be relied upon because I've seen the projections when the BRICS projection was given by the Goldman Sachs, etc. So it continued to work for a very long time, and we agreed to that, and they came to be largely true. So so this is the figure that you get it. UK could be in the top 10 economies. UK will remain, but France would be out, and Italy will not be even the top 20 economies of the world by 2000. Just 25 years. When you become my age, that's what I'm saying. There is a consensus on decline of Europe in particular, but the decline of the West is a contested idea. So what I'm saying is that you see the economic decline of Europe, but West will still remain important because of certain reasons that I'll give you just now. And now, whenever in international politics, we tend to ignore the demography as a factor. But if you look at the demography of the way the world is going to grow in the next 25, 50 years, so this will give you the real picture of the world. And sometimes I believe that international politics should take into account demography as a factor, population as a factor. Why? Because look at the population. By 2075, 50 years down the line, and many of you would be there. So India will be the largest, India will be the biggest country in terms of population, and it would be 167 crore or something like that. China will come down drastically to 934,000 million in millions, 93 crores. So that will be the figure. United States around 40 crores. Indonesia 31. Indonesia, see the Indonesia 31 crore. Pakistan will surpass United States, and it will be 46 crore. Population of Pakistan would be 46 crore. Nigeria important. Nigeria would be 44 crore by 2075, and Brazil again 19 crores by. If you go to by the end of the century, because we are also talking about the future, by the end of the century, the population you can see 150 crore India, China will come down to 63 crore only. And see the Pakistan would be closer, 51 crore Pakistan, 62 crore China. Just imagine see the difference, the way we are bridging the gap. And the way the rest or other countries are bridging the gap is very important. Indonesia 51 crore, Indonesia 29 crore, Pakistan 51, Nigeria 47, and Brazil 16 crore. So that would be the distribution of population, productive population, what I'm talking about. So the world is going to look completely different from what you see today when you talk of the coming years in the future. And I'm talking not too long, I'm talking of foreseeable future, which is 20-25 years, but little more and everything changes the way you see it today. Now economy is important, because if I say the West is declining and if I say that the rest is rising, so I have to support with the data, and this is the data which I use, and this is not my data taken from IMF, but again projected by PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers, that organization, and also Ernst Young, etc. Others have also predicted on the similar lines. China is at 2016 in terms of purchasing power parity, PPP, not in constant prices, but in terms of purchasing power parity, China became number one. And by 2050, China will be number one even in the constant power pricing, etc. US, in terms of PPP, Indian economy would be number two, 2050. Number three would be United States. Number four would be Indonesia. By 2050, Indonesia would be, in terms of purchasing power parity, fourth important economy. Then Brazil, Russia, Mexico, Japan, Germany, and UK. So that would be the distribution of economy by 2050, which is just 25 years down the line. So and see the size here. In 1995, the E7 was half the size of G7. E7 country that I said in 1995, 30 years before, it was half the size of G7. By 2050, it almost became similar, comparative in terms of PPP. By 2040, the E7 countries will be double the size of G7 in terms of purchasing power parity. All right. So this is the data that we're talking about. This is the figure that supports the two assumptions that I made first. The first assumption was that the West is declining. So G7, as you can see, in terms of population, in terms of economy, there is a constant decline. And also when I say that the rest is rising, other countries are rising. So this is the figure, how emerging economies will become double the size of G7 economies by 2040. And that's not very distant, only 15-20 years, right, from now. All right, and just for the people who are visual here, so you can visualize how the economy will look like. So United States will remain important by 2050. Let's not dismiss the fact that because of his demography, because of his economic size, unless until Trump does a massive damage to his economy, he is trying his best to damage the American influence. Let me tell you, yesterday also he made a statement that why Google and other companies, tech companies, are recruiting people from India. That was a specific statement, that they should stop recruiting people from India. You know what is going to happen? People like you who wanted to dream and become an American citizen, so that desire, ambition will disappear now. Now, you may go to United States, but it's very likely that you will not settle down there, because the kind of policies which are being pursued America is going to be very different from the way we have seen America, right? Most of people wanted to go to America to study, but also to settle down there because of facilities, because of innovation, because of salary, because of comfort, and also because of some liberal ideas which used to rule the American politics. But now anti-immigration sentiment has become so strong in America that not many people would like to live there. All right, so that's a challenge. Now coming to the liberal international order, somebody pointed out in the beginning that what is the West without the liberal international order? All right, the West is identified with what you call liberal international order. So what is happening to the liberal international order? How much time I have for this lecture? All right. So I'll finish the liberal international order and then, yeah. All right. So liberal international order, what we see today that, the liberal international order is fading away. it is becoming largely not so important the way it used to be in the last 30 years. After the decline of the Soviet Union, after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, after what you saw, the unipolar moment which emerged with the rise of America, the liberal international order became the most important philosophy in the last 30 years. But unfortunately, that is disappearing. Why? Because the very pillars on which the liberal international order depended, those pillars are cracking up. Those pillars are not there to support the liberal international order. So so what is happening that capitalism, as I said, capitalism legitimizes itself through growth and innovation. Liberal international order, let me tell you, it rested on the broader idea of capitalism, and capitalism survived on two things. The strongest logic of capitalism is what? That it is very innovative compared to socialism, and there has to be constant growth for capitalism to be sustainable. Unfortunately, what is happening today, that the capitalism is not leading to growth. Instead of that, what we are seeing today, that growing inequality, disparity, environmental crisis. So the capitalism as a mode of production, capitalism as a system, that has come under crisis because people, younger people like you, they have started questioning, because when you do not get employment, when there is no growth in the economy, I doubt whether you will stick to capitalism for even 5 years. So that's exactly what is happening with capitalism, that there are crises emerging because of unemployment, inequality, environmental concerns, and those features and those concerns are eroding the legitimacy of capitalism in many parts of the world. Even in US, in New York, the mayor who is going to win the election, if he is not pushed away from America. So you can see how the idea of capitalism is being contested in the heart of the city. I'm talking about Mamdani, the mayor election. So that is being contested at the core of New York is the core of capitalism, right? New York, London, Tokyo, these are the cities which kind of demonstrate the idea of capitalism. But those cities are being challenged by alternative ideas which are not capitalist. The rise of, but the biggest threat is not that. Biggest threat of capitalism, or what you call it, liberal international order, the biggest threat is coming from the populist and right-wing forces which are emerging not only in the Western country but also in the other countries. For instance, the way you see Trump does not believe in liberal international order. What Trump has said, that the biggest threat to American supremacy is European Union. European Union, he considers European Union to be the biggest threat to American dominance, and as a consequence, he is questioning the very idea of European Union, which promoted what he called liberal international order. The shared sovereignty, common space, the idea of common trade, common foreign policy, human rights, democracy, these broader ideas which were being championed by European Union. Now, the biggest power, the biggest beneficiary of the system, which is United States, United States is questioning the very idea of European Union. The US is not happy, Trump is not happy with Macron. Trump is not happy with Starmer's policy. And Trump is not happy with many of the European Union's policy, and that's why European Union was also put under tariff, 20-25% tariff, and they're negotiating and they're trying to strike a deal. The second important feature, that international trade was the backbone of what we call liberal international order. Without international trade, it didn't matter. Why would you travel to United States? Why would United States take people from India and Ghana if there is no trade, if there is no exchange of ideas and goods and services? So remember that liberal international order, it rested on the idea of capitalism, it rested on the idea of international trade, but the biggest, the beneficiary, the country which championed the idea of liberal international order, United States, is withdrawing from that order. Trump has clearly said that it does not believe in the rules of the WTO. What Trump is doing? Trump is negotiating with each and every country individually. The way some a bully of your village will negotiate not with together, but they will negotiate separately with each and every individual. So similarly, Trump is saying that you come and negotiate, but I don't believe in the multilateral negotiation of the WTO. I don't believe in what you call the idea of United Nations, the most important organization. Trump has withdrawn from WHO. Trump has withdrawn from climate change. Now Trump has withdrawn from UNICEF. So United Nations was created primarily by United States. Now what is happening? That US is gradually withdrawing from all the institutions of United States, right? So that's the major challenge of what you call liberal international order. And sadly, as I said, it is not necessarily coming from outside. Outside concerns are there, but major threat to liberal international order is coming from the core, which is United States and Europe. What is happening in Europe, for instance? In France, you have Marine Le Pen, as the leader, right-wing party. This AFD party, the right-wing party in Germany. You have Reform Party, which in UK, Hungary is already very different from other European countries. Many Slovenia, etc. It pursues a very different kind of policy. Right-wing forces are becoming extremely powerful in France, in Germany, also in Italy. You already have in Italy the Prime Minister who is a very right-wing, hardcore person. So right-wing forces are challenging the very idea of liberal international order and the idea of liberalism, and that is, in my view, is the biggest threat to what you call liberal international order. Also, the threats are coming from authoritarian leaders like Xi Jinping and Putin. What they are saying, Putin in his interview a few years back to Financial Times, he clearly says that he does not believe in the liberal international order. And he gave a big interview because he thinks that liberal international ideas, they are used against, they are used to justify intervention. They are used for regime change. They are used for military intervention in Iran, in Ukraine, etc. So they are very critical of the liberal international order. But there is a caveat here. The caveat here is that they believe in trade liberalism. Both China and Russia, they would support trade liberalism. But when it comes to political liberalism, they are very unhappy about it. They say they don't agree to the Western idea of democracy, the Western idea of human rights, and rule of law, etc. So those are these are the reasons why I believe that liberal international order is fading away. You can ask me the question whether it will completely disappear or not later, but let me tell you that liberal international order is certainly much weaker compared to what you saw just a few years back. And what is happening that hyper-nationalism, be it the case of Japan, Turkey, India, Iran, number of countries, what you see is hyper-nationalism and anti-immigration sentiment is becoming strong, right? What is being said in Delhi, in other places, that Bengalis are being targeted, Bengalis are being identified. So anti-immigration sentiment is being in India, in Europe also the same thing is happening. And also if you go to United States, ICE, you know the ICE, the Immigration Control Authority. So that ICE has become very active, and there is a protest in California, which is a green state, democratic state. But in many other places, that what Trump did, despite his friendship with Prime Minister Modi, that Trump sent some of the Indians in, chained in a military aircraft to India, and that became a huge diplomatic disaster for India, right? And so anti-immigration sentiment has become very strong, and that's a massive challenge to liberal international order. Liberal international order promoted what? Liberal international order promoted not just the trade of goods and services, but it also promoted the idea of exchange of people, right? So labor migration became an important feature. Nearly 1 crore people of India are working in West Asia, countries of West Asia. Number of people went to United States and Britain, Australia, etc. But now is going to be a challenge. So you will have to, unfortunately, you are living in a period, then you will have to build your career primarily in India, because other countries are not very forthcoming, be it Australia, UK. So think of India as your, the place where you have to live and prosper. Or I'm not saying that the immigration will not happen. Immigration will continue to happen, but the model of immigration is going to be very different in the coming years. What would be the model of immigration? It would be more like Dubai and Jeddah kind of migration, where you go, work, and come back home. You get me? Go, work, earn money, and come back. So that should be the model. That was not the case with the US earlier. People used to go, study, work, and settle, and then be citizens there. That was the whole idea. But unfortunately, the citizenship laws are going to be very, very strict in the coming years. In India, that is happening. In US, in European countries, everywhere that is happening. Let me give you some, because you might question me, these are all your ideas, but let me bring some scholars who have worked on the liberal international order. Ian Bremmer, he is a very well-known Eurasianist. He works on Eurasia, but he is a very well-known scholar, and you might have seen him on YouTube or some of the interviews also in India. So he says that US is unwinding its global order. The global order that existed till now, so US itself is unwinding. So it's kind of withdrawing from the global order. There is a gradual withdrawal from multilateral organizations, and I've already said how US is withdrawing from number of institutions. US is, and very interesting, what he says is US is the principal driver of unpredictability and crisis. US is the principal driver of that, because why? Because UN is not working, US is not cooperating with the United Nations Security Council. UN is, this WHO is not working because US is not cooperating. WTO, which used to make laws for trade, now because US is not appointing dispute judges, so WTO has become ineffective. Climate change, US has withdrawn, so those negotiations are not happening. So as a consequence, US has become the principal driver of unpredictability and crisis. And US policy, both in Ukraine and in the case of GIAN, as you know, it's extremely problematic, because NATO supported, till Biden, NATO supported Ukraine, and Ukraine was fighting a proxy war for the West just because it had the backing of United States and European countries. But Trump comes to power, and Trump decides to change his policy, and that has led to a crisis where Ukraine is nowhere. Ukraine does not know what kind of policy is going to pursue, and Russia is constantly attacking Ukraine, and Ukraine is not in position to defend itself. And Trump is extremely unpredictable. One day he'll support Putin, second day he'll say something against Putin. He said Putin is crazy recently. Earlier he said Putin is a very smart politician. So what is happening that US has become a factor for that unpredictability in the international system. J.D. Vance, the vice president, he once made this remark in a speech in Europe. When he was giving a speech in Europe, he said this: the biggest problem inside Europe is the woke mind liberal virus. So he is attacking liberalism while giving a speech in Europe. And he refused to meet the German chancellor, and he does not have very good ties with Macron. Macron recently identified, Macron said that the France will identify Palestine as an independent state. But so there is a conflict there, because France considers itself a power of a continental power, European power, but that is not liked by United States. United States would like both Germany and France to be a subordinate power, and France is not agreeing to that, and that leads to conflict. And this rise of patriot and right-wing parties, Marine Le Pen, AFD, Reform Party, etc. So that has become a challenge for the European liberalism, and Trump believes a weak Europe is in the US interest. And Trump thinks that if the European Union is strong, so that is a threat to American dominance. Recently what he says, that he would like to take the Greenland from Denmark, right? And he has not denied that he will not use military for that. So if that kind of politics is being pursued, so Trump is one of the major factors for unpredictability in international politics today, and nobody can deny. And Ian Bremmer, who is American himself, he also says that. Now, another scholar called Fareed Zakaria, all of you know him. So what are his arguments about the post-American world? That's the name of the title of the book. And the title of the book is called Post-American World. So he is not saying post-Western, he is saying post-American world. And this book came in 2008, where these are the arguments, where it says that while the United States will remain powerful, the relative dominance of the US is declining as other nations rise. So he says that US will remain important, but since other countries are becoming powerful, so the relative power of United States will decline in international politics. And he says this is not about the fall of America, but about the rise of the rest. So this is not so much about the fall of America. America might continue to grow with 1 to 2%, but other countries are rising faster than America, and that's a challenge for America and the Western countries. This shift will lead to a multipolar world. The US still has unmatched military, economic, and cultural power. However, its ability to unilaterally shape the world event is diminishing. And he has a point when he says that he cannot ensure compliance in today's context. For instance, Trump is expecting compliance in trade, compliance in other policies, but let me tell you that he, as a superpower, he could have expected compliance in a different way had US been that powerful the way it was 20 years back. But now US is not in position. Let me tell you, 20 years back, Russia was not in position to even think of attacking Ukraine. But why did Russia decide to attack Ukraine today? Because Russia is certain of one thing, that US will not get directly involved in Ukraine conflict. Had Russia known that US might get militarily involved, Russia would never have attacked Ukraine the way it did in 2014 or the way it did now. So what does it show? That it shows that multipolar world is already there. You need to just observe it in a different way. So, so the US power is already declining. US is not in position to send its troop to Iran. What US did, it decided to bomb Iran and run away rather than sending forces there. The way it did in Iraq 20 years back, US is not in position to do that. There's a lot of resistance even within the MAGA camp, Make America Great Again, Trump's camp, against American intervening in Iran. People are saying that, what did you achieve by bombing Iran? People are saying that Iran is in position to again make the nuclear bomb in next few months. So you have done no damage, but you changed the policy. MAGA came, Trump came by saying that he will not intervene in the conflicts in Middle East, in West Asia. But Trump decided to change because Trump wanted credit for decimating Iran. Netanyahu was becoming too powerful, and he thought this is the opportunity to support Netanyahu and continue his influence in Saudi Arabia and other places. So that's why Trump decided. So what I'm trying to say, that the shift, the multipolar shift has already taken place, and many of the regional powers, many of the powers are becoming extremely important in today's context, and that's one of the reasons why I argue that multipolar world is already here. The US has unmatched, economic power is shifting eastward. China's rapid industrialization and global investment and India's democratic dynamism and technical growth, that is contributing to the rise of rest, according to Fareed Zakaria. Global governance needs reform. He argues that the global institutions are not representative, be it IMF, be it World Bank, be it United Nations Security Council. So these institutions are not representative. As a consequence, there is a need for reforming these institutions, and it's a common argument, and all of you know that how India has been arguing for it for a very long time. America's internal challenges are bigger threat than external ones. And this is the same kind of argument, that the way right-wing politics or the MAGA politics is taking over America, so that is a bigger threat to American influence in the international politics. That's the argument of Fareed Zakaria in the book, The Post-American World. The American world, and very interesting point, that he says that the post-American world will not be anti-American. Let's not confuse with the two concepts. Post-American does not mean that people will start hating America. There will be people in India, Turkey, Iran who will still like to go to America, will still like to work in America. So it does not mean that post-American world is necessarily anti-American world. Yes, some other people may dislike it for ideological reasons, for cultural reasons, but do not think that post-American world is anti-American world. It does not mean the same thing. So those are the arguments of Fareed Zakaria. I'll give you one more scholar here, and then probably we can stop and go for break, lunch, whatever. So Oliver Stenkel is a Brazilian scholar, a German origin, German-Brazilian scholar, and he has written a book called Post-Western World. That's the title of the book. So it exactly fits into the title that I've been given to speak on. So Oliver Stenkel, Brazilian scholar, Post-Western World. This book came in 2016, Polity Press. And here are the arguments, and his arguments are slightly different from the previous arguments which have been made by the scholars. So what are his arguments? He says, number one, there is a false understanding that rules today are purely Western. So he says that many of the people believe that the world is completely Western. Today's world is Western. So he argues that even that idea is a very Eurocentric idea. To believe that the world is Western is to deny the role of China, India, Brazil, etc., which already these countries are playing very powerful role in the global governance. But when you believe that this is a Western world, so that means you are denying agency to these countries which is a very Eurocentric and not a post-colonial argument. And he says that, again, you have to be careful that by creating new institutions like BRICS or EII or Shanghai Cooperation Organization, etc., China is imitating, China is mimicking the US style of leadership. So what he's trying to say is very interesting, that do not think that when other countries become powerful, be it India, China, Brazil, so they will behave very different from the way United States behaved in the past. So to believe that the world would be democratic and much better in terms of respecting human rights and the human rights and political and civic rights of people, so that might be a mistake, because China is behaving exactly the way US did 20 years back. So rather than, and also he argues that rather than directly confronting the liberal international order, China will continue to support them. China will continue to support IMF, World Bank, United Nations Security Council, but again it will try to carve out a space for itself, more space for itself. So that is the kind of policy that China is going to pursue in the coming years. He argues that emerging powers like India, China, etc., they agree with fundamental issues of global governance today. What are the fundamental issues? Sovereignty is important, cooperative security is important, democratic community has to remain, collective problem solving, they do believe in that. They also believed in the idea of rule of law. On the idea of democracy, although Stunkel writes, but in my view, China and Russia, they do not agree to the idea of democracy. But otherwise, what he argues is that most of the emerging countries, they do subscribe to some of the liberal international order ideas of sovereignty, cooperation, some of the institutions, they do agree to that. So to say that liberal international order will completely disappear because of the emerging powers, so that might not be true. That's the argument of Stunkel. Non-Western states' skepticism towards liberal international order is more not about the values, but about operationalization. The way liberal international institutions, they pursue the idea, or the way America, for instance, implement the ideas of liberal international order, that according to Stunkel is problematic. The challenge from the non-West is emerging because American intervention in Iraq, Afghanistan, or Syria, etc., so that has led to these countries opposing liberal international order. Otherwise, they agree to international trade, they agree to many of the institutions, especially Russia and China, because they are members of many of the institutions. They are very powerful members, United Nations Security Council. They play important role also in the IMF, World Bank, etc. So they are going to remain with these institutions, but again, they will do two things. One is that they'll create alternative institutions and try to carve out more space for themselves. So that's the argument of Oliver Stunkel so far as international institutions are concerned. So rising states of the non-West are beneficiary of the liberal international order, and they do not necessarily seek to disrupt it. China grew during the liberal international order. India started growing fast during the liberal international order. So do not expect that all these countries are going to jettison, abandon the liberal international order and try to create a new order. So hegemons mean United States. Hegemons are never constrained by rules. They always find escape route when it comes to liberal international order. The challenge to liberal international order has emerged because hegemon has never followed the rule of law, and especially the United States. United States will talk about democracy, about the rule of law, but the current order, according to Eikenberry, all of you know the scholar here, John Eikenberry, who has written a book, Liberal Leviathan, he says that the current world order is hierarchical order with liberal characteristics. What is hierarchy? For instance, 5 countries, United Nations Security Council, very powerful, and they will make the laws for global peace and stability. G7, a group of 7, they'll make the laws for what you call economic order. So there is a hierarchy. They talk about democracy, but in international politics, there is no democracy. There is no equal distribution of power. What you see in international politics is a hierarchical order with some liberal characteristics. What are the liberal characteristics? Liberal characteristics are that they respect the sovereignty. Every country, sovereign country, will have a membership, a right to vote, etc. in the UN General Assembly. But again, the hierarchy is created in the same assembly when you create the United Nations Security Council. So it's a hierarchical order with liberal features. Rising past also looking for exceptionalism. Uh, for instance, US American exceptionalism. That's the term being used by Trump all the time. So the liberal internationalism has moved to what you call American exceptionalism today. But unfortunately, China will also seek Chinese exceptionalism in the coming years. Brazil will also talk about regional exceptionalism in the coming years. So many of the countries, emerging powers, are going to imitate, mimic the world order that they have seen in the past. That's what the argument of Oliver Stunkel. Western influence will continue because the rest is not so cohesive. He says that Western countries will continue to play the divide and rule. They'll continue to exert some power in the coming days because of what you call, the rest is not so cohesive. For instance, if you compare China, Russia, India, Brazil, South Africa, economically there is huge disparity. Uh, South African economy is roughly $300 billion. Indian economy is much bigger. Chinese economy is 16 to 20 trillion dollar. So there is one is communist country, India is democracy, South Africa is democracy, Russia is an authoritarian state. So you have a very diverse kind of polity, and the cohesion which should happen in the rest, that is not happening. And that's why I said that when you use non-West as a category, analytical category, so this is the major challenge. How do you create a category to analyze when there is so much of discrepancy, so much of division, so much of conflict, and so much of disunity in the analytical category? So that becomes a challenge. West can still be identified by what Edward Said said, or by what you consider broadly G7 countries, by what you consider liberal democracies. But that kind of analytical conceptualization is not possible for the rest, because these countries are completely diverse. There is no territorial contiguity. There is no history which is shared. There is no, political system is completely different. History, culture is completely different. So how do you create a category from the global south or the non-Western countries when these countries are so diverse? So that's what we need to, that's the challenge for theorization. So anybody who is trying to theorize global south, let me tell you that you have to theorize global south in terms of as a geopolitical concept, as a cultural concept, rather than a territorial or broadly theoretical concept. In my interview of Professor Sipser, my interview happened for Professor very recently, and there were two experts, one from BHU, one from Mumbai University. So they asked me on this concept, what is Global South? And they asked me, so I said, Global South is not a territorial concept. Global South is a geopolitical and cultural concept. And I said that how it emerged from the Brandt Commission and earlier, where it was divided on the basis of per capita income. So the northern country, global north, they had a higher per capita income of 15,000 and above. The global southern country, they had a per capita income of 1,000, 2,000, less than. So division was essentially per capita income, what you called that time global south. So it was, so global south is not a category which can easily be conceptualized, which can easily be used as an analytical category. That you need to keep in mind. Now, now we can take a break, and then I'll touch upon Amitabh Acharya and other scholars, and then also about Indian narrative of what you call it, non-West, etc.
So now there is a 50-minute tea break. After that, we'll begin the next session. Thank you.
Start kare? Shall we start? Yeah. Any pressing question until now? Anything, any doubt that you have? We'll discuss later also, but just in case you have something which you might forget later. Yeah, just ask me. Yeah. Yes, I think that's very interesting and very intelligent question. That is capitalism declining the way it is being projected? The two arguments. One is that capitalism, as I said, uh, re-innovates itself or gets legitimacy because of growth and innovation. In comparison to socialism, for instance, capitalism says that why did Soviet Union decline? Soviet Union declined because it did not provide enough incentive for the people to work extra or be innovative. If you're giving same salary to driver and to a teacher and to a scientist, there is no reason why the scientist will work harder, better, or in a more creative way than say driver. And that was the problem of socialism, where there's a parity in terms of salary. Innovation was not very well recognized. State did try to push innovation in Soviet Union, but that didn't work. So Soviet Union was left out when internet revolution, for instance, was taking place in the Western countries. So capitalism has to be innovative and capitalism has to re-innovate itself. Some of the crisis of capitalism, what you see today, the crisis is happening because you guys are not getting job. And you mean, I don't mean you, I mean youth employment is an important issue. That if youth number is growing in India, China, Brazil, everywhere, but if they are not getting the employment, so they will try to change the system. People were not happy with the Congress, so what did the younger people, youth of India did? They said that you are not providing us employment, we will not stick to you, we'll look for change. And sometimes change is worse than the previous thing. That same thing has happened in United States also. Trump is not a great leader in terms of very idealistic and characteristic and charismatic leader, the way one would have expected from a developed country to throw up. But Trump, they threw up because of anger, because of retaliation. People were losing jobs in the Midwest, what you call it, the Rust Belt, where industrial belt used to be there earlier. But the people from other countries were getting the jobs, Americans were not getting the jobs. So as a consequence, people started reacting against that system. So what is happening today? Now Trump is trying to restore manufacturing, restore industry, put more tariff, de-incentivize trade, disencouraging people from other countries. So those are the issues that are emerging because of capitalism. But also let me tell you that we should not completely say that capitalism is dead or capitalism will not survive. Capitalism as a mode of production, capitalism as a system, as an economic system of governance or economic system is very adaptive to changes. All right. Socialism sometimes has failed to adapt to the changes, but capitalism, in contrast, if you see the human history is a history of capitalism, right from the serf-slave period until what you call it capitalist period. So capitalism is very adaptive, but forms of capitalism would be very different, and forms are very different. For instance, China is half capitalist, half socialist. You don't really know what kind of system, but China is also adapting, or you can also say that capitalism has adapted with socialism in a different form. Some of the European countries have very strong welfare model of economy, which is part of capitalism, but very strong incentive of welfare model. And capitalism has adapted to that. And some of the welfare models that you see in Finland, Latvia, Estonia, or Norway, Sweden, etc. So they have taken something from socialism, the welfare model. So they are saying, no, we'll not have equal parity, but we'll try to incentivize, support, provide support to people who are left out in capitalism. Modi ji, what he did? Modi ji said, we'll give 5 kg of rice, right? They made toilet to a lot of people. They gave free gas to women. So very elementary, it's very ridiculous in terms of what you call it welfare. This is nothing. But Modi, the government is trying to create is base, create a support system. What is happening? That is concentration of power happening in India, where some corporate houses are trying to, not trying, actually increasing the wealth, but at the same time, a state capitalism is also trying to adapt with the people by creating some. So what I'm trying to say is that capitalism will change. When it faces resistance of various types, it also modifies. It's not static. So capitalism, the form of capitalism would be very different in the coming years. That's what but do not think that capitalism will disappear. What is the alternative model available? Socialism has been debunked. Socialism as an ideology is not very strong in today's world anywhere. China is also not that way completely socialist. So capitalism will modify, that's what I'm saying. Yes, ma'am. Identify yourself. Sakshi. I think, well, Trump will not be considered liberal at all. He is not. Essentially, what he can be called a racist. He can be called a hyper-nationalist. He can be called what you call supremacist. Can be called what else? Of course, kind of, uh, uh, yeah, he supports the idea of political conservatism, anti-woke. Yeah, he's the leader of anti-woke, and he essentially is anti-liberal. And one of the threats, major threats of today's international, what you call liberal international order, is Trump himself, because he is not supporting either NATO or European Union or Trans-Pacific Alliance, etc., which existed earlier. He is supporting who? He is supporting Putin, who is authoritarian, who does not believe in the what you call liberalism. He is supporting. He has good ties with all the strong leaders, be it Prime Minister Modi, Erdogan, Xi Jinping, a number of political leaders. What he thinks, if you support these leaders, leaders who are sovereignist, so if you support them, they will weaken liberalism all over the world. And they think that there is some kind of unity at the level of ideas among the liberals. Why? Because liberals will support climate change. Liberals will support certain kind of, this what you call anti-racism kind of sentiment. Liberalism will support some kind of equality between people, etc. So he is supporting these authoritarian rulers everywhere in the world, Trump, because he thinks that these are the people who will weaken liberalism, and they'll support the idea of political conservatism and the idea of sovereignty and hyper-nationalism. And hyper-nationalism, the idea of strong sovereignty, is a threat to what you call liberal international order. So Trump is not insane, I'll say. You're right, he is a businessman, but I don't think Trump really understands international politics, and I don't think that Trump's policy will support US long-term influence in the long run. He is precipitating the decline of America in the global order. He is a symptom of that malaise which has emerged in American politics, where a person who is a part of Epstein file, I don't know if you have heard of Epstein file. Epstein was a sexual predator, and he was arrested. He committed crime, and he had abused several children, not one, and he was in jail. He committed suicide in 2019. And Epstein, a lot of rich people used to be very close, and they participated in the party which used to be thrown by Epstein in 2002 and earlier. He is that character. Trump, there are charges of what you call this molestation, etc. A lot of things are against him. I don't know whether that's true or not, but certainly he was very close to Epstein. But that kind of figure is being projected by younger youth population like you of America. Why? Because they are unhappy with the existing liberal order. They're unhappy with they think that a small group of cabal, liberal cabal, the woke mindset people, they have started controlling American politics, and as a revenge, you are bringing in a person with a lot of vengeance, a lot of anger. So I say, I'll throw a person who can fix you, because otherwise a normal person will not behave like Trump. And that's why you have a person like Trump getting legitimacy in American society, where the education level is pretty high, democracy has strong roots, institutions are very strong compared to India, Supreme Court, etc. They are very strong. Anti-liberal media is still, liberal media like CNN, etc. is still very powerful. Despite that, Trump becomes the president of the United States. Yes, sir. Identify yourself. Uday. Zubair. And you are doing PhD. You are professor. Pursuing PhD. Okay. Well, yeah, your answer will come through my slides later. Second answer is coming. And second answer, like, what kind of order we are expecting. So I'll answer in the coming slides. So that's taken care of. The first part, that self versus other, whenever you try to create any identity, say what is India, your Hindu identity, Muslim identity, Bihari identity, Bengali identity, Tamil identity. So whenever you're trying to create an identity, there are two essential components of that identity. You versus other, self, core versus other. So any identity has to be based on internal glue factor and the external, the differentiating factor. So whenever you say West, for instance, West cannot be understood unless until there is something which is non-West. Or East cannot be understood unless until there is something called non-East. Men cannot be understood unless until you have something called women or non-man. So our knowledge is very comparative, and similarly identity, the way it is understood, it is comparative. So there's a self, and so that's the first part of what Jan Bremer is saying, and I completely agree with that. So whenever you try to create an identity, there has to be othering of the others. इंडिया तब तक नहीं हो सकता जब तक पाकिस्तान और चाइना होगा ना, so उसका रहना जरूरी है, नहीं तो इंडिया का क्या मतलब. So anyway, so that's the argument, and to the second question, we'll come to that. Anything else? So we should move now, yeah? All right, and now I'm kind of preempting some of the arguments which might come tomorrow if Professor Acharya comes here and speaks. But he has written a book on global international, the making of global, this is the title of the book, as you can see here. The Making of Global International Relations. This book came in 2019, and the chapters which were relevant from my perspective, I think they were the last 2 or 3 chapters of the book. So what he says is very interesting, and you can note down and discuss with him tomorrow. So he said Brexit and Trump, Brexit earlier and Trump. This book came in 2019, so he's talking about the first term of President Trump. So Brexit and Trump heightened the sense of big transition to a post-Western IR which is underway. All right. He says that these are the symptoms. Brexit, that Britain deciding to move from European Union. So that is a sign why the post-Western order is emerging. And Trump, a person who does not believe in any of the liberal ideas on which the dominance of the West rested. So that is a sign of what he calls a transition to post-Western international relations. Although his book is about, mark the term, what he's saying, global international relation. Global internationalism. The term, that's the title of the book, The Making of Global Internationalism, that's the title of the book. So what he's saying is very interesting. He's saying you don't have to make an IR which is Western or non-Western. IR cannot be Western or non-Western. So he talks of global IR, an IR which is very inclusive, IR which is very multipolar, IR which includes different societies and different cultures. So that kind of IR he is talking about. A new world ought to be, according to him, the new world ought to be post-Westphalian. So Westphalian system is what? It is identified, sovereignty is important, and territoriality is important. Territory is important, sovereignty is important, nationalism is important. So he says that the post-Western, what you call it, will not be post-Westphalian, in the sense that sovereignty will remain an issue. India as a country, US as a country, that country, nationhood, sovereignty will remain important. So sovereignty would remain a defining feature. Do not expect European Union to emerge or supra architecture in the form of some kind of supranationality. So that is not going to happen. But according to him, and these are not my words, these are the two authors, Amitabh Acharya and Barry Bujan. They have written the book together. So it will unquestionably be post-Western. So he agrees with the term post-Western. He says that it's going to be post-Western, not in the sense that the West will disappear as Rome disappeared, but that it will become just one among several centers of wealth, power, and cultural authority. I'm repeating the sentence again. He says that post-Western world is going to happen, but it will not happen in the sense that the West will disappear. No, that's not going to happen. West will remain as one of the centers of power, wealth, and culture. So there'll be other centers. West will remain one of the power centers in the world. So that's what he's trying to say. Since he is not a realist, he is more like a constructivist, and now he has taken the historical route, means that his method is much more historical in the writings if you read. So he says that it will not be like realist multipolarity. In realism, as you know, multipolarity means different centers of power emerging. So it will not be the realist multipolarity. It will rather be cultural and yeah. Several centers of wealth, power, and culture. So he also brings in culture as a variable, which in realism only power and state, population, military power, these are the variables used. He brings culture as a factor when he talks about multipolarity. So there are multicultural centers. According to him, one important thing, and that's a remarkable contribution in my view, he says that apart from sovereignty, etc., non-state actor will play an important role in the new world order. So answering Jubair's question, Jubair, these are the changes that you'll see in the post-Western, according to Amitabh Acharya. So non-state actors, who are the important non-state actors? Non-state actors would be apart from, I'm not referring to just NGOs and say corporate agencies. Say for instance, the GDP of Apple is more than the GDP of 70% of the countries of the world. The GDP of NVIDIA, the semiconductor company, is more than the GDP of hundreds of companies of the world. So we are now GDP of Ambani would be much bigger than the many of the countries of the world. So we are talking about that corporate dominance in the world. So non-state actors, they are not the state actors, but they play much more powerful role in compared to many of the states in the world. 80% of the states will not play as powerful role as a CEO of one company will play. So in that sense, that multinational corporations will play. And he says that multinational is not the only non-state actor. In many places, say for instance, West Asia, Al-Qaeda for instance, many of the extremist organizations in many places, they will play important role. Similarly, some of the organizations which become powerful, climate change, on democracy, etc., they will also play important. So non-state actors will play important role in what you call post-Western world order. According to Amitabh Acharya and Barry Bujan. Barry Bujan is English professor. Non-state actors will play, this will be, according to them, this will be a global system, but one without superpower. So what you have seen from 1991 until now, that there is American superpower, right? America is a superpower and China is aspiring superpower. India is aspiring superpower. He says that this will be a global system, one without superpower, and containing several great powers and many regional powers. So there will be great powers. In a state of superpower, you'll have great powers, like China will be a great power. India, the country that you live in, India will also be a great power, right? But you will not have superpower. अमिताभ बच्चन नहीं होगा. अब बाकी जो लोग जो होंगे ना, सलमान खान, आमिर खान, उस टाइप के बहुत सारे एक्टर्स होंगे जो ग्रेट एक्टर्स हैं, बट सुपर पावरडम इज ओवर. And there are various levels, the various levels which I use to describe, to characterize the emerging world order. So some of them, they call it plurilateralism. For instance, Kendry, he calls it plurilateralism. Heteropolarity, according to Darian. Kupchan calls it no one's world, no one's land, no one's world. Multimodal. Amitabh Acharya, who is coming to speak tomorrow, he talks about multiplex. Your hall is like multiplex. Multiplex means when you go to a cinema hall today, so you have multiplexes, 3, 4 together, and they all in one hall you'll watch this movie, on the second you can watch second movie, third movie. So it would be like multiplex in a mall that you see in today's context. This theory, multiplex, has not become very popular, but this is the argument of Amitabh Acharya, and you're likely to listen to him tomorrow. He also talks about the idea of, some of the people also use polymorphic globalism. Karjanstein, a constructivist scholar, he says is much more like polymorphic. Multi-order, some of the people call it. So these are the broadly terms which are used by various scholars to describe the new world order which you're going to witness in the coming years. Amitabh Acharya again uses a term called embedded pluralism. Embedded pluralism, what is that? That main player will tolerate the material, cultural, ideological and active type of differences of other countries. So basically America will tolerate, or any country which becomes a great power, so that country will tolerate the differences and the culture, ideology and pluralism of other states. So that is what he means by embedded pluralism. In terms of state, as I said, there will be no superpower, but a system dominated by great powers. What does he mean by great power? Great power, he means that great power can exercise influence beyond its own region. For instance, India's region is South Asia. If India becomes a great power, India can influence Southeast Asia, India can influence Latin America, so if you can influence politics, economic policy in other regions, so that would be the definition of great power. And third category would be regional power. For instance, Brazil, according to him, is likely to be a regional power, which means it will remain dominant in the region, but it will not have it will not play much decisive role beyond the region. Russia, for instance, today, Russia is an important great power because Russia plays a role in Eurasia, but Russia also plays an important role in other parts of the world, South Asia, Southeast Asia. So it remains a great power despite its very low economic size. According to him, do not think that great powers would be like what you have seen UK during the colonial period or United States during the post-World War II period. So that kind of world you are not going to see. And history is an important way to understand the future. Future cannot be understood without a sense of history, but at the same time, history is not the best guide to understand the future. Why? Let me give you an example that what you have seen in the history is not cyclical. That's a wrong way of understanding history. Vedic period never repeated itself. Monarchy that you saw in the form of Ashoka, Gupta, Akbar, Aurangzeb, that will not be repeated ever, right? So do not think that what you have seen in the history is going to be repeated. Many of the scholars in India, they love this idea because India was a great power in 17th century, contributing 26% of the global economy. China was a great power in 17th century, contributing about 21% of the global economy. So we can learn from how India behaved or China behaved in that period to understand how these countries will behave in the future. That's a wrong way of understanding future, because what you have seen in the past, future is never like that. So do not think that past can be the right guide. Yes, past makes you understand, but do not depend on the past and do not use past as a prism to understand the future. Yeah, so Amitabh Acharya again says that some non-state actors will acquire the power to challenge or ally not just with the other, but also with the states. Great powers that will dominate. Another term that they use, great powers that will dominate the GIS means global international society. Great powers that will dominate the GIS in the decades will be inward looking to the point of being autistic. Inward looking means protectionism. Inward looking means I'm not concerned about what is happening in Iran. That's none of my business. What does India say? India says that what is happening in Iraq, what is happening in Russia, Ukraine, that's a European problem. Jaishankar said a statement that that's a European problem, that's not my problem. What is happening in Iran, that's not my problem. So great powers are likely to behave like autistic. What is autism? Autism in the child, you know, when autism happens that you cannot process the information what is happening in the surrounding. You don't know how to respond to that. So you kind of, you shrink yourself inside and you behave according to whatever you think is the best. So that inward autistic behavior of the state, that's what they are talking about the future role of the great power. There are 3 predictions about the global international society in the coming in decades, according to them. The first is that we are entering a period of deep and sustained transition. Transition is happening and that's very deep. So you do not dismiss the fact that transition is not happening. Anybody is saying that the West will remain the way it was, that's a mistake. That's a false understanding, and that, or maybe just a propaganda. Second point, according to him, is that what is emerging will not be any form of the back to the future. The same thing what I said, back to the future means, you are not going to see monarchy, you are not going to see the revival of Vedic period, despite all the claims of revival of Vedic period or Mughal period or whatever. You are not going to see that revival again ever, because that has already happened. The world is going to be very different from what you have seen in the past. Third, that is the emerging global international society will display a deeply pluralist structure layered between regional and global levels. So it means that some of the powers will be great powers and some of the powers will be regional powers, and the world would be decided by those kind of powerful states. What you call post-Western order would be decided by countries which have regional influence and countries which have global influence. But you do not have absent superpower. So that you need to keep in mind if you trust these 2 scholars. Political shift is away. Yes, again, in terms of shift of the politics, what we have seen until now, 20th century was dominated by what kind of ideology? Left versus right. Left, center, and right. That was the political division throughout the world broadly. But what they say is very interesting. They say that in the future, it's not going to be left, center, right. Rajan left का है, JNU से आ रहा है, सर बेग सर अलीगढ़ से हैं तो वो राइट के हैं, ऐसे नहीं चलेगा, है ना? Left, center, right, that's not the kind of political spectrum which will determine the politics of the coming years. According to him, new tension, ideological rift will emerge between inward-looking protectionist nationalism and nativist identity versus those who favor open societies and globalization. Now, where do you locate yourself, sir? Where do you locate yourself? इन दोनों में कहाँ पे locate करते हैं अपने? How many of you, please raise your hand, how many of you locate yourself with the open societies and globalization? How many of you think that that is the idea which should be promoted? Please raise your hand for the open world. Quite a bit. Please raise your hand for protectionist, inward-looking, and nativist identity. How many of you believe that that's that identity which should be promoted? Only one hand. Yeah. So nativist. All right. So many of a large number of people, you don't know what kind of support I should provide to the system. Yeah. So sir, in your class, there is one person who is nativist, and good number of people who support the idea of open and globalization. But there are also a large number of students, or the large. I'm not judging them because I'm open to all the ideas. But a good number of people are also undecided. So they don't know whether to support this or whether to support that. All right. Coming to Jubair asked me, or who asked me? No, he asked. Yeah. So will capitalism remain a dominant feature or not? The consensus around global market capitalism is notable, with all of the great powers and many of the regional ones now being in some significant sense they are capitalist. Be it China, be it large number of countries in the world, Russia, India, whatever country you see, mostly they are capitalist. A good number of scholars, if you rely on the secondary reference to take the argument, so large number of scholars, Amitabh Bhujan, Stunkel, Jakaria, number of scholars, they agree that capitalism will continue in modified form, in separate form, different form, but capitalism as a system is likely to continue. But what is going to change is neoliberal capitalism. Neoliberal capitalism, that was the big winner of the Cold War, is entering a substantial crisis. Inequality is underpinning its political legitimacy, and automation and globalization. Your argument, Jubair, किसने वो Jubair बोला था? So automation and globalization are undoing its model of wealth distribution through mass employment. So the claim that capitalism can generate employment, neoliberal order is going to create equality, some kind of removing disparity, will solve some of the problems of the world. So that is not happening. As a consequence, neoliberal capitalism is under crisis without any doubt. Capitalism's addiction to growth as the necessary condition is a challenge that capitalism has to adapt itself to. Inequality, AI, environmental crisis, they are also raising the concerns about the kind of growth that we are having, the kind of, and younger people, younger people are much more pro-environment, much more pro-globalization, rather than older people who tend to be very nativist and supporter of protectionist ideology. Now, ये ना तो अमिताभ आचार्य ने बोला है तुम्हें, और ना ही अस्टंकल ने बोला है, ना ही who else I quoted? Bremer. ये इन तीनों का आइडिया नहीं है, ये मेरा कंट्रीब्यूशन है. So what you see that what we are going to witness, and I'm pretty sure about it, talking from India, and I have studied Russia very closely. I also do a comparative study of sometimes Russia, China, India. So I can tell you with the guarantee that you are going to witness very powerful force in the form of what you might call it civilizational state. In fact, now after this lecture, I want to write a book on civilizational state. So I have a background in history, so probably I should do that. So the idea of civilizational identity has gained momentum in the non-Western states. I can tell you with guarantee, Russia is the biggest promoter of civilizational state. China is still conscious. China promotes Confucianism, but China also promotes socialism of some form. So China is cautious, but Russia is a great supporter of the rise of civilizational state. Russia says that I'm different from the West because we are a civilizational country. We are not like the Western country who see their origin from just few hundred years. We are not like America. America has a history of only 300, 400 years. We are a civilizational state, so we should have a different kind of policy. And Russia also has a conference promoted by the state called Dialogue of Civilizations, and they have it in Greece or some other places where they invite scholars from India, China, Brazil, Africa, West Asia to discuss the idea of what he calls a civilizational state. So this idea is going to be very popular in India, Russia, China in the coming years. So what are the core arguments of this idea? Number one, there is a civilizational continuity and historical depth. So please, they say that we are not like America. America is a country, new country. It does not have any culture. It does not have any civilization. The woke mindset, the gay mindset is very popular in America. That's what Putin says. It's not my quote. Putin says that we cannot accept that kind of lesbianism and gayism, what you see in the Western country. We do not want our Orthodox Christianity. Russia is an Orthodox Christian state. So we do not want our Orthodox Christianity to be corrupted by the Western idea of liberalism. That is the kind of argument. Yeah, and it calls itself a civilizational state. And according to the Russian civilization, the core idea is the Slavic national identity. And what is the basis of Russian nationalism? Orthodoxy, authoritarianism, and nationalism. That's how they say how Russia is different. Orthodox Christianity is not orthodoxy, it's Orthodox Christianity because they have separate church, some of the rituals are very different. So they are Orthodox Christianity, Slavic identity, Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus. These are the Slavic countries, and they identify themselves as Slavic identity. So that idea is very popular in Russia. India, I'll not be, if you want, I can go into details, but India is also claiming to be a civilizational state. If you see minister, for instance, what is the book that minister is writing, external affairs minister? Bharat, why Bharat matters? Bharat, India se bhi change ho gaya Bharat. है ना? The India way. And if you read why Bharat matters, so what is the reference point coming from? The reference point is coming from Hanuman. He says that in his argument, in his book, what he says, that Hanuman does not know till the time he is made to realize that how powerful as an entity you are. And he compares that with India. That he says that India does not realize how powerful it has become because he's ignorant like Hanumana. So that is the kind of reference point that you are seeing now. And in GNU, in many places, the idea of civilizational state is becoming extremely popular, but there is a debate. In India, there are two types of civilization people are talking about. One civilization is based on Hindu majoritarian national identity, in which most of the references will come from Hindu sources. But other civilization, they'll talk about much more, which is inclusive, which is secular, which takes from history, but it also takes from Hinduism, Christianity, Buddhism, different parts. So that there is a debate, what civilization are you talking about? You getting me? So, and people are clearly divided on the civilization lines. So depending on what kind of idea is being promoted by a certain organization, you can consider, but idea of civilizational state is largely now, it has consensus in India, and most of the scholars from at least right and liberalism, they have accepted the idea of India as a civilizational state. This is also viewed as an alternative to Western universalism. All right. Why? China's Confucian meritocracy plus communist party rule, that is considered a very Chinese socialism with Chinese characteristics. Russia's the idea of sovereign democracy. Russia says that we are sovereign, we are democracy, we don't believe in the Western democracy, and we do not seek any interference from other countries. US will not decide, France and Germany will not decide what kind of democracy we want to have. So the idea of sovereign democracy is promoted by Russia in the name of what it calls civilizational state. India's Hindu civilization nationalism, so that's again one of the important features that you know. Cultural sovereignty and resistance to external interference. So this is very self-explanatory. These states defend the right to be different, often resisting human rights critiques, liberal individualism, or global media narratives. They say that we are different, we do not have to follow the Western ideas. We are civilizational states, so we should retain our cultural sovereignty. They also argue for multipolarity in a global order, and for very obvious reason, because they are not happy with liberalism. So they argue for multipolarity in the global order. Russia would be a power, China would be a power, Brazil would be a separate power, India. But there is a challenge. So the challenge here is that how will Africa identify itself? If you are an African scholar, which civilization are you talking about? Because it's such a hybrid civilization there. Christianity, Islam, and some in places paganism, some Hinduism. So how will Africa identify as a civilizational state? That's the challenge. And unless until you theorize universe, you cannot have. So civilizational states will argue for its exceptionalism, will argue for its sovereignty, will argue for its differences. But to develop a theory of civilizational state is a challenge, because as I said, American scholars will not agree to it. African scholars will not find kind of particular civilization what others claim. So there is a challenge when it comes to theorizing. But yes, for India, you can certainly argue that India will be a civilizational state, and that argument will become very popular in the coming years. While the rising past and the critique argue that while the rising past may be rediscovering their cultural roots, they are also inescapably fusions. They are hybrid. India is neither east nor west. It's a fusion kind of thing that has emerged. I'm speaking here in English language, right? You are doing your dissertation. So I'm dressing up like a Western person. So it's a very fusion kind of culture that you see in India. Modernity is now woven into the social, economic, and political fabric that, and just as for the West, is essential to their pursuit of wealth and power. Rising powers thus represent cultural fusions quite different from their pre-modern form. So some of the critics argue that what we see is a fusion in India, China, or Russia. It's not exactly Eastern, it's not exactly Western, it's a fusion which has emerged. Now, just 2-3 slides and I think I'll be done. Persian Empire, yeah.
Muslim identity or the you can say Christian, Greek, or the pagans identity?
Yes, sir. Turkey never identifies, at least today's Turkey, modern Turkey. If you've been there, it's a very hybrid kind of culture. I've been there twice, thrice, lived there for a month also. So Turkey's identity is primarily Islamic identity. If you talk of Shia-Sunni divisions, so primarily Sunni identity, but it's not about, yeah, future. I'm talking about the future. Yeah, so the part, no, Turkey is, today's Turkey is, they identify as Islamic country, but again, they identify much more with Ottoman Empire rather than previous empire. So today's what I call the revival of, so they're not concerned about what happened in the, before the Islam coming up. That's one part of it, but some kind of, the way Ottoman Empire played a very prominent role in West Asia, in parts of Europe. So basically when it talks of revivalism, it talks of Ottoman revivalism, which is Islam dominant, but it's like a political Islam. It's not necessarily the Islam that you see in many places. So essentially Ottoman revivalism. Russia, sir, is a unique country. In the case of Russia, the way Russia identifies itself in terms of civilization, it says that Russia is an Orthodox Christianity, and yeah, yes, yeah, yes, yes. Yes. So, sir, so what? Yeah. So when you go back to history, sir, and countries go back to history. Historians of the country go back to very selective past. When India tries to revive, say, for instance, civilization, India does not go to Indus Valley civilization. India goes to what? Very selective past of the. I want to revive the Vedic period. I want to revive the golden age of Guptas. I'm not reviving Indus Valley period. I'm not even reviving Buddhism. In India became a very powerful empire, not empire, but the most influential country during the Buddhist period. Your spread was from Afghanistan, Central Asia, till what do you call it, Japan, Korea, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos. But have you seen any attempt by India? But yeah, so but today's India, today's history is not being seen from the perspective of Mughals, right? When the other party comes to power, the other ideology becomes dominant, that might be an attempt, but at this moment they're interested in reviving core identity, which according to the government and most of the historian, they would focus on Hindu, majoritarian, national, not even Buddhist. Forget about Buddhism is part of it, but they'll not consider Buddhism as a separate identity. So, so that's the challenge, and that's how you define civilization according to your selective interpretation of history, and not very wide and real sense of the history. So, same in the case of Turkey. Russia again considers itself as a Slavic country, as a country which is Russian Orthodox Christianity, which is different from, as he rightly said, Catholics, and definitely different from Protestant. So they identify somewhat with the Greek church, Eastern Greek church, but the symbol of Russian church is not like cross here. It's like tilted here, like this. So they also have a different symbol. If you go to Russian church, they have, yeah, the symbol. And so, and now they are the main country, kind of savior of Russian Orthodox Church. Orthodoxy, nationalism, and authoritarianism. These are the defining features of Putin's policy when he talks about revival of Russian Orthodoxy or Russian. That's a very interesting question, sir. And we had part of this discussion during the chai break. We had this discussion, I said. But West is a very, again, contested concept. The definition of West that I gave you in the first slide was the post-colonial Edward Said's definition of West. But the West itself, I was reading just a few days back, the way West was defined, even there is a division in European country between the West and the East. So when the Roman Empire, the biggest empire of Europe, it is split into the western part and the eastern part. And gradually eastern part came under the influence of Islam when Greek, etc. Fell to the Islamic ruler. And the western part remained the Christian. So when they refer to the West, the idea of West, it has come from there also. There is a division in Europe between West and East. But definitely the political division, geopolitical division of West and East came with Russia, let me tell you. Because Russia was always considered a backwater of Europe. Russia was never considered the West. Russia, even during the Peter the Great, Russia always aspired to be a country of the West. Even Gorbachev wanted what? Gorbachev wanted Soviet Union to become a Western state. Yeltsin, when he was the president of Russia, first president of modern new Russia, so he wanted Russia to become a West country. Sad part is, West never considered Russia as a part of the West. Because Western countries, they think Russia is East, Russian culture is very different. Political conservatism has always remained a dominant feature. When Bolshevik, when this, French Revolution was happening, all the countries of the Europe went towards what? They went towards democracy or some kind of, Russia remained a Tsarist state, very powerful, controlled Tsarist state till 1917. So they always treated Russia as some other, as a distinct identity. As a consequence, the Russian, Dostoevsky, the famous writer of Russia, he wanted Russia to become a Western state. All right. So he says that but what Russia thinks is very interesting. Russia thinks that we do not want to be the slave of the West. We want to be the master of the East. You getting me? Russian complexity. They think that with the West you cannot compete, so let's not become the slave of the West. Let's become the master of the East, because that time when this kind of idea was being propagated, the East was not a very developed. Today China is far more developed than Russia. India is likely to be much more developed than Russia. So today East is not the country which can be enslaved. But yes, that kind of mindset Russia has. So Russia considers itself to be a Eurasian state and not a Western state, not a European state. Aspiration of Russia, Russian, like all of you, they want to go to West, let me tell you. They want to settle in Germany. Most of the Russians today want to go to US and study and settle there. So the aspiration is there. But Russian identity, because they have always been rejected by the West, they consider themselves to be a Eurasian state and not the European state. He has written such tough words, it's not easy to understand. But yeah, I got your question. Yeah, no, it's an optics, you are right. But it can be used by both. One is that it can be used to project the identity as a majoritarian religious identity. That's one aspect of it. But if I write a book, say for instance, on civilization state, I'll not project that identity. I'll project an identity which is much more inclusive, which is much more secular, which is much more diverse, which is embedded in what you call embedded pluralism, rather than an idea of civilization which is just dependent on one particular culture and very selective highlighting of or selective interpretation of history. So civilization can be interpreted both ways, depends on how you take it. Absolutely. One aspect of it is definitely what you were saying. Majority of the people in Russia, China, India, they would like India, China, Russia to be identified according to the majoritarian culture. But also remember that that majority shifts according to change in the political regime. Majority is not constant. What you consider to be a certain identity, that will change after some time. So that would be contested by a lot of people in all the countries. For instance, when Sasi Tharoor is writing on civilization state, he develops a critique of civilization state, and he says that how this idea is problematic because of these reasons. Yes, sir. Identify yourself. Nasib. Najir. Very interesting question, and that's what I have tried to answer in most of my presentation today. The rest has not become as powerful in terms of its ideational influence, in terms of its political influence, in terms of its material influence. Number one, because we're still at the stage of transition. The transition has not reached its ultimate phase of, when you reach a point of destination. So we are in a stage of transition where these countries are becoming important, but they have not become very powerful. Compared to US, for instance, 26, 27 trillion economy, India's size is what? 4 trillion economy, right? China is still 16 trillion economy. So we have not reached that stage, number one. Number two, we do not have the kind of unity the way the Western countries have it in terms of religion. Most of the G7 countries are Christian, right? Most of the G7 countries are democracy, so there is a political unity. Most of the G7 countries are colonizers, including Japan. So we do not have that kind of unity. In the rest, what you have China on the one hand, which is authoritarian, India democracy, South Africa democracy, and then you have Russia, which is authoritarian. So it's very diverse, different kind of political system, absence of shared history, and they do not agree on many of the ideas also. All right, so the diversity plays a role why the rest has not become as important as what you call it West. So yes, I think in my view the rest will not become an analytical category the way the West was in the last 20 or 50 years. So the rest will again remain diverse. What they will do, they will come together to minimize the power of the West. That's for sure. They are doing it in the form of what? They are doing it, for instance, in the form of what you call it BRICS. What BRICS does? So it weakens some of the influence of the Western country by saying that we can bring a new currency. Although BRICS is not bringing a new currency, let me tell you. But the idea that they can trade in the local currency, so which means that becomes a threat to Trump. And Trump says what? Trump says, I'll put 100% tariff on the BRICS countries. If BRICS was irrelevant, if these countries were irrelevant and coming together was nothing but the talk shop, then why do you say that BRICS countries will be put under sanction or tariff would be 100%? You getting me? So it is threatening the dollar. It is threatening many of the Western institutions. So these institutions, in my view, will become very powerful. And when I started writing on BRICS, I have written a book on BRICS just 2-3 years back. So when I was writing on BRICS, even Indian scholars, many of the Indian scholars didn't believe that BRICS can become an important. My dean, Manoj Pant, he got very upset with me because I was saying that BRICS will become powerful 10 years back. Manoj Pant, who is an economist, international trade, he said that, no, I don't agree with you at all. BRICS will never become a cohesive force. BRICS will never become an important organization. But today we can't say that. Why? Because Trump is threatening. Trump is threatening, which means it is becoming a threat to the West in some way. He said that Mexico can never become a country interested in BRICS. Mexico today is interested in becoming a member of the BRICS. Despite Mexico has a huge trade, 700 billion trade with United States, NAFTA. So what I'm trying to say, these institutions will become powerful and gradually they'll erode some of the legitimacy, some of the influence of the Western institutions. And that's why they are a challenge to the West. Technology, sir, technology again as both integrating and disruptive factor. I'm not an expert on technology, but yes, do not think that technology is playing any less role. Technology is playing much important role than what we can perceive of. Today, artificial intelligence, as all of you are using ChatGPT. Sir, all my term papers in my university, they are coming from ChatGPT. We have software also to check it, but again, students do it and they humanize it now through other software so that we cannot detect. So that's a challenge. So technology is an integrating force because you can access data, you can access information from various parts of the world within a minute, but also it's a disruptive force because fake news is spread like wildfire. People are much more consuming fake news much more than what you call important news. Most of the information that you are acquiring today, most of you may not be watching the news channels. All of you are watching some of the reels on WhatsApp, Instagram, and whatever social media that you're using. So that is a challenge. Retaining attention, sir, 3 hours lecture, how do you manage it in the age of reels when people are interested in just 1 minute reel? So the fact that you guys are listening to, in my view, sovereignty will remain a defining feature of a new area. So do not think that even if, countries will not remain the same. Let me tell you, India, for instance, if you see 17th century India, 18th century, 19th century India, and 20th century. In every century, the territory of India has changed. Every century, I'm saying. Just check the map. In the last 20th century, India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh separated. So India's territory has, so territories might change, some new territories might come, some territories might go, but sovereignty as a concept will remain important irrespective of the the world that you see today, see in the future. Immigration of people will continue. I'm not saying that immigration will not, but the model of immigration would be much more like Dubai and Jeddah, where you go, work, and come back. You will not be a citizen there. In US and UK, it's going to happen the same in the coming years. Anti-immigration sentiment is growing, becoming stronger everywhere, in India, in China, in Pakistan, a lot of countries. Even Iran, for instance. What did Iran do recently? Iran sent roughly, a few lakh people who were Afghanis back to Afghanistan. 4 lakh. Yeah, so few lakh people they sent to Afghanistan during the crisis. It was fighting a war, and in that period, so it sent Afghani people to the mercy of Taliban. And they might be prosecuted by Taliban. So despite that, they were sent back to Taliban. So anti-immigration sentiment is strong even in a country, same religion, but even then they are being sent back to other countries. Pakistan sending back Afghans to Afghanistan, saying that no, you don't belong here, you please go back to Afghanistan. And there is a huge conflict in the Durand area between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Big corporates, please remember, big corporates, Ambani, Adani, Tata, whatever you call it, and technology companies are going to become much more powerful than the manufacturing company. Because service sector is one area you can become immediately global. So service sector, and as a consequence, data control, the country will control the data. Today what is happening, whatever I am speaking, if it's being telecast, then it's going to California, coming back to you on WhatsApp through California. So data is passing through California, coming back to you. All right. So which country controls? Essentially, it controls United States and European country. Now there will be a demand for data localization, where we will say that our data on health, our data on education, our data on pandemic, etc., it will remain with India, and you have to pay if you want the data from us. So data localization is an important concept which will become, that will lead to some kind of tension in the future years. Big corporates, yes, BRICS, and organization like BRICS, now BRICS has 10 or 11 members. So organization like BRICS, in my view, will remain powerful for at least 10-15 years. Why? Because BRICS reflects the transition. BRICS, they are aligned with many of the Western institutes. Let me tell you, they are not. BRICS countries are not saying that I don't believe in IMF, I don't believe in United Nations Security Council. They are saying you need to reform. BRICS is not trying to disrupt the international order. BRICS is asking for a better status in the international order rather than completely rejecting the Western ideas or liberal institutions. Places where regional organizations are absent, conflict is very much likely. And I'm talking about West Asia. Say, for instance, you do not have powerful regional organization, so you have an issue. South Asia, you do not have powerful regional organization. SAARC is dysfunctional, and BIMSTEC has not taken a very serious route here. So as a consequence, in the areas where regional organizations are not effective, conflict is very, very likely. G20, in my view, in coming years, G20 will become much more important than even United Nations. Why? because they are the country which are the most powerful 20 countries, 19 country plus African Union, European Union, etc. They are the powerful country in terms of economy, and they will decide the economic rule, economic governance of the globe in the coming years. Cyber contest, I already said, so I'm not getting into that. So what is emerging global politics? Rivalry will continue. Do not expect that India, Pakistan will stop fighting. Liberal international order, diminished role. I didn't say completely fading away. I said diminished role of liberal international order. Yes, one good thing is that expansion of middle class. And one thing positive which has happened even in India, that extreme poverty has gone down even according to the World Bank data. Recent data, if you see, the extreme poverty has gone down to roughly 6%. It's contested, some of the people debate it, and that $3 or $4, whatever you call it, that is in terms of PPP. So in India, when it is being calculated, do not think it is being calculated in terms of dollars. It is being calculated in terms of PPP, which comes to roughly 65 rupees or something. So extreme poverty, anybody having less than income 65, that has gone down to 6%, and that's a good achievement for India. So expansion of middle class, all of you will be in the middle class category in the coming years, or you are already in the middle class. So parallel institutions in the sense that BRICS, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, G20, etc. So many of the institutions would be created by these countries, like African Union, this what you call a Southeast Asian, ASEAN, etc. So these regional organizations will become important, and as I said, civilizational states will start asserting itself. What kind of civilizational states, that will be debated according to each country, but that idea will gain prominence in the coming years for certain. Now, how will theories deal with these issues? Realism will argue that is what we are transitioning towards multipolarity, and whenever there is a transition, more conflicts are likely, and as a consequence, you see Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Iran, China, Taiwan, etc. So they will define in terms of multipolarity. Cultural nativist, they will explain in terms of ethno-nationalism, narrow definition of civilization. Constructivist like Amitabh Acharya, etc., they will define in terms of reassertion of history, memory, embedded pluralism, liberalism, etc. Critical theory, they'll argue that capitalism is in disarray. Trump, Modi, Erdogan, they're the symptoms of that, how capitalism, neoliberalism is not working. Post-Western, as I said, you should not understand post-Western as something similar to pre-Western. All right, that mistake should not be made, because post-West is not going to be pre-West. So what type of IR? Now coming to IR as a discipline, so contested IR, people like us, they'll always contest the IR theory, dominance of mainstream theories. Acharya says that greater pluralization of IR, diversification rather than fragmentation. Acharya argues for, as I said, global internationalism, GIR. Global internationalism means not Western, not Eastern, but identifying the diversity, identifying the segmentation and fragmentation. More than fragmentation is the diversification. So you'll see very diversified IR. People will see from South Asian perspective, Eurasian perspective, etc. So those perspectives and area study programs are likely to be important in the coming years. More theorization from the non-West. As India becomes important, India will not listen to what Mersheimer is saying, what Kenneth Wald said, what Morgenthau said, or what Alexander Wendt is saying. India will say that please listen to Professor Asmar Beg. Please refer to Hassan Saab, Rahat Saab. So they are the scholars of the future, not Mersheimer. So those are the kind of changes that you'll see in the coming years. Realism to remain important, but history and culture will embed with constructivism. Critical theory will continue to influence IR, because younger people do contest the idea of this what you call capitalism. They do support the idea of environmentalism. They do support the idea of feminism. So because of those reasons, critical theory will remain important in the coming years. And post-colonial theory has influenced critical theory to a large extent, let me tell you. So with that, finally, Indian narrative, just 1 minute, because that's not my plan, but it cannot be that I do not speak on India when speaking of IR. So India will the narrative of Viksit Bharat will continue for a long time. Elimination of extreme poverty, this is a welcome change. Middle class will expand. One good thing which is going to happen, that India will continue to grow despite some cyclical disruptions. Why am I saying? This is the data that I'm giving you, and my argument is based on data. This is not just my opinion. India in 1995 was how much? What is the size of India's economy? India's size of economy in 1995, 30 years back, it was $360 billion. Is the accurate figure. It's not a speculation. What is today after 30 years? India has grown 10 times bigger in 30 years. All right, 10 times means India's economy is roughly 4 trillion economy, 4,000 billion. 360 into 10, 3,600, right? So it has grown more than 10 times in the last 30 years. So, and despite disruptions, India had a bad phase in 1990s. India had a bad phase again in 2008 and 9. And transition when it was happening to other government, again India. So despite two stagnations, financial crisis, economic crisis of 1998, 2008 crisis, India continued to grow despite disruptions. And in 30 years, it has grown 10 times. So if India grows 10 times in the next 30 years, so India's economy would be roughly 35 trillion economy, right? Roughly 30. Some people say 25, but I think, a speculation is from 30 to 55, depending on the growth, etc. So 35 trillion economy would mean what? By the time you guys are my age or little older than me, India would be double the size of what China is today. Double the size. So you can imagine what influence. India would be the second largest economy in terms of PPP and third largest even in terms of constant prices. So you can imagine the kind of role that India is going to play in the coming years. So you guys are at the cusp of a very good India, please let me tell you. And you should be very positive. Yes, we have certain issues, but we have to deal with them. India's global footprints to increase significantly. Nationalism will take the civilizational term. Now it's not just the nation, but also we are civilization. Looking at IR from Indian perspective, India way, Bharat matters, etc. That's already happening, and it's going to happen much more. I think we should focus on three things of India, which makes India very unique and different. And you should not take things for granted. You should not take things, for instance, democracy for granted. You should not take development for granted. You should not take diversity for granted, because the politics tries to homogenize. Politics tries to kind of create fragmentation. Our idea should be to focus on democracy, focus on development, and focus on diversity. So with these words, let me stop it here, and I'll be happy to take further questions. Thank you. Sir, टाइम पे खत्म किया या पहले खत्म कर दिया? हाँ, 12:36 हो गया. Yes, it's fine. Yes, so now please feel free to ask me any questions. Yes, sir. Shall I take 3 questions and then answer? Yeah, one by one. Chalo, पूछो.
Hello.
Mic दीजिए.
Hello.
Yeah, for the purpose of recording also.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Working.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
So my first question is related to this. When you start your lectures, that you start with the post-Western world order. So I am just curious about to know that when we making such kind of the hyphenation, whether it is post-Western or non-Western, it somehow degenerate the non-Western thoughts itself. Why don't we dare to use outrightly Eastern world order or Indian world order and specifically Asian world order? So we need to, such kind of the daring and such kind of the explorations by which we can use outrightly instead of non-Western or post-Western, because somehow we are laden with Western values. Secondly, sir, my question is related to the liberal international order. Sir, you laying out beautifully about the causes. There were many causes you laying out in your presentation, sir. But sir, isn't it strange that the same institution, the same liberal international order, is cursing and criticizing by the same who has created it, by which they established their unipolar world order. They're knitting all those rules which is closely associated with the soft power politics. So we delve into the more about the causes of those causes. So these causes are not enough to understand the liberal international order. Rather, we again delve into the causes of those causes. Perhaps it might be possible that these liberal international orders is not working according to the best interests of America. And by making or by criticizing, by cursing them, the liberal international order, it is not the declining of the international order, rather we can say there is the re-emergence or reconfigurations of the international order. And in that sense, another important aspect, Trump is likely to be a scapegoat for the Americans to change this world order. Because nowadays we are using more Trump, not America as a whole. So please, I need some clarification from your side in this.
Yes, yes, yes. Shall I take a few questions? Yeah. Parvez.
Okay. I'm just kind of while listening to you first half and then this one, uh, I'm reminded of one presentation I did in JNU in 2013 annual International Studies Convention, the one in the last rather.
Yeah.
Uh, the title was Emergence of Bi Multipolarity in International System. Well, Professor Varun Sahni was kind of very critical of that, but it seems uh, because we have history of Cold War, and we have seen Kenneth Walls and then many others who kind of supported the very idea of the stability of bipolarity in international system, right? Um, since the emergence of unipolarity by say in the 21st century, that what we see, that what Acharya is also coming up with, multiplex world, right? It suggests that there is multipolarity through and through, right? And within that multipolarity, there's certain kind of uh, two poles, right? And that what I called by that time bi-multipolarity, right? Means two, I mean there are multiple poles, but within that we see significantly two poles emerging, right? And it seems more relevant now when by that time it was more hypothetical, right? So if you can just reflect on that. Um, Secondly, I mean, when Stuart Hall is writing in Formations of Modernity, a chapter calling West and the Rest, Discourse and Power, right? The very chapter is titled, right? Uh, why for Stuart Hall, rest is a cohesive category, and it is indeed analytical category. But why do you suggest that rest here is not analytical category? Um, it puzzles me because much of the exercise that what even prior to global international relations, that what Barry Buzan and Acharya were doing in their magnum opus called non-Western IR theory, right? And then this shift of pluriversal and then inclusive IR, right? The exercise was to consolidate rest, right? And in that sense, rest is more rather inclusive, right? Then calling that what my friend was saying, that the hyphenation, right, of the post-Western or non-Western or so on and so forth, right? Thank you.
Sir, my question is regarding the idea of civilizational state. Sir, how much is this idea of
Name,
civilizational
what's your name?
state?
What's your name?
Sir, my name is Nasir.
Nasir.
Yes. Sir, how tenable is this idea of civilizational state? Because
how to?
civilizational state, how much tenable is this idea?
How much enable?
Tenable. Tenable.
Tenable.
Yeah. Because it is premised on the idea of culturally embedded self, and which assumes incommensurability of cultures. Cultures cannot be commensurable. So isn't it a dangerous idea that cultures cannot be commensurable? Why can't we think about historically embedded self? Because Gurpreet Mahajan is arguing on these lines that we need to give way to historically embedded self rather than culturally embedded self. Because historically embedded self assumes fusion of horizons. And when it comes to civilizational state, it essentially believes on culturally embedded self, and cultures are culturally embedded self. So it doesn't foreground the idea of fusion of horizons. So that's why it is not tenable in my opinion. So what is your take on it?
Answer थोड़ा कर लें क्या?
Just a related question to him,
yeah,
sir.
Yeah, yeah.
I am Aditya, sir, and I am doing PhD in international studies. Sir, the idea of civilizational state, which you proposed as a future, like the future of international system, there will be a civilizational state. But if we look at the contemporary world, states which are more authoritarian in nature, to proclaim legitimacy, they claim that we are a civilizational state. Isn't this idea that the future of international system will be more many states will be civilizational in nature? Rather, they are using this concept to legitimize their existence or the origin. Thank you.
I think, can I just answer, and then because there are too many questions, I'll forget. Aditya, let me start with Aditya here from the backwards. This authoritarian states using, that's again one of the arguments by the Western countries against states which are using civilization as a way to distinguish and differentiate with the Western country, especially United States. In West also, European countries can claim some kind of civilizational identity because they have a history, culture, continuity, etc. The only problem is with the United States, because US in the liberal international order, US was the dominant force, US ideology was the dominant ideology, and to counter that, Russia, China, and to an extent now India, they are using a civilizational state as an idea to counter the Western liberal internationalism. All right. And also this becomes a distinguishing feature based on culture. So many of the people who are from the hardcore right wing, they find this idea very powerful, because they in India, in Turkey, in Iran, because right wing regimes are there. So because of that, this idea is gaining popularity. If there is a sudden change in all the places, then it's possible that these ideas will not be as powerful as it looks today. But even when other party comes to power, so other parties learn from the previous party, let me tell you. If Congress comes to power, do not think they'll completely reject the idea of civilization. They will try to modify, redefine, create new features of civilization, but they will stick to that idea of civilization state. Same in the case of Turkey, even if Erdogan is not there, or Khamenei is not there, or Putin is not, they're not going to remain there forever. But if they need to counter the Western, this internationalism, so they will have to rely on something, and that's why they become a kind of fuel for them to promote the idea of civilization state. Yeah. So Nasir's, how tenable is civilization state? So partly, I think Nasir, I have already answered this. It is tenable because it has the support of a good amount of people, and the ideas become prominent. See, knowledge and power are, they travel together. Let me tell you. Knowledge without power, you cannot think of a country where a country is not powerful, but the idea from that country has become globally universal. No. Buddhism became powerful when? Not when Buddha was born. Buddhism became powerful as a force when Ashoka started sending his daughter and people to Tibet and to Sri Lanka and to other countries. You get it? So when a certain idea is promoted by a state, so if Hinduism is promoted by India, Confucianism is promoted by China, and Orthodox Christianity is promoted, so then it becomes powerful. Liberal internationalism became powerful when US started supporting as a most powerful country throughout the world. Idea of democracy, idea of liberalism, whatever you call it. You get it? So it has to have support from a powerful country. So in that context, the post-colonial debate on relationship between knowledge and power that assumes importance. Foucault's entire debate is very, very important. Post Dipesh Chakravarti or what do you call it, this even Edward Said, etc. So how the idea of West became very powerful, because the idea of West was created by the West, by a very powerful country, supported by material and military resources. So now Pervez, he is asking two questions. First on multipolarity, and he by the stability or bipolarity. I think there was a period when some of the people, some of the scholars in India and also in other places, erroneously, wrongly in my view, they thought that the world is going to become bipolar. And the stability in the world which was provided by unipolarity, US, before that bipolarity, but after that there was a phase when people thought that there'll be agreement between United States and China and they will provide stability. So that's what you are referring to when you use the term bi-multipolarity. So, but unfortunately that is not happening. Not happening because of a number of reasons. There is a conflict, huge conflict of interest between United States and China today. Obama tried to create that situation, what you call, China and US together ruling the, but that didn't work out. And now there is so much of conflict taking place in the level of trade, economy, global influence, tariff, etc., that Trump has no interest in bringing Xi Jinping to control the world. Trump has another interest, let me tell you. Trump is thinking of bringing Russia to his side so that it can contain China. And for him, because he is coming from political conservatism side, so Christianity, Putin, anti-woke, anti-lesbian, Orthodox Christian is much closer than, say, Xi Jinping, who is a communist. You getting me? So that's why he supports the idea of Russia, not him. Political conservative groups in United States, they support the idea of having a strong alliance with Putin to counter the many of the liberal ideas which have corrupted the West and also other countries. So that first part. Second question, very important, Pervez, and I don't have the sufficient answer. Your question that why the rest cannot be the analytical category. The rest cannot be the analytical category because of the diversity that it has, because of the internal conflict that it has. India-China conflict. Russia and China, they are also a conflict for global influence. In Eurasia, in other parts of the world, there's a huge conflict. And Russia and China are together because of United States and NATO. But if Trump plays a different policy, do not think that Russia and China will always be friends. They have fought wars also in 1960s, late 1960s and 70s. Yeah. So I do not see that this rest as an analytical category. How do you kind of compare the features of India and South Africa? For South Africa, colonialism is important, but racism is much more important. For the African politics is much more important. So yes, on the issue of trade, on the issue of climate change, on the issue of anti-colonial idea, we do agree, but that is not enough to theorize. You need much more cohesive structure to theorize political similarity, similarity in terms of culture, historical similarity, but that's not the case. In fact, South Africa and many of the African countries, they think that China and India are doing the same in Africa what US and UK did, France did in the 20th century. So there is a lot of anti-India, anti-China sentiment even in Africa today. If you listen to some of the lectures of Stunkel, Oliver Stunkel, so he clearly thinks that China will pose a lot of challenges to Brazil, and the kind of trade relationship that Brazil had China, that is not in favor of Brazil, and China is an imperial China, according to him also, who is a Brazilian scholar. In India, anti-China sentiment is very powerful, so one can easily take an anti-China narrative. But even Brazilian scholars think that, so given that kind of diversity, that kind of threat, to develop it as a category, analytical category, that's a challenge. Then your question on post-Western, why don't we boldly, you have to be bold enough to refer Eastern world order. But to call it Eastern, where is the unity in the East? China and India fighting together. Japan and China fighting every day. All right, so where is the East? East is, as a geographical category is there. East is a Orient is there. Orient, the way Marx, the way a lot of Orient and Occident. Occident is something, Orient is something that we know. But beyond that, East as a unity, East as a separate category doesn't exist. Attempt was made by who? Attempt was made by Nehru when he had this ASEAN conference in 1950s. A conference, late 1940s also there is a conference. He wanted to create Asian unity. It didn't work out. Just few years after India and China fought war. So similarly, Turkey also attempted Asian conference, idea of, but also that didn't succeed. So Asia is not a united entity. There are a lot of issues, a lot of diversity, and the way West is united, never think Asia will ever be united. So that's not happening at all. That's why we don't call it Eastern World Order. We cannot call it Eastern because the East is not working the way the West has worked. Liberal international order by same people who created, yes, a liberal international order is being threatened by the same people who created because they think that the benefit of liberal international order is going to China, benefit is going to India, benefit is going to Russia. Trump thinks that India has benefited because of tariff concessions, China has benefited because of free trade, so they are the ones who are changing the law. Trump is the one who does not believe in the liberal politics. So the major threat in my view of liberal international order is certainly coming from the country and the leaders who created this liberal international. Other threats are there, Xi Jinping, Putin, Modi, but they are not the major threats. Major threat is internal in my view. Yeah, when you have such powerful demagogues, so they try to present when the earlier also India and Indra became the same. Sometimes we don't call it today India's foreign policy. Many times Prime Minister Modi's foreign policy, Trump's America. All right, so that becomes when you have a leadership which is very which is narcissistic, which is very centralizing, which is very personality oriented. There is a massive centralization of power at the top. So then you have this tendency. You identify that country's policy with that person. अब सर आप लोग डिसाइड कर लीजिए किसको पूछें. I think सर उधर स्टूडेंट एक स्टूडेंट से ले लेता हूँ उधर. Oh, that you have asked. So that madam has not asked me earlier. So let me.
A very good afternoon, sir. Sir, my name is Rifa. And sir,
Your name is what?
Sir, Rifa.
Rifa.
Yeah. So my concern is regarding the narration which we have used to describe the content which is cultural based, religion based as so-called civilizational. So how can we define a theory which is totally based on cultural biases, on the majoritarianism as civilized in this 21st century? So kindly edify the justifiable part to define it as civilizational, because for me civilizational is something which is inclusive, which embrace diversity and which concern everyone as equal. So kindly give your views in this regard.
Got it.
Thank you so
Got
much.
it. Thank you. Yeah, sir.
Situations of are in presence of regional inequalities across the power distribution or the asymmetry of power relations or power distribution across the globe. How this multipolarity or the multipolar order or the that is rooted or that is coming from the rest of in compared to the West, or rather we should not think about that binary between the West and the rest. These rest kinds of that phenomenon, how these multipolar adjustment will be aspired to functions in absence of the challenge that is coming against the multilateralism. How multilateralism, multipolarism and multiculturalism. That multicultural.
इतना difficult question पूछने किसने बोला?
suppose civilizational state regime that you were talking about, that civilizational regime has some also the power aspirations to become a power, a regional power, or aspiring a global power. So how does it will respect about the multicultural or the other culture in that sense? Should it not be marginalized to the other cultures? In absence of multicultural, how that will, some civilizational state, what would be their state behavior? It will not be another hegemon in the regions within that multipolar world. Another is that is the somehow that is interrelated with each other. I think that I was able to conceptualize, able to ask the questions whether it will be conveyed or not. Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah. पीछे सर एक पीछे है स्टूडेंट.
Sir, my question is like...
Name, your name?
I'm Sakshi.
Sakshi.
Yeah. So my question is like, as you said, history doesn't repeat itself in its literal form. But we do see some structural patterns. Like we have seen decline of superpowers and balance of, as we talk about balance of power. Are we seeing similar patterns in the Indo-Pacific region? So yeah, that's my question.
So, सर मैं क्विकली सर मैं क्विकली 1 मिनट में आंसर कर दूं. फर्स्ट नहीं तो मैं भूल जाऊंगा. Sir, the Sakshi's question that history does not repeat itself, and similar patterns, the kind of patterns emerging in Indo-Pacific. Indo-Pacific is the hub of activity in the future, let me tell you, because the most important countries of the world, in terms of population, in terms of trade, in terms of economic activity, they are in Indo-Pacific now. America also considers itself a Pacific power, so America is included in that Indo-Pacific. What is happening that many of the people think that the reason why Trump is behaving like this, that he's no more interested in Europe. He thinks that the world is going to be America, China, India. So that's why his focus now is on Indo-Pacific, where he's trying to create Quad rather than focusing on European Union and NATO. He has stopped funding NATO and he has started focusing on Quad. So many of the people think that Trump is, but I don't think Trump has that much of foresight to have that kind of vision. But yes, Indo-Pacific is, so what you see in Indo-Pacific is the real multipolarity. China wants to become the dominant power along with the United States, wanted to become bipolar there, but India is saying no, we are the Indo-Pacific power and you cannot rule us out. And as a consequence, India decided to join the Quad and become an important partner along with the United States to counter China. So a real contest of the global politics, not war, is happening in what you call it Indo-Pacific. All right, so in Quad, Malabar exercises, if you see the economic activity, 60-70% of the activity is in the Indo-Pacific now. And 3 countries are the most powerful country of the future. So that kind of multipolarity you're going to see in the Indo-Pacific. And this has never happened in the past. So history is not repeating here. India, China, America, they were never the superpowers the way they're going to be in the coming years. Well, yeah, so yeah, there is a power transition theory, and Kugler and a lot of people have worked on that, where they argue that when there is a shift from bipolarity to multipolarity, the conflict is likely. For instance, when the First World War was to Second World War, in Second World War, what is happening? Germany is powerful, Soviet Union is becoming powerful, so world is becoming from unipolar Britain as the superpower, now it is becoming multipolar, so that led to crisis. All right, and similarly they say that when you have the bipolar world, so some kind of Cold War stability was there. But when multipolarity emerged in the late 90s, so conflict started happening in Kosovo, Ukraine, Russia, a lot of other parts of the world. So that transition, but that's a realist perspective of the world. And when the realists argue, they argue that in the transition period, conflict is very likely. But many of the people disagree with that. many of the people say that multipolarity does not necessarily mean just the power distribution. It also means different centers of culture, different centers of wealth emerging, and that may not be necessarily destabilizing. All you need to create a proper regional multipolar institutions. If those institutions are not there, then probably the conflict would be very likely. So that's the argument coming from different sides. Coming to Alam sir's question, sir, आपने कौन सा concept छोड़ा मेरे लिए बताइए? He has asked on multilateralism. He has asked me on multipolarity. He has asked me on multiculturalism. अब ये तो सर कुछ छूटा ही नहीं इसमें. Well, multilateralism, according to Robert Cohen, scholar, liberal scholar of international politics, all of you know, After Hegemony is the book. So in which he argues that multilateralism, when there is a coordination of foreign policy among 3 or more states, so minimum 3 states, and there can be more. All right, so then you have the what you call multilateralism, and multilateralism has certain features. One is reciprocity. Reciprocity means that if you do something for me, I'll also do something for you. So that is based on collective sharing of the issues, where, for instance, European Union will have collective foreign policy, collective security policy, etc. So John Ruggie and a lot of other people who are coming from constructivist side, they define multilateralism as shared norms, shared culture, and then diffuse reciprocity, etc. So multilateralism refers to that kind of policy coordination among 3 states. Multipolarity is possible that there are various poles, but there is no coordination. It's also possible that the various poles, but also coordinating with each other. All right. So what we are seeing in the post-Western, what we call it post-Western world order. So we are seeing a kind of multipolar world, not in terms of just distribution of power, but also in terms of what you call different civilizations, diversity, etc. So that world is emerging, and the transition is leading to that kind of world in the coming years. So that's for sure. So that's about multipolarity. And you also asked multiculturalism. Multiculturalism is again a debunked concept now, because many of the European states, multiculturalism is not just about different kind of culture coexisting peacefully. It's not. It has a certain meaning. For instance, the French policy of multiculturalism has been rejected by a lot of scholars of political science, because they think that it promotes certain kind of hierarchy, it promotes certain kind of grand idea, and people do not necessarily dissolve into the existing idea, existing system. So multiculturalism has a completely different aspect, but if you mean here multiculturalism as multipolarity, recognizing different global cultures or different civilizations, then that is happening. So the world which we are going to witness, there will be multipolar, different civilizations, and embedded pluralism of Amitabh Acharya. It says that the major power, great powers, will be tolerant towards different civilizations because they don't have choice. US can do nothing to China. US can do nothing to India because of its influence and power. So that multicultural, multi-diverse cultures will coexist in the coming world for sure. Rifa, finally. Excellent question, Rifa. Thank you for asking me this question. Can we have a theory of a particular civilization which embraces diversity? I think, this is very philosophical question, that if civilization is very particular, if civilization focuses on diversity, it differentiates from other cultures, so can we have a theory? And the answer is theoretically no. You cannot have a theory of a particular civilization. You can have a theory of civilization which is general in nature, that what you call civilization, what are the features, but you cannot have a theory of Indus Valley civilization. You cannot have a theory of Vedic civilization, right? Why? In history, we don't have theories, right? History is about particular context. History is about particular culture. Theories emerge when you generalize. Theories emerge when you explain in terms of taking all the cases into account, and you try to simplify and you try to give a general picture about the entire universe. So that is possible. But if you talk about cultural exceptionalism, civilizational particularism, then you will not have a theory. You don't have a theory of Mughal period. You don't have a theory of Mauryas, because you are talking about a particular context. You don't have a theory of India's foreign policy. You can have a theory of international politics. You can have a theory on foreign policy general, but you can never have a theory of a particular context. So you cannot have a theory of particular civilization, and that's a, yeah. But yes, if you talk civilization in general terms, so you can have a theory of civilization, but you cannot have a theory of Indian civilization. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. No, so there is no dispute there, Rifa. We totally agree. We totally agree with you, because the idea of civilization, it takes the resources of civilization are coming from where? It's coming from history and culture. So they are integral to any argument on civilization. The question that we should ask, that history itself is a very selective subject. History, what it does, that it's like an ocean. I want to catch this kind of fish, so I'll go to a particular kind of ocean with a particular kind of net. So in history, you have all kind of ideas. So whether you want to pick up Indus Valley civilization for promoting India's ideas, whether you want to pick up Mughal civilization, you want to pick up Vedic civilization, or you want to pick up Buddhist culture and civilization. So that is done by the historian of the period, and that's used as justification. So yes, sir, I got it. Somebody said very correctly. Okay, we'll finish. History, yeah, history. Somebody said politics without history is rootless, and history without politics is fruitless. So we cannot have politics, we cannot have civilization without history, for sure. Yes, I think that's what I would like. Last question. Population. Sir, absolutely fantastic question, sir, and very mind-boggling. Yes, and very valid questions that, if India's population demography, can you project in a very linear fashion the way it has been done? First, when it's being projected, some of the, the growth stability has been taken into account. Because what it was projected, India is already 1.4 something, right? But the projection is only 1.5, right? So it's growing in between, but then again coming back to, so that diminishing of India's growth rate has been taken into account when projecting that figure of, and it's projections, sir, and projections can fail, it can change. So I'm just taking that projection by and large would be true, not exactly, it's not never going to be exactly true. Same about economic growth, that economic growth has been projected, and it is based on a very optimistic figure, but does not mean that if there is a crisis, say for instance China decides to fight with India, the growth rate will go down 20 years down. I'm not worried so much about Trump's protectionism. I'm much more concerned if India decides to fight with China, or if Pakistan decides to fight with India and China supports Pakistan. That would be really destabilizing for India. Trump can put the tariff, Trump can follow the policy of protectionism, but India will find market in Africa, Brazil, China, and other places. Will create an alternative system of trading. So we are not, India's trade will be impacted how much by United States? We have a roughly 30 to 40 billion trade would be impacted. That will not impact 3,900 billion dollar of economy. 30 billion trade does not matter much. We'll find alternative sources, market trading mechanism also will develop. But if India decides to fight with Pakistan for a long time, if India decides to fight with China, the growth rate would be the way what is happening to Russia. Russian growth has stabilized, Russian is kind of stagnated. So Russian growth is not happening. So my concern is much more of India getting engaged, and US would be happy that India engages with conflict with China. So we have to avoid that kind of situation. Sir, your second question was about Westphalia, post-Westphalia. Most of the scholars agree that no, we are not moving into post-Westphalian world order because sovereignty will remain important. Cooperation, etc., some of the ideas of Westphalia, they will remain important. In the next 15, 20 years, that's not happening. Beyond that, sir, I don't really know. Hierarchy, it's not the hierarchy which is ruling, but a square. So I think the world is moving from hierarchy towards a square, that's for sure. Hierarchy, what we see today, that will change. And whether China and India will re-establish a different kind of hierarchy, that's possible.
ये बात असलम साहब you will discuss over lunch.
So I think वहाँ से एक क्वेश्चन ले लेंगे, ऊपर वाले बोले थे नहीं लिया था उनका क्वेश्चन.
किसी स्टूडेंट का है तो ले लो.
But they are complaining that that complex has been left out. Just quickly, 1 minute, so 1 minute answer. Yeah.
हाँ, students का fine.
Mike.
चलो बोल दो, ऑन हो गया वो.
Sir, I want to ask about the rise of India. You said about the rise of India. In your last 2 slides, you were talking about the rise of India. Sir, I just want to know how will it be possible if the current regime, or the governments coming after it, do not take care of minorities, tribals, and other groups? How the projection that you have showed will actually come into picture? This
okay, thank you. India is rising not because of Prime Minister Modi or Rahul Gandhi. India is growing because of you. India is growing in the night. Because younger people like you, the people who are working, the people of middle class, the people who are contributing to India. So irrespective of Prime Minister Modi or Rahul Gandhi, India will continue to grow, and there is I have no doubt about that. If comes a regime where India stops growing, remember that the regime will not survive. It has to show that it is growing by certain percentage, only then a regime can survive. So it's growing because of you guys, because of us, and not because of Prime Minister Modi or Rahul Gandhi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we would like to, on behalf of all of us, I'd like to thank Professor Rajan Kumar for sparing time coming over here and engaging us for more than 3 hours here this morning. So thank you, sir, for interacting with our students, and whatever questions remain, you can talk to him during lunch because he'll have to leave immediately after lunch for Delhi. So thank you all, and we close this session and we assemble here at 3 after lunch. Thank you. Photo bhi chahiye? Yes, they'll have a photo.
Hello, check. Hello, hello, hello.
हाँ जब ऐसा वो उसका नंबर भेज दीजिए ड्राइवर का. हाँ यार वो लड़के को देना ना, भेज दीजिए. नहीं पेन ड्राइव तो खुले पहले पहले तो पेन ड्राइव खोलनी है ना. गलती कैसे यार, हम लोग अपना आइडिया बनाता है. नहीं नहीं ये पेन ड्राइव है ना जो इसमें पड़ी है. बेटा एक पेन ड्राइव जो है पेन ड्राइव आपका कर लिए सर. ये आपका तुम्हें कुछ बोलना है? ठीक है सर, ये इधर से मैं. हाँ ठीक, वो तो बता दूँगा.
Good afternoon, everyone. I heartily welcome all of you. Good afternoon, everyone. I heartily welcome all of you in the second session of the second day of GIAN course on post-colonialism and global international relations. It is my privilege and honor to introduce today's distinguished speaker for the lecture on globalization and global south. We are delighted to welcome a scholar whose work has significantly contributed to understanding of strategic affairs, electoral politics, and the evolving dynamics of global south and international relations. Professor Mirza Asmar Beg, currently serving as a professor in Department of Political Science at Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh, is a respected academic and researcher in the field of strategic studies. His intellectual journey began with distinction. His doctoral dissertation was awarded the Best Dissertation Prize by the American Studies Research Center, Hyderabad in 1996.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. ये हमारे स्टूडेंट हैं और बैठो बैठो सब तो अपने ही स्टूडेंट हैं. ठीक है फ्रेंड्स, आई वाज आस्क्ड टू टॉक अबाउट समथिंग relating to what we are basically supposed to be approaching to, because the main focus of course was to discuss about global international relations, which Amitabh Acharya tomorrow is going to address over the next 2.5 days. So these lectures are the build up to that. So first we discussed the fundamentals with Atul yesterday, and then some works of scholars which Rajan Saab talked about today, who are talking about post-colonial rather explanations in international relations. I would be broadly talking about a phenomena of globalization, and I would not be very much talking about the rather works of so many scholars. You all know them and you can look up about their work. I would basically be trying to understand a certain trend in international politics, whereby when I talk about the West basically, because in the morning there was a lot of discussion on the West, my basic frame is the Anglo-Saxon Western Hemisphere, where the domination of that part of the world over the rest was the prominent phenomenon of the last several centuries. And what basically I'm trying to explain to you is that the domination of that West, whose leadership was till the Second World War with the United Kingdom, and which eventually shifted to America. Very seamlessly, America came into the forefront as the leader of the so-called free world. So how effectively these powers are able to anticipate the changes in the world, and how they are able to adjust their ideational frame to that change. And my understanding is that that effectiveness, that foresight, that understanding is the key to their being always one up as compared to others in global politics. For example, the dominant phenomena for the previous centuries before the 19th century, 18th and 19th centuries, was the phenomenon of colonialism and imperialism. And colonialism and imperialism, with this phenomena, the West understood, how to exploit the resources of the, again, the global South, the big name, the global South. Don't go into definitions, just broadly understand the developing countries, the underdeveloped world. Their resources were exploited, and of course, at their expense, these countries became rich and super powerful and so on. By the end of the Second World War, the Western world was again farsighted enough to understand and anticipate that this phenomena of colonialism is something which is now on its last legs. So they did not want to extend it any further. Are you getting my point? But some idea which is dying today, I would be foolish enough to push it further tomorrow, because I should know that it is not going to work in the world of tomorrow. So if I am wise enough, I will come up with some creativity here to make it useful for the times to come. And that was the foresight with which the West actually understood that now colonialism is not going to work anymore. And we need to be creative enough to create some other frame to continue to do what we have been doing till now. Because that was their need, because without which they would not have continued to dominate the world. And that instrument, of colonialism was not an instrument invented by colonialism. It was an instrument which was there since the advent of human civilization. That is the use of force. Since the time we know of human beings, we know that always the dominant and the more powerful have dominated the weak or the less powerful. And it has always been instrumentalized through the use of force, coercion, force. And that was very much in picture, when colonialism and imperialism was played out in the world in the 2.5 centuries as we saw it. We were ourselves a victim of that process of colonialism. And you would also realize that at that time, in that part of the world, colonialism was a fashionable thing. It was not a phenomena of which the Western countries were supposed to be apologetic. कि साहब हम कोई गलत काम कर रहे हैं. It was something, which they were proud of. और आप आज भी अगर ब्रिटेन में जाएं और ब्रिटेन के बूढ़े लोगों को देखें खास तौर से, जिनसे आप मिलें, तो आज भी वो जी तो आज की दुनिया में रहे, लेकिन ख्वाब उसी जमाने का देख रहे हैं. We used to rule over the world. We were the rulers of the world. How come, these people are telling us what to do now? कुछ नहीं बचा है, लेकिन वो बात है नहीं. इंडिया में बहुत से लोग कहते हैं हमारे परदादा नवाब थे, तो चाहे हम आज भीख मांग रहे हो, लेकिन हम उसी में जी रहे हैं. But anyway, that's not the right example. But anyway, you live in that past. So that was something to be proud of. So as I often discuss in my class of masters here in the university, that like in clothes, there are fashions in politics as well. जैसे कपड़ों के फैशन होते हैं ना, कि आज ये चीज़ बड़ी अच्छी लग रही है आपको सिर्फ इसलिए कि फैशनेबल है, कल यही कपड़ा खराब लगेगा क्योंकि फैशन में नहीं है. कपड़ा तो वही है, लेकिन फैशन में नहीं है. फैशन आपको किसने बताया? आपके शायद फिल्म स्टार्स वगैरह जो है वो कपड़ा पहन रहे हैं तो फैशनेबल है. और वो कहाँ से पहन रहे हैं? वो हॉलीवुड के स्टार से नकल करके पहन रहे हैं. उनके पास इतनी अकल नहीं है कि वो समझ जाए. तो वैसे ही पॉलिटिक्स में फैशन है. जैसे एक ज़माने में अमेरिका के अंदर स्लेवरी वॉज फैशनेबल. सो योर स्टेटस इन द सोसाइटी वॉज डिटर्मिन्ड ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ द नंबर ऑफ स्लेव्स यू हैव. ये ज़्यादा बड़े आदमी, इनके 250 स्लेव्स हैं, आप ज़रा छोटे हैं, 100 स्लेव्स हैं, इनके पास 50 है. उस पर कॉम्पिटिशन होता था. और जब स्लेवरी खत्म हुई तो आज अमेरिका में ही आप स्लेवरी का नाम लें तो कहेंगे व्हाट आर यू टॉकिंग अबाउट, यू आर फ्रॉम इंडिया आई गेस, यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट स्लेवरी. अरे भैया हम क्यों बताएंगे, तुम्हारे यहाँ तो होती थी, हमने तो कभी नहीं करी. लेकिन अब वो ऐसा उससे दूर भागेंगे जैसे कि मतलब कोई टच बी नॉट सिचुएशन, जबकि वहाँ वही चीज़ वहाँ पर बड़ी फैशनेबल थी. उस ज़माने में वर्क कर रही थी, आज नहीं कर रही है, आज कोई और बात करी जाएगी. वैसे ही colonialism fashionable था, use of force fashionable था, लेकिन you all know the historical turn of events, and because of which suddenly after the Second World War, when we enter the new age, we see that it is no more fashionable, it is no more operationable. So the West had to devise some other means to continue to do what they were doing earlier and to control us and to dominate over us. But that was very difficult. They had to be extremely creative. And creative they were. And they devised a means जिसको कहा जाता है the use of consent in international politics. तो अभी तक तो coercion चल रहा था, अब coercion की जगह उन्होंने consent create किया. Now consent is an idea which is easier said than done. मैं अगर कहूं कि आप सब लोग अपनी मर्जी से अपने जेब में जितने पैसे मुझे भी दे देंगे, तो कोई दूसरा आदमी जो मेरे दोस्त ये कहेंगे परवेज ये क्या करें आप, ऐसा कैसे होगा? ये सब लोग अपनी मर्जी से अपना सारा पैसा यहाँ रख देंगे और आप ले जाएं घर और खुश भी होंगे, ओब्लाइज भी होंगे कि सर बहुत अच्छा किया आपने, हमारे सारे पैसे ले लिए. लेकिन ऐसा होता है कि नहीं होता है? हमारे मुल्क में ऐसे ऐसे कलाकार बाबा लोग हैं जो जब बातें करते हैं तो उनकी बात सुन के उनके मुरीद जो हैं वो सब कुछ दे देते हैं, अपना खुशी खुशी दे देते हैं. आप लाख कहें कि ये क्रिमिनल हैं, ये जेल में हैं, मतलब ये होता है कि नहीं? ह्यूमन लेवल पे. वो चीज़ इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर कैसे हुई, आज की कहानी कुछ यही है. दैट्स व्हाट वी आर गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट, दैट स्टोरी, हाउ दैट हैपेंड, हाउ इट वाज ऑपरेशनलाइज्ड, दैट फिनोमेना ऑफ ग्लोबलाइजेशन. अगेन फ्रॉम वेयर डिड दिस वर्ड कम? चलो ये भी करना होता है इसमें. वी आर नॉट यूज्ड टू प्रेसिंग दिस. क्या यार, चलो ठीक है, कुछ है इसमें. अच्छा, वही बात है जो मैं कह रहा था. व्हाई दे नीडेड टू डू दिस एनीवे. इससे बात ब्रेक हो जाती है. इनटू द ग्लोबल स्फीयर, हाउ इट एंटर्ड, व्हाई इट एंटर्ड, दीज आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चंस. द एंड हु ब्रॉट इट? ऑफ कोर्स वी ऑल नो इट केम फ्रॉम देयर, इट डिडंट कम फ्रॉम इंडिया. मतलब इन द मॉडर्न वर्ल्ड अब लोग उस पर लिखते हैं किताबें, कुछ ट्रेस करते हैं, वो वहाँ भी था और एंशिएंट इंडिया में भी था और फला ने कहा. उस ग्लोबलाइजेशन की बात नहीं हो रही है. इस वक्त 20th सेंचुरी में क्यों आया ये? तो when it came in the 20th century, it came with a certain very defined purpose, which was there in the minds of people there in the West, especially sitting in America, that they wanted to have something which was acceptable to you, and which was the same concoction as was colonialism. But you all as countries of this world have rejected colonialism. You hate it, you abhor it because it has done so much of injustice against you. और हम सब उस पर इतने पीड़ित हुए और हमने इतनी मेहनत से अंग्रेज भगाए और सबने किसी न किसी को भगाया. तो अभी तो आप आज़ाद हुए, फिर हम आपसे कहें कि साहब colonialism को एक्सेप्ट कर लो. Why will you do that? तो हमने क्या किया? We created a new concoction. Rather, before creating the new concoction, we decided to market that concoction. वो कंकॉक्शन मार्केट हुआ किस नाम से? ग्लोबलाइजेशन के नाम से. ग्लोबलाइजेशन की मार्केटिंग कैसे हुई? एग्जैक्टली ऐसे जैसे किसी नई प्रोडक्ट की आपकी मतलब दुनिया में मार्केट होता है. एग्जैक्टली वही चीज है. एडवर्टाइजिंग के सारे वही प्रिंसिपल्स हैं. जैसे किसी नई कार, मैं एक एग्जांपल दे रहा हूं, कोई नई कार लॉन्च होती है फॉर एग्जांपल किसी कंपनी की, तो अक्सर उसका एक ऐड ऐसा आता है कि हम आप पढ़े लिखे लोग जो हैं, MA PhD किए हुए, हमें भी समझ में नहीं आता. तो अक्सर हम आपको लगता है हमारे समझ में नहीं आ रहा, तो किसके समझ में आएगा? उसमें कोई घोड़ा बना हुआ है, कुछ और है, मतलब कार से कोई ताल्लुक नहीं उस ऐड का. वो बनाने वाला हमसे ज्यादा अक्लमंद है. वो चाहता ही नहीं कि आपकी समझ में आए. आप बात समझे इसको? क्योंकि अगर चीज आसानी से आपकी समझ में आ जाएगी तो फिर तो समझ में आ गई, ठीक है, इट्स व्हाट इट. यहां पर क्या है, थोड़ा सा देयर इज एन एलिमेंट ऑफ मिस्ट्री. And that is what is done in advertising on a standard level. They are creating a very mysterious ad which is very glamorous and attractive as well. So you are attracted to that ad. It is so glamorous, so attractive, so enticing. आप उससे attract होते हैं, लेकिन आप उसको समझ नहीं पाते. There is some deliberate mystery woven in the ad, and that creates more curiosity in your mind. But they are not going to satisfy that curiosity. मैं स्टैंडर्ड एग्जांपल दे रहा हूं, ऐसा नहीं कि आप कहें इसमें तो ऐसा नहीं हुआ था. 4-5 दिन तक या 10 दिन तक वैसे ही ऐड आएगा. उसके बाद एक और ऐड आएगा जो थोड़ा सा उसको खोलेगा, जिसमें आप शायद गेस कर सकते हैं कि ये ऐड शायद कार या मोटरसाइकिल का या शेविंग ब्लेड का भी हो सकता है. मतलब अभी आपको नहीं पता लग पा रहा है. क्योंकि उन्होंने अभी भी उस चीज को नहीं खोला। ये क्या है, आपकी जो क्यूरियोसिटी उसको बढ़ा रहे हैं, और धीरे धीरे करके काफी दिनों बाद, जितने दिन बाद उन्होंने प्लान आउट किया है, वो प्रोडक्ट स्ट्रेट अवे आपके सामने आएगा that this is a new car being launched by any company whatsoever. तो क्या ये एडवर्टाइजिंग की स्ट्रेटजी है कि उसने आपको हुक किया उससे कि you just follow this ad, you come to us, and slowly and gradually, you create that, they create that point where you are so much interested in that, and then of course, you might go and buy it or you might not go, but there's a lot of research in the world which tells you that such kind of advertising works. Exactly the same thing happened in this world of politics, where globalization, a term, was coined there, and mind you, deliberately it was not defined. भाई आपको दुनिया में कोई भी टर्म कोई देता है तो पहले होता है ना, डेमोक्रेसी की क्लास पहले हम लिखते हैं डेमोक्रेसी की डेफिनेशन ये, द फर्स्ट थिंग यू आस्क इज व्हाट इज द डेफिनेशन। भाई आप किसी चीज की बात करें, यहाँ लेक्चर में भी नहीं, सब लोग पूछ रहे हैं जैसी कोई बात बताइए, वैल्यू क्या है, नॉर्म क्या है, ग्लोबलाइजेशन क्या है, फटाफट से फौरन सवाल यही होता है, आपको बताना है ना भाई क्या चीज है ये, लेकिन हम आपको नहीं बता रहे हैं। हम एक टर्म क्रिएट कर रहे हैं ग्लोबलाइजेशन, बड़ी इंटेलिजेंटली क्रिएट किया है हमने टर्म, और हम उसके बाद क्या कर रहे हैं, उसको ग्लैमराइज कर रहे हैं, डिफाइन नहीं कर रहे हैं, ग्लैमराइज कर रहे हैं कि साहब ग्लोबलाइजेशन इज दिस, इट इज द पैनेसिया ऑफ ऑल द इल्स, it will solve all your problems. If you want to progress in the world, come to globalization. All kinds of things are being said, and they are coming from the same side, and it is being advertised in a manner, and it is being advertised so effectively, so forcefully, that the purpose is to elevate it, that idea, to elevate the idea to the level of common sense. Now this is extremely important. When that idea turns into common sense, and the moment that idea turns into common sense, it is my ultimate victory. वही जो कल आपसे अतुल बता रहे थे ना कि आप तैरना सीख रहे हैं और आप सीख गए, तो एक मोमेंट है जिसमें आप डूबते डूबते तैरने लगे, तो वो मोमेंट है जिसमें हमारा आइडिया जो मैं आपसे बताना चाह रहा हूं वो कॉमन सेंस बन गया। क्या फायदा है किसी आइडिया को कॉमन सेंस बनने में, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। एनी आइडिया इज ऑलवेज कंटेस्टेड। मैं कुछ बोलूंगा, आप में से 10 लोग खड़े होंगे, सब ये बात कैसे कर रहे हैं, ऐसा तो नहीं है, इंडिया तो ऐसा पावर नहीं बना है अभी, इंडिया में तो ये नहीं है, फला जगह ये नहीं है, वहां ये नहीं है, सब हर चीज कंटेस्ट हो रही है। लेकिन अगर मैं ये कहूं, अगर आप लोग छोटे बच्चे हों और मैं आपको क्लास में आके बताऊं कि बेटा देखो ऐसा है कि सच बोलना चाहिए, सच बोलना अच्छी बात है, किसी का सामान जो बच्चों की क्लास में होता है, कोई मॉरल साइंस का मैं टीचर हूँ, आपको पढ़ा रहा हूँ तीसरी क्लास में, दूसरी क्लास में, या किसी भी क्लास में, जो जो अच्छी अच्छी बातें आपको घर में भी बताई गई वो मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, कोई बच्चा उसको कॉन्टेस्ट नहीं करेगा। लेकिन इमेजिन कीजिए कि आप एमए की क्लास में आए मेरे पास और मैं इसमें से कुछ चीज़ें आपको बताने लगूँ, तो चाहे कुछ को लगेगी कि बड़ी एलिमेंट्री है, लेकिन कोई बच्चा उसको कंटेस्ट नहीं करेगा। कोई बच्चा खड़े होकर कहता है कि सर क्यों सच बोलना चाहिए, तो बाकी सब उसको घूर रहे होंगे, क्या हो गया इस बच्चे को, मतलब ठीक है ना, मतलब ये कौन सा सवाल आप पूछ रहे हैं। क्लास के बाद भी कहेंगे भाई तुमने ये क्यों सवाल पूछ दिया सर से, ये कुछ पूछने का सवाल था, ये तो सारी दुनिया जानती है कि ऐसा होना चाहिए। तो जब आप कहते हैं सारी दुनिया इस बात को जानती है, सारे लोग इस बात को जानते हैं, वो बात कॉमन सेंस होती है। आप कहते हैं कॉमन सेंस किसी को क्या बताना, सर को कॉमन सेंस नहीं था कि क्लास में आकर मेज पे बैठ गए, बैठने की जगह तो कुर्सी है, ये कहते हैं ना। वैसे आपको कॉमन सेंस नहीं, मेहमान के सामने, घर में नहीं डांटते हम बच्चों को, अरे वो मेहमान आए तो उसके सामने तुम ऐसे बात कर रहे थे, कॉमन सेंस नहीं, मतलब कॉमन सेंस इज सो कॉमनली यूज्ड, बट द इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग अबाउट कॉमन सेंस इज दैट इट इज वेरी डेंजरस इन द पॉलिटिकल एरिना। इमेजिन दीज आर कॉमन मॉरल इश्यूज, ये बोलना चाहिए नहीं बोलना चाहिए, लेकिन आप इमेजिन कीजिए जब कोई पॉलिटिकल आइडिया कॉमन सेंस बन जाए तो कितनी खतरनाक है, क्योंकि पॉलिटिकल आइडिया जो है वो हमेशा किसी ने बनाई है किसी पर्पस से। आपने रॉबर्ट कॉक्स को पढ़ा होगा आपके स्टूडेंट्स ने, थ्योरी इज ऑलवेज फॉर समवन फॉर सम पर्पस। थ्योरी कोई ऐसे नहीं होती जो आपसे बताया जाता है थ्योरी इक्वल है, सबके लिए बराबर है, सब कोई चीज दुनिया में बराबर नहीं होती, ये सिर्फ कहा जाता है, आपको बताया जा रहा है, बेवकूफ बनाया जा रहा है। बराबर कैसे, मैंने कोई चीज बनाई आपके लिए, बराबर कैसे होगी, मेरे लिए है ना, आपको थोड़ा बहुत फ्रिंज बेनिफिट हो जाएगा, कुछ फायदा हो जाए आपको, लेकिन बेसिकली मेरे लिए है ना। जैसे कैपिटलिज्म की हम बात कर रहे हैं तो बेसिकली हमने कैपिटलिस्ट ने बनाई है ना, आपको कभी कोई फायदा हो गया, जैसे बड़ा डिस्कशन हो रहा था, उससे बड़ी प्रॉस्पेरिटी भी आई और बहुत लोग गरीबी से निकल गया, वो तो उसका फ्रिंज बेनिफिट है, कहीं कहीं हो गया। वो पर्पस इंटेंडेड हमारा नहीं है भाई। पर्पस इंटेंडेड वो है जो हमारी भलाई है। आपको थोड़ा बहुत कुछ फायदा हो गया तो आप खुश रहिए उसे। इट इज बेसिकली मेंट फॉर मी, समझ। तो द पॉइंट बेसिकली इज दैट द मोमेंट एन आइडिया इज एलिवेटेड टू द लेवल ऑफ कॉमन सेंस, it becomes very dangerous because then you can't dispute it. आप कॉमन सेंस पे सवाल नहीं खड़ा कर सकते, कॉमन सेंस से आर्ग्यूमेंट नहीं कर सकते। कॉमन सेंस को सिर्फ मानना है। सच बोलना अच्छी बात है, मान जाओ। बड़ों की इज्जत करना है, मान जाओ। किसी का सामान बगैर पूछे नहीं लेना है, मान जाओ। ग्लोबलाइजेशन को भी मान जाओ। दोनों में बहुत फर्क है। लेकिन देखिए कितनी खूबसूरती से मैंने अपनी बात को आपके बगल में ला के पाक कर दिया, जो एक बहुत ही, अभी डेंजरस क्यों कहें इसको, मतलब एक चीज है जो फॉरेन है। ग्लोबल कॉमन सेंस, इट्स पूरी दुनिया को बता रहे हैं वो है क्या चीज। मतलब है भी, बहुत लोग बता रहे हैं, ऐसा नहीं कि उसको डिफाइन नहीं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन सबकी डेफिनेशंस अलग अलग हैं। और वो जो सारी डेफिनेशंस हैं डिफरेंट हैं। कोई इकोनॉमिक फील्ड की डेफिनेशन है, कोई कह रहा है कि ग्लोबलाइजेशन इज अकिन टू लिबरलाइजेशन, प्राइवेटाइजेशन। कोई कह रहा है ग्लोबलाइजेशन इज अकिन टू डिटेरिटोरियलाइजेशन। कोई कह रहा है इट इज द सेम एज इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन। कोई कह रहा है इट इज द सेम एज वेस्टर्नाइजेशन। सब अपनी अपनी बात कह रहे हैं और वो कह रहे हैं सब सही है, सब सही है, कोई गलत नहीं है, मतलब सब कुछ है। इट इज ऑल इंक्लूसिव, आप सब आ जाओ। यही तो हम चाह रहे हैं कि एक ऑल इंक्लूसिव फ्रेम हो जिसमें सब चीजें आ जाएं। लेकिन जैसे ही मैं उसको स्पेसिफिकली डिफाइन करूंगा, it will have limitations. The definition of a definition is that it has limitations. आप क्लास में कोई डिफिनेशन देते हैं, टीचर कहता है अरे क्लियर नहीं है, स्पेसिफिक बताइए। स्टेट पूछ रहा हूँ, नेशन नहीं पूछ रहा हूँ, होता है टीचर कहता है स्पेसिफिक आइए। तो उसका नेचर क्या हुआ? डेफिनेशन का मतलब यह है कि डेफिनेशन स्पेसिफिक होनी है, उसके अंदर बाउंड्री होनी है। तो डेफिनेशन का नेचर ही है कि चीज को बाउंड्री में लेना, चाहे कितनी भी बड़ी बाउंड्री। हाँ, तो उसको बाउंड्री में ले नहीं है। हम यहाँ क्या कर रहे हैं? हम डिफाइन ही नहीं कर रहे हैं, बाउंड्री नहीं बनवा रहे हैं हमारी जमीन की। हम शहर के बड़े बदमाश हैं, ये जमीन हमारी है, तो अड़ोस पड़ोस वाली भी सब हमारी है। जहाँ बाउंड्री बनी फिर तो आप लोग बच जाएंगे ना, हम बनाएंगे नहीं बाउंड्री डेलिबरेटली। आपकी इतनी हिम्मत नहीं कि आप बना लें बाउंड्री, क्योंकि बाउंड्री तो हम ही बनाएंगे, हम पावरफुल है। तो हमने एक कॉन्सेप्ट दे दिया जो ये है, सब ऑल इंक्लूसिव कॉन्सेप्ट है, उसमें सब कुछ है, या जो कुछ है जो हम कहेंगे, और हमने उसको पूरी दुनिया में एडवर्टाइज किया। अब वो ग्लोबल कॉमन सेंस बन गया। जब वो ग्लोबल कॉमन सेंस बन गया तो आप में से, बता, आप जब मैं बात कर रहा हूं तो आप लोग साउथ हैं, मैं नॉर्थ हूं, तो आप में से किसी की इतनी हिम्मत नहीं कि इस पे सवाल खड़ा कर सके, क्योंकि इतनी ओवरपावरिंग उसकी एडवर्टाइजिंग है। जैसे कोई भी प्रोडक्ट जो बेस्ट कंपनी से आके पूरे इंडिया में एडवर्टाइज्ड है और सब लोग उसको यूज करें, आप उस पर क्वेश्चन उठाएंगे, लोग आप पे हंसेंगे। अब ना बताइए साहब, ये हैं बड़े काबिल बने, अलीगढ़ में इंजीनियरिंग करी इन्होंने, ये इसकी इंजीनियरिंग पे सवाल उठा रहे हैं, जो पूरी दुनिया के बड़े इंजीनियर्स ने मिलकर ये टेस्ला की कार बनाई है जो चलती ही नहीं। लेकिन ये सवाल नहीं उठा सकते टेस्ला पे, क्योंकि इनके क्रेडेंशियल्स ही नहीं है उस पर सवाल उठाने के। हु आर यू यार? यू आर ए स्टूडेंट ऑफ बीटेक इन AMU, हु आर यू? इवन इफ इस बच्चे का सवाल बिल्कुल सही है, लेकिन ये उठा नहीं सकते सवाल। आप बात समझ रहे ना? तो कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठा सकता। आप इंडिया में देखिए, मतलब आई एम नॉट विद पार्टी ए और बी, आप ये मत लीजिएगा कि ये लग रहा है फला पार्टी का सपोर्टर है। जब इंडिया में ग्लोबलाइजेशन अपने पीक पे, जब वो प्राइवेटाइजेशन सब चला, ग्लोबलाइजेशन की बात इंडिया में आई, तो उस जमाने में हमारे जब पीक पे बातें चल रही थी, तो फॉर एग्जांपल हमारे यहाँ जैसे UPA 1-2 की गवर्नमेंट थी, मनमोहन सिंह थे। मनमोहन सिंह वॉज एन इकोनॉमिस्ट, यू नो, मतलब कैम्ब्रिज यूनिवर्सिटी से पढ़े हुए हैं, PhD सब। लेकिन अगर मनमोहन सिंह और उनके साथ थे मोन्टेक सिंह, एलिवालिया, जो भी बड़े इकोनॉमिस्ट और भी रहे होंगे टीम में, किसी आदमी ने कभी भी ग्लोबलाइजेशन एज सच पे एक सवाल भी उठाया? उठा ही नहीं सकते। ऐसा नहीं कि उनके दिमाग में सवाल नहीं आया होगा और हमारे जैसे आम आदमी के दिमाग में सवाल आ गया। इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल। बट it is such a global common sense that you can't dare, you know, the moment you dare, you are delegitimized. वो concept delegitimize नहीं होगा, आप delegitimize हो जाएंगे। Who are you to question this? You know? तो इसीलिए पूरी दुनिया में किसी ने उस पर कभी भी सवाल नहीं उठाया। ग्लोबलाइजेशन पे आप देखिए, इंटरेस्टिंगली बहुत चीज़ों पे सवाल उठता है, इस पे कोई सवाल नहीं उठा। और
हमेशा सबने इसको अनक्रिटिकली माना, सिर्फ ये हुआ कि इसको कैसे हम अपने मुल्क में इंप्लीमेंट करें, तो किसी ने कहा हम धीरे धीरे करेंगे। वही जैसे बताया जाता है कि डायबिटीज़ की एक ही दवा है, एक डॉक्टर ने कहा दिन में 3 बार खाओ, एक ने कहा 2 बार खाओ, एक ने कहा 1 बार खाओ, लेकिन डॉक्टर कोई दूसरी दवा नहीं दे सकता क्योंकि दूसरी है ही नहीं ना। तो सबको वो एक्सेप्ट करना ही करना है, अनक्रिटिकली हर आदमी को मानना है। क्यों? क्योंकि वो ग्लोबल कॉमन सेंस बन चुका है। ठीक है साहब, ये बेसिकली आइडिया था ग्लोबलाइजेशन का। जो अगला सवाल भी इसमें अगर आ जाए, बाय द वे। अच्छा, ये तो वो बात आ गई थी, हाँ वो तो मैंने देख लिया इससे कि ये कॉन्सेप्ट यूनिवर्सल है, इंटरडिपेंडेंट है, सारी चीज़ें इसके अंदर हैं। अब इशू ये था कि मतलब जैसे मैंने शुरू में आपसे कहा था कि ग्लोबलाइजेशन क्या है, इट इज़ द सेम ओल्ड वाइन इन ए न्यू बॉटल। इट इज़ द सेम आइडिया ऑफ colonialism, imperialism, और उसको और पीछे ले जाए तो कैपिटलिज्म इन ए न्यू बॉटल। आइडिया वही है। जैसे कैपिटलिज्म की जो आइडिया थी जिसको ऑपरेशनलाइज किया colonialism और imperialism में, उसी आइडिया को ऑपरेशनलाइज करना है ग्लोबलाइजेशन। लेकिन इंस्ट्रूमेंटैलिटी थोड़ी चेंज हुई, जैसे मैंने आपसे पहले कहा, नाउ फोर्स विल नॉट बी यूज्ड, कंसेंट विल बी यूज्ड। अब हम ज़बरदस्ती नहीं करेंगे, हम आपकी कंसेंट लेंगे। तो जैसा हम पहले बात कर रहे थे, कंसेंट इज समथिंग विच विल नॉट come immediately, I'll say give consent, you will not get consent. I'll have to create a situation where you actually eventually come and give consent to something which obviously you will think it is in your interest, or maybe I'll create a situation where you will be forced to give consent to that particular idea. तो consent कैसे हुई, इसके कुछ एस्पेक्ट्स को हम डिस्कस करते हैं। पहला इंस्ट्रूमेंट जो उन्होंने लिया वो था इंस्ट्रूमेंट ऑफ लॉ, जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट इंस्ट्रूमेंट है। और वो इसलिए इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि हम अपनी डेली लाइफ में इसको एक्सपीरियंस करते हैं। व्हाट इज वन यूनिक फीचर ऑफ लॉ? लॉ का एक यूनिक फीचर क्या है कि वो आपके लिए किसी भी चीज का मानना आसान कर देता है। जो आपका दिमाग भी उस चीज को नहीं मान रहा, लेकिन आप फेट अकम्प्लाई समझ के हमें मान नहीं है। जैसे होता नहीं कि हम सब टीचर्स हैं, कल कहीं बात आई, कहीं बाय द वे आई, स्टाफ रूम में टीचर्स बैठे हैं कॉलेज में कि साहब अब यूजीसी का कोई लॉ, कोई फरमान, रेगुलेशन आने वाला है। वो तो लॉ नहीं, रेगुलेशन लॉ सब लॉ ही है, लॉ ही कैटेगरी में आने वाला है कि साहब सारे टीचरों को 6 घंटा रोज डिपार्टमेंट में बैठना पड़ेगा। तो हम में से कह ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है, और ये तो यूजीसी कर नहीं सकती, और हम नहीं करेंगे, और हम नहीं मानेंगे, और ये तो इरेशनल है, 50 बातें हो रही। कुछ दिन बाद यूजीसी का रेगुलेशन आ गया, हम सब चुप हो गए, सब ने उसको मानना शुरू कर दिया। बात वही है, जो बात कल थी वो बात आज है। फर्क क्या हुआ कि आज वो लेजिटिमाइज हो गई, लीगलाइज हो गई। सो द मोमेंट समथिंग इज लेजिटिमाइज्ड एंड लीगलाइज, इट मेक्स इट ईजियर फॉर अस टू फॉलो इट। ये एक लॉ का वसूल है, यूनिवर्सल वसूल है। तो जैसा पहले हमने डिस्कस किया कि वेस्टर्न हेमिस्फीयर में लीडरशिप सीमलेसली शिफ्ट हो गई अमेरिका को, और अमेरिका ने अलॉन्ग विद इट्स अलाइज, बिकॉज बट एनीवे यू नो अमेरिका वाज वे एंड शोल्डर्स अहेड ऑल ऑफ देम, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर यूरोपियन कंट्रीज़ की इकोनॉमी शैटर हो गई थी वर्ल्ड वॉर 2 में। अमेरिका ने सबको रिबिल्ड किया, तो उसमें किसी की कोई हैसियत नहीं थी कि अमेरिका को कुछ बताए। तो अमेरिका ने डिसाइड किया कि साहब हम सबसे पहले इस लॉ को यूज़ करेंगे, इस लॉ की लॉजिक को यूज़ करेंगे टू make that these countries eventually do what we want. So anything and everything what we want you to do, we will make it legal. So we will not tell you what to do, that law will tell you what to do. जो कल डिस्कस हुआ था ब्रेटन वुड्स इंस्टीट्यूशंस, तो अमेरिका ने सबसे पहले क्या किया, ब्रेटन वुड्स इंस्टीट्यूशंस बनाए, IMF, वर्ल्ड बैंक, गैट, उसके बाद जो बना जनरल एग्रीमेंट ऑन ट्रेड एंड टैरिफ्स। इसके पीछे लॉजिक क्या थी? यही लॉजिक थी कि साहब हम दुनिया के अंदर तो इस वक्त अमेरिका रिचेस्ट कंट्री था ही सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर के इमीडिएटली आफ्टरवर्ड्स, लेकिन अमेरिका का ये था कि अब दुनिया में हमारी जो डोमिनेंस है और हमारे जो भी एलाइज होंगे या हैं, उनकी डोमिनेंस तभी होगी जब ये पूरा इकोनॉमिक सिस्टम दुनिया का जो है वो हमारे हिसाब से चले। जो पहले कॉलोनियलिज्म में ज़बरदस्ती चल रहा था, नाउ वी विल इंश्योर दैट ऑल ऑफ यू डू ऑल द थिंग्स विच वी वांट यू टू डू, नॉट बाय द यूज ऑफ फोर्स बट बाय consent. So they created these institutions, and you all know that developing countries, or this global south countries, whatever you call them, these countries were in need of money and resources. They had to go to these international financial institutions, and when they went for money to these financial institutions had conditionalities. आज भी कोई आपको 1000 रुपये 5000 रुपये देता है तो उसकी भी कंडीशंस होती हैं. यहाँ तो मिलियंस दे रहे हैं तो कंडीशंस तो होंगी कंडीशंस. And interestingly, these conditions were not only economic conditions. Usually the understanding is that when you'll go to a bank or a financial institution to get some money for yourself or for some institution or for the country for that matter, there would be economic conditions. But here all kinds of conditions, even political conditions, were attached to those loans which these countries were going and taking from these international financial institutions. The other important thing is that when you were taking money from these financial institutions, you were not taking money to do some business. कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि जैसे आपने यहाँ पर बैंक से पैसा लिया बिजनेस करने के लिए, तो बिजनेस हमारा चल भी सकता है, हम अच्छे पैसे भी कमा सकते हैं, फिर हम पैसा वापस कर देते हैं, फिर अपनी ज़िंदगी आगे बढ़ती है. हो सकता है उस लोन से हम इकोनॉमिकली बहुत प्रॉस्परस भी हो जाएं. All kinds of possibilities are there, but some of us might even default on payment of loans when we are not very discreet. It happens. But here the important thing is that all of you were bound to default. Important चीज़ ये भी है, हमें मालूम है कि आप में से जो पैसा ले रहे हैं कोई भी हमारा पैसा वापस नहीं कर पाएगा आसानी से. क्यों? Because none of you are taking money from me for doing business. You are taking money for expenditure in your country, which is dead investment. आपको रोड्स बनानी है, आपको हॉस्पिटल्स बनाने हैं, आपको सब कुछ बनाना है अपने मुल्क में, पावर्टी एलिवेशन के प्रोग्राम चलाने हैं, कुछ भी चलाना है, वो सब डेड इन्वेस्टमेंट है, उसमें कोई पैसा वापस नहीं आ रहा. सो व्हेन यू टेक मनी फ्रॉम अस, यू आर बाउंड टू डिफॉल्ट, एंड द नूज अराउंड योर नेक इज गोइंग टू गेट टाइटर because you are not going to be able to pay us. And of course the interest is there, and then eventually, as you all know, you are all going to be in debt trap. क्योंकि आप पे नहीं कर पाएंगे, फिर इंटरेस्ट भी पे नहीं कर पाएंगे ज़्यादातर लोग, और फिर हमारी ट्रैप में आते जाएंगे. और कुछ दिनों के बाद जब हम आपसे उसका कई गुना पैसा वसूल कर लेंगे तो हम बड़े मैग्नानिमस होकर आपको शायद माफ़ भी कर दें. ये भी होगा. तो क्या होगा, फिर आप दूसरा लोन लेंगे, जो हुआ सबने किया, और आप तीसरा लोन लेंगे. सारे लोन्स आप लेते जाएंगे और हमारे चंगुल में लीगली आप आ रहे हैं. मतलब जैसे गांव के महाजन में पहले ज़माने में इंडिया में होता था, आज भी फोर्स लेबर क्या होता था कि एक बार मैंने कहीं 100 रुपये ले लिया, मेरी बच्ची की शादी है, 200 गांव के ज़मींदार से, तो फिर ज़िंदगी भर का हो गया वाला. फिर मैं काम कर रहा हूँ, मेरा बेटा कर रहा है, फिर उसका बेटा ज़िंदगी, और आपके हिसाब में पैसा उतना ही है क्योंकि हम रिपे ही नहीं कर पाएंगे. एग्जैक्टली वही लॉजिक वहाँ है. ज़रा यहाँ एलिमेंट्री थी, यहाँ आप कह सकते हैं जो अमिताभ आचार्य साहब से कल कि इंडिया से उन्होंने सीखा ये, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ तो एंशिएंट ज़माने से ये सिस्टम चल रहा है जो अमेरिकन ने 20th सेंचुरी में किया. तो एक क्रॉस कल्चरल एक्सचेंज हो गया इंसिडेंटली. एनीवे, दैट इज़ ऑन अ लाइटर नोट. तो द पॉइंट बेसिकली इज दैट दिस इज व्हाट वाज हैपनिंग. एंड देन लॉ का दूसरा एस्पेक्ट आप देखिए. एक तो ये फाइनेंशियल लेंडिंग इंस्टीट्यूशन से गैट जो है, अब गैट क्या था, ग्लोबल एग्रीमेंट ऑन ट्रेड एंड टैरिफ्स. सारे रूल्स बनेंगे ट्रेड एंड टैरिफ्स के, सारे रूल्स हम बनाएंगे. तो दुनिया में जो भी ट्रेड और टैरिफ होगा हमारे रूल्स के हिसाब से होगा. एंड अगेन द सेम थिंग, इफ आई मेक द रूल्स दे आर गोइंग टू बेनिफिट मी. और आज तक आप देख रहे हैं कि उसके बाद जो उसका री इनकारनेशन WTO आ गया 1995 में, तो ऑल द थिंग्स विच आर बीइंग डन देयर, दे आर ऑल व्हाट यू नो, दे आर ऑल रूल्स विच आर देयर टू रेगुलेट हाउ दीज थिंग्स हैपन. और वो रूल्स जैसे बाद में उस ज़माने में इतना पेटेंट्स और कॉपीराइट्स का इशू नहीं था जब गैट बना था. जब WTO आया तो ये सारी चीज़ें आ गई, कॉपीराइट्स, पेटेंट्स, इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी राइट्स. फिर उन्होंने सारी चीज़ें उसी हिसाब से रेगुलेट कर दी, और कितनी अच्छी तरह आपको उन्होंने एनसर्कल किया सारे कंट्रीज़ को. जैसे मैं आपको इंडिया का एग्जांपल दूं, इंडिया में क्या हुआ, मतलब अगेन यू नो ये चीज़ इतनी सिंपल नहीं, लेकिन मैं सिंपली एक्सप्लेन कर रहा हूँ जस्ट टू गिव यू द ब्रॉड पिक्चर. एक्चुअली दैट इज़ नॉट the real picture because there are some nuances in this, but anyway, just to understand, India basically used to follow the process patent idea. Patent में एक process patent का principle है कि हम उस process का patent दे रहे हैं जिस process से ये दवा बनी है, for example pharmaceutical drug. तो हम क्या करते थे कि एक प्रोसेस से कोई दुनिया में कोई बड़ी अच्छी दवा बनी, किसी लाइफ सेविंग मेडिसिन बनी, कहीं अमेरिका में, कहीं मर्क ने बनाई, किसी कंपनी ने बनाई, हम यहाँ लाए। इंडिया की फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री काफ़ी अच्छी थी पहले भी, आज भी है। हमने उस ड्रग को प्रोसेस किया लेबोरेटरी में और उसकी प्रोसेस को समझा और फिर दूसरी प्रोसेस से वही दवा बना दी, पेटेंट को अवॉइड कर लिया, वो दवा बहुत सस्ती बन गई। और हमारे जैसे गरीब कंट्री में हमारे गरीब लोगों को दवा बहुत सस्ते पैसे में मिल गई, जो अमेरिका में इतनी महंगी थी। तो हमारे लिए तो बहुत अच्छी चीज़ थी। हम एक सोवरेन कंट्री है। हाउ कैन समबडी टेल यू टू चेंज योर लॉ? आप इमेजिन कीजिए कि अगर पहले का ज़माना होता और अमेरिका हमसे करता कि आप पेटेंट लॉ बदल दीजिए, तो हम बदल देते थे आसानी से। सारे लोग सड़क पे आ जाते, सारी पार्टी चिल्ला रही होती, हु आर यू टू टेल अस व्हाट टू डू? नाउ यू सी हाउ, मैं ये एग्जांपल इसलिए दे रहा हूँ कि कितनी आसानी से आपका हाथ मरोड़ा जा सकता है, कितनी आसानी से आप मेरी बात मान जाएंगे जो 100% आपके इंटरेस्ट के अगेंस्ट है। अमेरिका ने क्या किया, WTO में ये इशू उठाया कि साहब क्योंकि पूरी दुनिया एक है, जाहिर सी बात है, आज तो एक हो गई है, हम ग्लोबलाइजेशन के दौर में गुजर रहे हैं, तो सबका लॉ एक होना चाहिए, तभी तो अच्छे से काम होगा। लॉ एक होना चाहिए। जब हम ये कहते हैं कि सारे लोग इस क्लास में एक बात पे एग्री करेंगे, तो वो बात आयशा या परवेज साहब की नहीं होगी, वो बात मेरी होगी। एक बात पे एग्रीमेंट होगा, लेकिन वो आपकी बात नहीं होगी, मेरी बात होगी। कहा यह जाएगा कि हम सब इस बात पे एग्री कर गए, वाइस चांसलर इज सिटिंग हियर एंड ऑल द टीचर्स आर सिटिंग हियर। एग्रीमेंट क्या होगा? वही होगा जो वाइस चांसलर साहिबा चाहती हैं, आपकी बात थोड़ी मानी जाएगी। लेकिन ये बाहर प्रेस को बताया जाएगा, all the teachers of the university in consultation with the vice chancellor have decided to cut their necks and give it in the feet of the vice chancellor. यही तो होगा। This is what it is exactly. This is what happens here, elsewhere as well. और यहाँ भी वही हुआ। उन्होंने ये सबको एक हल्का सा नोट दे दिया, जैसा स्कूल में हम लोग बच्चों के नहीं, स्कूल में मेरे बच्चे तो बड़े हो गए, जब छोटे बच्चे थे स्कूल से बस एक छोटी सी स्लिप आ जाती थी, टूर टू आगरा, पे 2000। अब हमको लग रहा है आगरा जाने के 2000 क्यों, लेकिन अगर ये सवाल का जवाब चाहिए तो बच्चों को स्कूल से निकाल लो, क्योंकि सवाल नहीं पूछ सकते आप। आजकल आता होगा पे 10,000, लेकिन आपको देना है, नहीं देना तो अपने बच्चे को निकाल लीजिए स्कूल से, सिंपल एज दैट, जो आप कर नहीं सकते। एग्जैक्टली यहाँ पे यही है, सेम लॉजिक। आप WTO से बाहर गए तो जो थोड़ा बहुत पैसा आप कमा रहे हैं वो भी नहीं कमा सकते, तो आपको WTO में रहना है, और जब रहना है तो जो हम कह रहे हैं वही करना है। और हमने एक स्लिप भेज दी कि योर कंट्री हैज़ टू डू वट एवर यू नीड टू डू, बट यू हैव टू फॉलो द प्रोडक्ट पेटेंट, जो उन्होंने बताया। मतलब ये दवा आप बनाएंगे किसी भी फॉर्मूले से, तो आप पेटेंट को अवॉइड नहीं कर सकते, यू हैव टू फॉलो द सेम पेटेंट, दैट पेटेंट, मतलब यू कांट अवॉइड दैट पेटेंट। तो जब हमने फरमान भेज दिया तो हर मुल्क को अपना पेटेंट लॉ चेंज करना, जो भी सिस्टम आपका हो, डेमोक्रेसी हो, ऑटोक्रेसी हो, मिलिट्री डिक्टेटरशिप हो, पाकिस्तानी तरह कुछ भी हो, मानना है, मानिए। अब क्या हुआ, हमारे मुल्क में जैसे आया, हमने फ़ौरन एक हफ्ते के अंदर पार्लियामेंट के सेशंस हुए और फ़ौरन लॉ पास हो गया। उस ज़माने में कलाम साहब इंडिया के प्रेसिडेंट थे, 2005 की बात है, उन्होंने उसी शाम में उस पर साइन कर दिया। आमतौर से प्रेसिडेंट इतनी जल्दी साइन नहीं करते, लेकिन इतनी जल्दी थी क्योंकि वहाँ से आ गया था, जल्दी से भेजिए। तो क्या हुआ, इमीडिएटली हमने कह दिया वी कन्फर्म टू दिस न्यू पेटेंट लॉ। अब एक ऐसा पेटेंट लॉ जिसके ऑपरेशनलाइजेशन के अंदर इमीडिएटली हमारे मुल्क के आधे से ज़्यादा लोग, 60-70% इंडिया के लोग की रीच से वो सारी दवाएं एक झटके में बाहर हो गई। अब आप सोचिए कि ऐसी चीज़ जो हमारे इंटरेस्ट के इतने खिलाफ है, हम सब जानते हैं, ऐसा नहीं कि कोई सीक्रेट है, वी ऑल नो दोज लीडर्स ऑल्सो। अच्छा, किसी पार्टी ने कुछ अपोज नहीं किया, ये भी इसकी इंटरेस्टिंग बात है। हमारे एक छोटी सी बात भी हो, पार्लियामेंट में रेजोल्यूशन लाना हो कि आज संडे है, अगर आ जाए तो दूसरी पार्टी कांग्रेस वाले कहेंगे नहीं नहीं ये कैसे आपने पास कर दिया, संडे नहीं, संडे नहीं होगा, हंगामा हो जाएगा। मतलब किसी बात पे एग्री करेंगे ही नहीं, ये तो लॉजिक है, जो भी पार्टी पावर में। लेकिन इस पर कोई डिसएग्रीमेंट नहीं, किसी ने कुछ नहीं बोला, कहीं अखबार में डिस्कशन नहीं, कोई कुछ नहीं, क्योंकि अब फेट अकम्प्लाई है ना, मतलब क्या करना, अब इस पर क्या डिस्कशन करना। तो इतना फार रीचिंग इफेक्ट का डिसीजन आप सोचिए। एक सोवरेन कंट्री, हमारे जैसा रीजनेबली वेल ऑफ, हमारा एग्जाम्पल है तो छोटे मोटे की तो बात करने से कोई फ़ायदा नहीं ना, हमारे जैसा मुल्क, हमने एक हफ्ते के अंदर फ़ौरन ऐसा लॉ बना दिया, और ऐसे कितने और चेंजेस किए, उस सबका डिस्कशन इट टेक्स अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम, कर दिया, और हमें कोई परेशानी नहीं हुई। क्यों? क्योंकि वी वर ट्रैप्ड। जैसे होता टेनिस में, सॉरी चेस में, जब चेकमेट हो गया तो आप जान रहे हैं कि आपका बादशाह मरेगा, लेकिन अब आप कुछ कर नहीं सकते ना, क्योंकि दिस इज़ व्हाट इज़ द मूव हियर। तो मतलब आप मतलब चेकमेट हो गए जैसे, तो उन्होंने आपको चेस में चेकमेट कर दिया, अब आप ख़त्म, कुछ नहीं कर सकते। तो लॉ इतना इफेक्टिव मैकेनिज्म है, और अमेरिका ने उस वक्त से आज तक इसका भरपूर इस्तेमाल किया है। और दुनिया के अंदर उसके बाद क्या किया उन्होंने, हर एरिया ऑफ एक्टिविटी जिसके बारे में आप सोच भी सकते हैं, उस सब पे आज कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बना हुआ है, कोई अथॉरिटी का नाम है, इंटरनेशनल सिविल एविएशन अथॉरिटी, इंटरनेशनल लॉ ऑफ सीज, मतलब कोई भी चीज़ आप सोच सकते हैं, जो हर फील्ड में कोई इंस्टीट्यूशन खड़ा है दुनिया में, और सारे वो इंस्टीट्यूशंस हमने बनाए हैं या हमने बनवाए हैं। तो इवेंचुअली वो सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस वो कर रहे हैं जो हम चाहते हैं और आपसे करवा रहे हैं, आप रिसीविंग एंड पे हैं, वो सब हमारी ही बेनिफिट के लिए बने। तो कितना अच्छा सिस्टम है, आप देखिए, दैट वे इट वर्क्स सो इफेक्टिवली। इसीलिए आप देखिए कल जो आज डिस्कशन हो रहा था कि अमेरिका ने क्लाइमेट चेंज को छोड़ दिया, पेरिस ट्रीटी से बाहर आ गया, अमेरिका यूनिसेफ से बाहर जा रहा, क्यों? क्योंकि अमेरिका को जैसे ही लगता है, क्योंकि आदत खराब है ना हमारी, हम जो कहते हैं वही होता है ना। अब एक आध इंस्टीट्यूशंस में कुछ और होने लगा तो हम उसको बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पाएंगे। वी विल नॉट लेट दैट हैपन बिकॉज no, the power is slipping from my hands. Till yesterday, all of you were listening to what I said, and today 2 or 3 of you are saying that you are asking questions. We will not tolerate this. तो वो उसकी वजह है ये, मतलब जो उनका रिएक्शन है इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग कि immediately withdraw, we will not cooperate, we are not there because they are not used to that kind of a treatment from international institutions telling them, I am used to telling all of you what to do. You are not supposed to tell me what to do. अच्छा, दूसरी चीज़ जो हमारे लिए बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है, हमारे जैसे लोगों के लिए जो हम लोग पढ़ाई लिखाई में हैं, दैट इज़ नॉलेज, क्योंकि हम नॉलेज इंडस्ट्री में हैं और हमारे लिए नॉलेज एक बड़ी पायस सी चीज़ है। और कल से आज तक आप देख रहे हैं, क्लास में भी आप पढ़ते हैं, सारे लोग जितने भी स्कॉलर्स की बात हो रही होती है, ऑलमोस्ट ऑल ऑफ देम आर वेस्ट बेस्ड स्कॉलर्स। कल हमारे यहाँ हैं वेस्ट बेस्ड इंडियन स्कॉलर, बट बेसिकली बेस्ड इन द वेस्ट। तो सारी बातें वहीं से तो आ रही हैं, सारा विजडम वहीं से आ रहा है वैसे। एंड आई डोंट कंटेस्ट दैट, मतलब देयर आर सम गुड थिंग्स आल्सो दैट वुड बी कमिंग, बट द पॉइंट बेसिकली इज दैट यू हैव टू लुक एट ऑल दैट नॉलेज अगेंस्ट द फ्रेम ऑफ दिस आइडिया व्हिच आई एम गोइंग टू एक्सप्लेन टू यू। ये चीज़ 1945 में ही डिसाइड हो गई थी। ऑफ कोर्स ऐसी कोई नहीं कि मीटिंग कब हुई थी, आप डेट बताइए, डेट नहीं है, मतलब आप समझ सकते हैं ऐसा हुआ हो कि वेस्ट ने ये डिसाइड किया कि साहब नॉलेज आज तक दुनिया में बड़ी पायस सी चीज़ रही। नॉलेज अलग है, पॉलिटिक्स दुनिया की अलग है। नॉलेज क्रिएटर्स हैं साहब, ये केव में बैठ के हिमालयाज में किताब लिख रहे हैं, वो सेज हैं, उन्होंने वो लिखी, उन्होंने वो लिखी, लोगों ने बहुत बड़े बड़े लोगों ने किताबें लिखी, वो सब सही है। अमेरिका ने ये सोचा कि साहब आज 45 में all the top universities and research institutions of the world are located in America or some of them in Europe, Britain and so on. सब हमारे यहाँ, सारी नॉलेज हम प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं आज, पहले किसी ने भी की। तो अब क्या होगा कि अभी तक जो नॉलेज इतनी सेक्रेट थी, इतनी पायस थी, अब जो नॉलेज प्रोड्यूस होगी दैट विल बी कंसिस्टेंट विद आवर इकोनॉमिक, पॉलिटिकल एंड स्ट्रैटेजिक इंटरेस्ट। मतलब आज के बाद हम जो नॉलेज, क्योंकि हमारा एडवांटेज है, आप ये नहीं सोच सकते, मैं सोच सकता हूँ क्योंकि मैं क्रिएट कर रहा हूँ, आप तो कर ही नहीं रहे। तो हमारा जो ये एडवांटेज है उसको हमको लिवरेज करना है और हमको इस नॉलेज को अब अपने सारे इंटरेस्ट के साथ कंसिस्टेंट बनाना है। दैट इन द टाइम्स टू कम all knowledge will be consistent with our interest. So that was the day, that was the time when the innocence of knowledge was lost. मैं इसलिए आपसे क्यों ये बात बता रहा हूँ, इसलिए कह रहा हूँ जो हम लोग बड़े बड़े स्कॉलर्स को कोट करते हैं ना, फलां ने ये कहा था, तो वो बात भगवान या अल्लाह मियाँ कैसे नहीं आ रही। वो सब बड़े समझदार लोग हैं और वो जो भी बात उन्होंने लिखी है बहुत सोच समझ के लिखी है। तो वो इनोसेंट नॉलेज नहीं है जिसको हम बड़ा ब्लाइंडली कह रहे हैं ना कि फला स्कॉलर ने ये बात कही, उसका एक पर्पस है। देयर इज अ पर्पस बिहाइंड एवरी आइडिया एंड नॉलेज। नो आइडिया इन द वर्ल्ड इज न्यूट्रल। हर्बर्ट मार्क्यूज ने कहा था ना, नो आइडिया इन द वर्ल्ड इज न्यूट्रल एंड ही कांट बी मोर राइट। दुनिया में कोई आइडिया न्यूट्रल हो ही नहीं सकता। इट्स ऑलवेज इन फेवर ऑफ समवन एंड एट द कॉस्ट ऑफ सम अदर्स। जैसे ही कोई चीज मेरे फेवर में होगी, आपके अगेंस्ट होना उसकी इनहेरेंट लॉजिक है। ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि मेरे फायदे में और थोड़ा आपके भी फायदे में, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता। तो आपके ही कॉस्ट पे मेरा फायदा होना है। तो यहाँ पर भी वही बात है, नॉलेज क्रिएशन जो है वो उसको जरा बड़ा क्रिटिकली देखना है। जैसे बचपन में कहते हैं ना, नॉलेज हम लोग बात करते हैं, बचपन में कहते हैं किताब में लिखा हुआ है। आजकल पढ़े लिखे लोग, प्रोफेसर लोग क्या करते हैं, मतलब टीचर लोग, हम सब जैसे, नॉट एनीबडी एल्स, फलां ने ये लिखा है, नॉम चॉम्स्की ने ये बोला है, फलाने ने ये बोला है। अरे भैया किसी ने बोला, वो इंसान है और उसका एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट है। जब आप उसके पीछे जाएंगे तो आपको पता लगेगा कि उसने वो बात क्यों लिखी है आज की दुनिया में, तो उसको क्रिटिकली देखना है। एनीवे, तो उन्होंने क्या किया कि साहब नॉलेज को हमें यूज करना है अपने स्ट्रैटेजिक, इकोनॉमिक, पॉलिटिकल इंटरेस्ट में। और उसके मैं एक दो छोटे एग्जांपल्स आपको देता हूं जिससे आपकी समझ में आ जाएगा कि कैसे वो यूज हो रही। नहीं तो आपको लगेगा कि साहब ये तो ऐसे ही कह रहे हैं, और ये तो सोशल साइंसेज में हो सकता है लेकिन नेचुरल साइंसेज में तो हो ही नहीं सकता। साइंस में तो 2+2=4 है, तो उसमें क्या पॉलिटिक्स आ जाएगी भाई, 4 ही होगा। नहीं, उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा पॉलिटिक्स उसमें भी है, और हमारे यहाँ तो खैर आसानी है, हम तो पॉलिटिक्स नहीं है। मैं आपको एक एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ इंडिया का ही, इंडिया का एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ फिजिक्स का, तो साइंसेज में भी सबसे आला साइंस है। इंडिया के अंदर दुनिया का सबसे ज़्यादा थोरियम इंडिया में पाया जाता है, और न्यूक्लियर साइंटिस्ट का ये मानना है कि थोरियम इफ एनरिच्ड टू अ पर्टिकुलर लेवल कैन इवेंचुअली टर्न इनटू यूरेनियम, दैट इज एनरिच्ड यूरेनियम U-235। ये साइंटिस्ट दुनिया भर के इस बात को मानते हैं। अभी हम वहाँ नहीं पहुँचे, लेकिन एक होता है ना कि पोटेंशियल, इसमें पोटेंशियल है। हमारी गवर्नमेंट उसमें काफ़ी पैसे भी इन्वेस्ट कर रही थी। एक्चुअली ये बैकग्राउंड है उस न्यूक्लियर डील का जो अमेरिका ने इंडिया को दी। अब आप देखें कि कैसे वो लोग काम करते हैं। आप ये सोचे से शेयर नहीं होता है, शिकार को बड़ा सोच समझ के अप्रोच करता है, ऐसे नहीं कि गए और पकड़े खा लिया, ऐसे थोड़ी बैठा हुआ है। तो दिस इज हाउ दे डू इट। आप ये सोचिए कि 1998 में इंडिया ने न्यूक्लियर एक्सप्लोजन किया। अमेरिका सबसे आगे था इंडिया को क्रिटिसाइज करने में, साहब इंडिया ने ये कर दिया, इंडिया इज ए न्यूक्लियर पारिया, दे ब्रोक दिस मोरेटोरियम एंड दे क्रिएटेड हैवॉक, यू नो, नाउ एवरी कंट्री विल डू दिस, और हमने इतनी महीने से बचा रखा था, और इंडिया को हर तरह से लान तान की गई। बल्कि पाकिस्तान बच गया, उनको तो ये एक्सक्यूज मिल गया कि इंडिया ने किया था तो हमने भी किया, साहब हमारा तो कोई गलती तो इंडिया की है। और हमारे पर सारे रिस्ट्रिक्शंस लगे, मिसाइल टेक्नोलॉजी कंट्रोल रिजीम MTCR के तहत सारी मिसाइल टेक्नोलॉजी इंडिया को नहीं मिलेगी। अमेरिका ने सारे डुअल यूज टेक्नोलॉजी आइटम्स बैन कर दिए। पूरी दुनिया हमारे पीछे लग गई, वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड अगेन, कि साहब इंडिया बहुत बुरा है, इसने ये सब किया। 98 और 2007 में, बात तो 2004 से शुरू हो गई थी, मतलब 4-5 साल में आप कल तक मुझे मर्डर कर रहे थे, अब आप अपने घर हमारी शादी करना चाहते हैं। मतलब कोई बात होती है, मतलब इतना सडनली चेंज, इतना बड़ा चेंज 180 डिग्री का। मतलब जरा भी अकल हो तो इंसान सोचेगा ना, मतलब कि भाई क्या हो गया, कल मेरा सस्पेंशन हो रहा था, आज ऑर्डर आ गया कि साहब आप तो अपॉइंट हो गए चेयरमैन पॉलिटिकल साइंस की। अरे मतलब भाई क्या है यार, मतलब या ये हो या ये हो, दोनों बात कैसे सही हो सकती है। लेकिन इंसान की एक साइकोलॉजी होती है। अच्छा, एक भी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है कि मुल्क जो है वो इंसानों से ही बनते हैं, तो मुल्क भी वैसे ही रिएक्ट करते हैं जैसे इंसान करते हैं। इसलिए हमको जैसे ही वो मिलेगा आप सब लोग हंसेंगे, लेकिन मैं नहीं हंसूंगा। मैं कहूँगा लग रहा है वाइस चांसलर को रात में ही पता लगा कि मैं बड़ा काबिल हूँ, इसलिए मुझे ऑर्डर मिला। न मैं उसकी लीगैलिटी को जाऊँगा, न मैं उसकी पॉलिटिक्स को समझूंगा, मैं दौड़ता भागा जाऊँगा उसको फौरन एक्सेप्ट करना। फिर उसके बाद जो गर्दन कटेगी वो बात अलग, लेकिन वो कर लूँगा, क्योंकि मुझे हमेशा इंसान को ये लगता है ना कि मेरे अंदर कुछ खूबी है जो ये लोग समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं। अब आप देखिए इंडिया के साथ एग्जैक्टली यही हुआ, ये हंसने की बात नहीं है, ये इंपॉर्टेंट बात है। इंडिया के साथ एग्जैक्टली यही हुआ कि वो अमेरिका, वो वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड जो आपको हर तरह की बुरी लान तान कर रहा था, 4-5 साल के अंदर उसने कहा इंडिया इज अ वेरी रिस्पॉन्सिबल पार्ट ऑफ ऑल द कंट्रीज हु हैव यूज्ड न्यूक्लियर टेक्नोलॉजी, इंडिया इज द मोस्ट रिस्पॉन्सिबल एंड नाउ वी शुड यू नो डू अ सिविल न्यूक्लियर डील विद इंडिया। और सारी तारीफें इंडिया को होने लगी और हम खुश, क्योंकि अमेरिका तारीफ कर रहा है तो खुशी होनी है। सब खुश, हर आदमी खुश, हर पार्टी खुश। मतलब खुशी का ये आलम था कि जब 2007 में ये डील हुई, अगेन इसमें कोई पॉलिटिकल बात नहीं, आप लोग उसको उस तरह मत लीजिएगा, कि जब 2007 में ये डील हुई वेरी इंटरेस्टिंगली, तो उस वक्त मनमोहन सिंह प्राइम मिनिस्टर थे, लेकिन बातचीत शुरू हुई थी वाजपेयी जी की सरकार में, जिसमें बातचीत में आगे आगे जसवंत सिंह थे जो उसको नेगोशिएशन कर रहे थे उस डील के लिए। तो ऐसे होता ना कि जैसे सारी मेहनत मैंने की, और अभी वाइस चांसलर ने आके यहाँ कह दिया कि परवेज साहब को मुबारक हो कि सेमिनार इतनी अच्छी कराई, तो मेरा दिल ही टूट गया यार, ये सब तो मैंने किया और वाइस चांसलर कह रहे हैं परवेज साहब ने ही किया। तो मुझे वहाँ से पीछे चिल्लाना पड़ेगा, नहीं सर मैडम, वो एक्चुअली परवेज साहब इज़ नॉट द ऑर्गेनाइजर, ही इज़ जस्ट इन माई डिपार्टमेंट, एक्चुअली आई डिड इट। तो यही चीज़ यहाँ भी हुई। अब जसवंत सिंह ने जो स्टेटमेंट दिया वो आप सुने, जैसे जसवंत सिंह ने स्टेटमेंट दिया कि यूपीए ने ये डील की है, लेकिन अगर हम ये करते तो इससे अच्छा करते। इस बात में कोई दम नहीं है। लेकिन ये दिल का एक वो है जो कहना चाह रहे हैं कि ये डील जो यूपीए ने करी है वो अगर हम करते तो और अच्छी तरह करते। अच्छा, डील क्या थी? इट वॉज ए वर्चुअल सेल आउट। तो एक्चुअली वो कहना ही चाह रहे हैं कि इंडिया इन्होंने बेच तो दिया, लेकिन अगर मैं बेचता तो 2-4 कुर्सियां बच गई, वो भी दे देता। हुआ यही एक्चुअली, अब उसमें नहीं जाना, उतना टाइम नहीं है। पॉइंट बेसिकली ये है कि हमने वो डील हमको क्यों दी गई, मैं सिर्फ इतना कह रहा हूँ, आई एम नॉट गोइंग इनटू द डील, दैट वाज द रीजन। एंड अमेरिकन के बारे में बड़ी अच्छी बात है कि वो हम लोग कान में जो कानाफूसी करते हैं वो नहीं करते हैं, वो सामने बोलते हैं। जैसे उनको कहना होगा आई डोंट लाइक यू तो कह देंगे परवेज आई डोंट लाइक यू, हमारा यहाँ कोई नहीं कहेगा। लेकिन जैसे ही कमरे से जाएंगे शुरू हो जाएगा, इससे बुरा तो कोई आदमी नहीं है डिपार्टमेंट। सामने तो तारीफ कर रहे थे, हम लोग की आदत है पीठ पीछे कहनी है ना। अमेरिकन सामने कह रहे थे, उन्होंने डायरेक्टली कह दिया कि साहब हमने जो है वो तो नॉन प्रोलिफरेशन हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव था और हमें अपने न्यूक्लियर पावर प्लांट्स बेचने थे। अब आप सोचिए कि मतलब एक लॉजिक भी थोड़ी सोचिए, जो न्यूक्लियर पावर प्लांट पिछले 30 साल में अमेरिका में एक भी नहीं लगा वो हमको बेच रहा है अमेरिका और हम ले रहे हैं। अगर ये चीज़ इतनी अच्छी है दवा तो आप क्यों नहीं खा रहे हैं डॉक्टर साहब? आपको भी डायबिटीज़, आप तो खा नहीं रहे हैं और मुझे लिख रहे हैं मैं खाऊं, तो कुछ उसमें परेशानी है ना। मतलब आप ऐसा काम क्यों नहीं कर जो अपने खुद नहीं कर, और उसमें 50 चीज़ें और हैं, उसमें मुझे नहीं जाना है। बट द पॉइंट बेसिकली इज दैट दे गेव अस दिस डील, और उसका बेसिक पर्पज एक ये था कि हमारा जो प्लूटोनियम एनरिचमेंट का प्रोग्राम, मतलब बात कहाँ से आई, ना यहाँ से पकड़ी गई एक्चुअली इधर से, जो हमारा प्लूटोनियम एनरिचमेंट का प्लान था, सॉरी प्लूटोनियम नहीं यार, थोरियम एनरिचमेंट, मैंने गलत वर्ड यूज किया, थोरियम एनरिचमेंट का जो प्रोग्राम था उसको अमेरिका को रोकना था। तो आपसे डायरेक्ट कह देगा तो आप रोकेंगे नहीं। उन्होंने ये कहा कि हमने ये डील की, उस डील में क्या बात थी, अमेरिका 98 में हमसे कह दिया था कि कोई भी मुल्क इंडिया को यूरेनियम सप्लाई नहीं करेगा, ये तो पारिया स्टेट है। तो 45 कंट्रीज हैं न्यूक्लियर सप्लायर ग्रुप के मेंबर, सब अमेरिका के कंट्रोल में। अमेरिका ने कह दिया कोई नहीं देगा, इंडिया तो मिसयूज करता है, न्यूक्लियर एक्सप्लोजन कर दिया, कोई नहीं दे रहा, हमें मिल ही नहीं रहा है यूरेनियम। अमेरिका ने एक स्ट्रोक में कह दिया कि 4500 दुकानें खुली हैं, जहां से चाहो ले लो। एक झटके में सब 4500 दुकानें खुल गई। अब आप रिस्पॉन्सिबल हो गए रातों रात, और जहां से चाहिए खरीदिए, कोई परेशानी नहीं। कहने का मतलब क्या है कि आप सब, मैं आपको आसान लैंग्वेज में समझा दूं, आप सब मेरे घर से दूध लेते हैं, लेकिन इन्होंने एक गाय खरीद ली, तो मेरे लिए खतरा हुआ ना कि अब ये सेल्फ डिपेंडेंट हो गया, कल ये भी गाय खरीद लेंगे, जब सब गाय खरीद लेंगे तो मेरा क्या होगा? तो मैं पहले आदमी को परसुएट कर रहा हूँ, गाय मत लो, दूध तो मैं दे ही रहा हूँ ना, क्या परेशानी? तो दूध मैं जब दे रहा हूँ तो आपकी दूध के लिए मेरे ऊपर डिपेंडेंसी बनी हुई है ना, और मेरा बिजनेस भी चल रहा है। अगर इंडिया को, अगर वो थोरियम रिसर्च इंडिया की चलती रहे, और इमेजिन कीजिए 5 साल 10 साल में कभी भी इंडिया बना ले, तो इंडिया तो सेल्फ डिपेंडेंट हो जाएगा ना, फिर इंडिया तो कुछ सुनेगा नहीं किसी की। हमारे पास तो सब यूरेनियम खुद अपना है भाई, हमें आपका चाहिए नहीं। वो आपसे ये कह रहे हैं कि आप इस रिसर्च पे पैसा वेस्ट मत कीजिए। उन्होंने बताया भी, हमारे कई एक्सपर्ट्स ने आर्टिकल्स लिखे अखबार में, तो उनके पास इतना इन्फ्लुएंस है, वो आपके लोगों से भी वही कहलवा देते हैं जो हम चाहते हैं। अब यहाँ पे बुलाएंगे हम किसी को बोलने, तो वही बोलेगा ना जो हम कहेंगे, उसको पैसे वैसे दिए जाएंगे तो बोलेगा। तो आप एक्सपर्ट्स कह रहे हैं कि साहब इट इज़ अ यूजलेस थिंग। जो साइंटिस्ट हमारे लगे हैं उस रिसर्च में, वो बयान दे रहे हैं कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इज वेस्टिंग मनी। ऊपर से और प्रेशर्स, इंड्यूसमेंट, सारी चीज़ें, धीरे धीरे इस फंडिंग को खत्म कर दो, मतलब इस पर पैसा वेस्ट मत करो, यूरेनियम तो मिल रहा है ना, टेंशन लेने की क्या जरूरत। अमेरिका ने वो सारा खोल दिया हमारे लिए। तो खोलने का बेसिक पर्पज जो मैंने आपसे कहा ना, मतलब किस तरीके से नॉलेज को मैनिपुलेट करना है, जो नॉलेज हमारे पास है वो मोनोपोलाइज्ड रहे, और जो नॉलेज आपके पास आ सकती है, आ रही है, वो नहीं आनी चाहिए। वी डोंट वांट दैट नॉलेज टू कम टू यू। आप बात समझ रहे कि नहीं? मतलब आई थिंक यू आर एबल टू रिलेट इट। मतलब वैसे तो बहुत से एग्जांपल्स, आई डोंट वांट टू गो इनटू। एक सोशल साइंसेज का भी दे दूंगा आपको, कुछ लोग अपने डिपार्टमेंट के बुरा नहीं मान जाए। ह्यूमन राइट्स का एग्जाम्पल दे देता हूँ। ह्यूमन राइट्स की भी यही चीज़ थी। 1990 तक हिंदुस्तान में ह्यूमन राइट्स वर्ड कोई एकेडमिक यूज ही नहीं करता था। अर्ली 90s में हमारे यहाँ अगेन अंडर द इन्फ्लुएंस ऑफ द वेस्ट, वहाँ से आती ना आइडिया पीछे, बेस्ट आइडिया, लेटेस्ट आइडिया। हमारे यहाँ भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट यूनिवर्सिटी में क्या ज़रूरी कर दिया, एनवायरनमेंट का पेपर एक हो, कल तनीताब एनवायरनमेंट पढ़ाया जाएगा, फलानी चीज़ का पेपर हो, तो होता रहता है। वैसे वहाँ यूजीसी में प्रेशर पड़ा, यूजीसी ने कहा कि ह्यूमन राइट्स पढ़ाए जाए इंडिया में। अब कुछ सेलेक्ट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ को प्रपोजल दिया गया, और पैसा दिया गया कि आप ह्यूमन राइट्स की चेयर शुरू करिए अपने यहाँ। हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी भी उसमें एक थी। अब इंडिया जैसे गरीब कंट्री में यहाँ तो फ्री में कुछ मिल जाए हम शुरू कर दें। कूड़ा स्टडीज़, उस पर भी पैसा मिल जाए हम शुरू कर देंगे, उसमें क्या पैसा मिलना चाहिए, हमारे भी सब ने शुरू कर दिया। अब उन्होंने फोर्स कर दिया आपको ह्यूमन राइट्स पढ़ाइए, सेलेक्ट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में ह्यूमन राइट्स की चेयर दे दी, पैसा दे दिया, ह्यूमन राइट्स का प्रोग्राम शुरू करिए। मतलब कहने का मतलब ये कि वो जो चीज़ प्रायोरिटी उनके पास होगी, या उनके जो स्कीम में है उसी चीज़ पर पैसा वो भी खर्च करेंगे, आप भी करेंगे। अक्सर हमारे यहाँ के लोग किसी स्कॉलरशिप में अप्लाई करते हैं, साइंसेज में भी होता है कि साहब मुझे फिजिक्स में फला फील्ड में रिसर्च करनी है क्योंकि पिछले साल इनको स्कॉलरशिप मिली थी, जब मैं अप्लाई करूंगा तो पता लगेगा इस साल ये फील्ड नहीं है, दूसरी फील्ड खुली है। मतलब हमारा जो बहुत ब्राइट आदमी अमेरिका में रिसर्च करने भी जा रहा है, वो एक्चुअली उस फील्ड में रिसर्च शायद नहीं करे जो वो चाहता है, उसको उस फील्ड में करनी है जिसमें पैसा हम रख रहे हैं। कल हम उसमें पैसा हटा देंगे तो उसको उसमें रिसर्च करनी पड़ेगी। तो जो डिजीज पे भी रिसर्च कर रहा है वो चाह रहा है अल्जाइमर पे, लेकिन उसको रिसर्च करनी पड़ेगी हॉटस्किन सिंड्रोमा में, क्योंकि हम उसमें पैसा डाल दें। मतलब नॉलेज कितनी प्रोड्यूस होगी, कल जहां तक वो नॉलेज आगे पहुंच गई और हमारे लिए खतरनाक होने लगी, हम उसमें से फंडिंग फॉरन हटा दें। तो सारी चीजें, मतलब पॉइंट बेसिकली ये है कि नॉलेज क्रिएशन पूरी दुनिया में जो होगा वो हम कंट्रोल करेंगे, किसी भी तरह का नॉलेज प्रोडक्शन, एंड दैट हैज बीन वेरी सक्सेसफुली डन बाय देम टिल नाउ। आगे सिचुएशन ऑफ कोर्स चेंज होगी विद टाइम। अगला है कल्चर, मीडिया मैंने लिख दिया। कल्चर बेसिकली, इसमें कल्चर भी बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है। देखिए कल्चर की कुछ बात हुई थी। अब कल्चर उन्होंने बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट चुना इसलिए क्योंकि कल्चर जो है उसको कहते हैं इट इज द सॉफ्टनर ऑफ द माइंड। अगर इंसान कोई बात नहीं मान रहा है, जैसे हमारे यहाँ पहले था ना कि हमारे यहाँ बहुत से लोग कहते थे कि हम टीवी चैनल जो है वो बाहर वाले नहीं देखते, टीवी देखते हैं, इंडियन प्रोग्राम देखते हैं, इंडियन चैनल देखते हैं, इंडियन सोप ऑपराज देखते हैं, बाहर वाले नहीं देखते, उसमें बड़ा करप्टिंग इन्फ्लुएंस है, सब खराब है, वहाँ की वैल्यू आ जाएगी। सब दिमाग में बातें थी हमारे मासूम इंडियंस को पता ही नहीं कि वो सारे चैनल सब कुछ उन्हीं ने खरीद लिए हैं। तो अब वो हिंदी का सीरियल जो आएगा उसमें सारी वैल्यूज वेस्टर्न होंगी, सारी चीज़ें जो हैं पॉलीएंड्री इंडिया में कहीं नहीं, हर 10वें सीरियल में पॉलीएंड्री भी होगी, हर चीज़ होगी, सारी चीज़ें होंगी जो वो चाह रहे हैं आपको बताना। मतलब आप मत देखिए इंडियन सीरियल, देखिए इंडियन ड्रेस पहन के देखिए, लेकिन वो वैल्यूज़ तो वही है ना। तो जो वैल्यूज़ हमारी हैं वो तो मीडिया के थ्रू आप तक आएंगी क्योंकि पूरा ग्लोबल मीडिया वही कंट्रोल करते हैं। उसमें मैं नहीं जा रहा हूँ, उसमें कौन करता है वो दूसरी स्टोरी हो जाएगी, मैं ब्रॉडली आपको बता रहा हूँ, इट कम्स फ्रॉम देयर। So they decided to control the global media, the global culture industry, and through that culture industry, they were able to control our minds, because eventually, मतलब you live your culture, और आप देखिए कि किस तरह कल्चर चेंज होता है और किस तरह कल्चर हमारे बिहेवियर को अफेक्ट करता है। ये मतलब एक बड़ी खासतौर से पिछली 1-2 जनरेशन में आप देखिए, मतलब सिंस द टाइम वी वर स्टूडेंट्स एंड सिंस द टाइम यू आर स्टूडेंट्स, इन द लास्ट से 30 odd years थिंग्स हैव चेंज्ड सो मच। आज के सारे, मतलब मैं किसी भी एग्जाम्पल लूँ, खाने का, कपड़े का, किसी का लूँ, सारे यंगस्टर्स जो हैं उनके खाने और कपड़े के शौक कौन है, जो वहाँ के। कोई बच्चा अगर क्लास में आपकी हो जिसको छोले भटूरे पसंद हो तो दोस्तों में बताएगा नहीं कि उसकी हंसी उड़ेगी कि बताओ साहब तुमको छोले भटूरे पसंद है, हमको तो पिज्ज़ा पसंद है, इनको फ्रेंच फ्राइज पसंद है, इनको बर्गर पसंद है, सब वहाँ की चीज़। तो मतलब अगेन वही ना, जो कॉमन सेंस क्रिएट हुआ, दीज थिंग्स आर फैशनेबल। आप सोचिए कि सिर्फ अपनी आपकी खाने की चीज़ में आप शर्मिंदा हो रहे हैं, कोई गुनाह करने में नहीं शर्मिंदा हो रहे हैं, गलत काम हो तो शर्मिंदा हो, लेकिन मुझे अपने मुल्क की चीज़ों में शर्मिंदगी हो रही है। दोस्तों में बैठकर मेरे बेटे को ये कहने में कि मुझे हिंदी का गाना पसंद है, शर्मिंदगी हो रही है। उसको वो गाना पसंद होगा जो उसको एक लफ्ज़ भी समझ में नहीं आना। ये और इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ है, ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? खाने में तो मैं मान सकता हूँ कि आपको फ्रेंच फ्राइज का टेस्ट पसंद है, लेकिन गाना आपको वो कैसे पसंद है जो आपको एक लफ्ज़ समझ में नहीं आ रहा। इसका मतलब अगेन वही फैशन वाली बात है, इट इज़ फैशनेबल सो यू आर फोर्सिंग योरसेल्फ टू लाइक इट, एंड इट इज़ नॉट सिंपली अ सॉन्ग, इट इज़ एन इंडस्ट्री। इट इज़ एन इंडस्ट्री। अगेन गोइंग बैक टू दैट आइडिया ऑफ कैपिटलिज्म, कैल्विन कूलिज एक अमेरिका के प्रेसिडेंट थे जो ज़्यादा पढ़े लिखे नहीं थे। एक बार उनसे एक जर्नलिस्ट ने पूछा कि सर व्हाट इज़ अमेरिका? तो अक्सर कम पढ़ा लिखा आदमी छोटे में बड़ी अच्छी बात कह देता है। तो कैल्विन कूलिज ने कहा, the business of America is business, and nothing can be more right than this. We are the biggest businessmen in the world. हम दुनिया के सबसे बड़े बनिए, हम सब काम पैसे के लिए कर रहे हैं, बिजनेस के लिए सब कुछ कर रहे हैं, और that's what they are doing. अब आप ही देखिए कि दुनिया की कितनी बड़ी बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स की कल्चर इंडस्ट्री है, और वो सब उन्होंने मोनोपोलाइज कर रखी है, उसके सारे फायदे सब कुछ उन्हीं को मिल रहे हैं। और आप कल्चरली जो है वी आर, इसीलिए बहुत से लोग होता ना, जैसे इंडिया में भी होता है, कभी मिस वर्ल्ड का कोई कॉन्टेस्ट हो रहा है, 25-30 बच्चे पहुंच गए वहाँ, यंग उस पर ईंटें मार रहे हैं, तोड़ रहे हैं, आप कह रहे हैं पागल है, ठीक है आप कह सकते हैं पागल, बट उनके अंदर जो गुस्सा है वो बड़ा लेजिटिमेट है कि हमारे मुल्क के अंदर हमारे अपने कल्चरल कन्फाइंस में एक कल्चरल प्रैक्टिस जो बाहर की है वो सेलिब्रेट हो रही है और हमारा कुछ नहीं हो रहा। ठीक है, उनका मीन्स गलत है कि हम आग लगा दें, झंडा फाड़ दें, पत्थर मार दें, वो तो ठीक है, nobody can justify that, but the anger which is generated in your hearts is something very genuine, you know, because you are seeing that in your own climb, in your own place, your own culture is getting supplanted by something foreign, and it's happening universally. सारी दुनिया में देखिए बच्चे, खासतौर यंगस्टर्स जो हैं वो पूरी तरह उनसे, और अब तो उस चीज़ को हेल्प कर दिया इसने, फ़ोन ने 24 घंटा हमारे दिमाग में वो चीज़ें डाल रहा है, तो वो कल्चर जो है वो 24 घंटा इस मीडिया के जरिए जो हमारे दिमाग में आ रहा है, तो वी आर बाउंड टू बी अफेक्टेड। आप कैसे कह सकते हैं कि हम नहीं अफेक्टेड? आपको अफेक्टेड होना है, और जो नहीं हो रहा है वो पीयर प्रेशर में होगा। और सबसे बड़ी बात ये, आप अपने दिल से पूछें कि अगर हमारे यहाँ कोई बच्चा बहुत रेजिस्ट करते हुए किसी कल्चरल प्रैक्टिस को, इंडिजिनस कल्चरल प्रैक्टिस को प्रैक्टिस भी कर रहा है, तो अपने दिल के अंदर वो उतना कॉन्फिडेंट और श्योर नहीं है जितना वो बच्चा है जो उस चीज को प्रैक्टिस कर रहा है। बिकॉज दैट इज द नॉर्म, दिस इज नॉट। योर प्रैक्टिस इज नॉट द नॉर्म, theirs is. Your practice is not fashionable, theirs is. And that is a global phenomenon. So आप देखिए कि कितना स्ट्रॉन्ग ये कैपिटल है उनके पास। भाई जो बातें हो रही थी, मतलब बहुत सी और बातें भी कि अमेरिका का डिक्लाइन, वो सब चीज़ें ठीक है, वो मिलिट्री इकोनॉमिक टर्म्स में, लेकिन कल्चरल लेवल पे आप देखिए कि अमेरिका ने जिस तरह से दुनिया में एक वाइस लाइक ग्रिप बना ली है, उसको तोड़ना इतना आसान काम नहीं है। मतलब क्योंकि वो हमारे सबके दिल में है वो चीज़, मतलब दिल से हम मान चुके हैं कि चीज़ें बेटर हैं, तो दैट इज़ द अल्टीमेट कंसेंट, because I'm not only using those things and ideas, I actually like those things. मतलब आप बात समझ रहे हैं, मतलब किस तरह की लाइकिंग है वो बहुत ही हायर लेवल पर है। मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि बड़ी कोई सुपरफिशियल सी चीज़ है, मतलब वो इट इज़ रिटन, द नेम्स ऑफ द ब्रांड्स आर रिटन इन आवर माइंड्स। मैं आज अपने बेटे को एक टी शर्ट ला के दूँ, 2 टी शर्ट दूँ, एक फटी हुई है और एक बहुत अच्छी सी, और पीछे से दिखाऊँ बेटा कौन सी अच्छी है, तो अच्छी वाली को ले लेगा। जब मैं उसको पलट दूँ अगर, तो इस पर लिखा है नाइकी, और उस पर कोई इंडिया का जो भी टॉप ब्रांड आप जानते हो लिख दें, बच्चा कौन सी टी शर्ट लेगा? फटी वाली लेगा। उसको टी शर्ट नहीं चाहिए, उसको क्या चाहिए? वो नाम चाहिए। इसलिए जो हम ये कहते हैं, मैंने ये आर्गुमेंट क्यों दिया कि हम में से जो कहता है कि मुझे पिज्ज़ा पसंद है, बर्गर पसंद है, मुझे फला चीज़ पसंद है, वो घर में आपकी मदर का बनाया हुआ तो नहीं खाएंगे आप। इसका मतलब आपको वो चीज़ पसंद नहीं है, वो ब्रांड पसंद है। यूजुअल, देयर कुड बी वेरी रेयर एक्सेप्शंस, बट दैट इज व्हाट इट इज। तो ये चीज़ जो है ना वो बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो ये जो चीज़ थी ग्लोबलाइजेशन का एक फिनोमेना, ये इतना इनकम्पासिंग है, ऑल इनकम्पासिंग है, एनवेलपिंग है, इतना डोमिनेंट है, इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग है कि इसने दुनिया को पिछले इन सारे सालों में इस तरह से जकड़ लिया है कि इससे निकलना बहुत ही मुश्किल है। और ये जो हम लोग डिस्कस कर रहे हैं ग्लोबल आईआर, ये एक तरह का मेरी समझ से it's a very modest kind of intellectual response to this kind of a domination, which the Western world, you know, as we understand it, has been able to establish in the world. तो जो मैंने कल बात उठाई थी वहाँ वही बात मैं यहाँ रिपीट करना चाहूँगा कि ये सारी बातें जो है ना, जो हम ये क्रिटिकल चीज़ें उठा देते हैं, क्रिटिकल पॉइंट्स उठा देते हैं, वो तो आसान काम है कि वो कल्चर अच्छा नहीं है, हम अपने कल्चर को फॉलो करें, और क्यों हम उसको इमिटेट करें, और क्यों हम ऐसा करें। फाइन, दीज आर वेरी गुड क्वेश्चंस, बट द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट चैलेंज इज हाउ टू ऑपरेशनलाइज इट, how to operationalize a new intellectual frame, if you were to talk about the frame even, not to talk about the practical reality in international politics. It is a very big challenge, because eventually within that frame, you know, there are a lot of, मैं एक contradiction को उठाऊंगा आपसे just to illustrate it. जैसे ही कहा जाता है कि ये फ्रेम जो है वो ग्लोबल साउथ से आ रहा है, और ग्लोबल साउथ की सॉलिडारिटी की बड़ी बातें हो रही हैं। अभी राजन साहब कह रहे थे कि G20 में बड़ा प्रोस्पेक्ट है, मतलब आई एम नॉट कंटेस्टिंग दैट प्लेनली, लेकिन मैं एक बात उसमें उठाना चाह रहा हूँ, उस ग्लोबल साउथ में भी बड़े कॉन्ट्रडिक्शंस हैं। कॉन्ट्रडिक्शंस क्या है? साउथ वर्सेस साउथ, जो इसमें प्रॉस्पेरस कंट्रीज हैं लाइक इंडिया, when they will move forward, they will not look for countries, you know, which are falling behind, like those countries never looked for us. हम जब ऊपर जाएंगे या ऊपर जा रहे हैं तो हम ये नहीं कह रहे हैं दूसरों को साथ लेके चलें, लेकिन जब हम आर्गुमेंट देते हैं किसी ग्लोबल स्टेज पे तो हम कहते हैं हम ग्लोबल साउथ की बात कर रहे हैं। हम ग्लोबल साउथ की नहीं बात कर रहे हैं, हम अपनी बात कर रहे हैं। सब अपनी अपनी बात कर रहे हैं। चाइना अपनी बात कर रहा है। वैसे कहने को तो चाइना भी साउथ में है, हम भी साउथ में हैं, लेकिन हमारा कंपटीशन कितना टफ है आप देख रहे हैं। मतलब जो हमारा कंपटीशन है वो कितना टफ है वो आप देख रहे हैं। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि मतलब जो पहले भी बात कही गई कि द ग्लोबल साउथ इज एन एंटिटी which is ranged against the global north, at least for one reason, that we are all exploited by me, by us. Are you getting my point? मतलब हम सब ने या हमने मिलकर आप सब पे बड़ा जुल्म किया है, तो एटलीस्ट उस जुल्म की वजह से आप किसी प्लेटफॉर्म पे एक साथ खड़े हैं। ऐसा आर्गुमेंट तो दिया जा सकता है, लेकिन ऐसा है नहीं। आप सब अपनी अपनी जगह पर खड़े हैं। You are all nation states, जो वेस्टफेलियन ऑर्डर की बात की थी, that very much exists, that is very much going to continue. We are all nation states, and the fragility of any alliance can be understood by looking at the behavior of America in the present context. अब ये सारा ग्लोबलाइजेशन का सारा खेल अमेरिका ने ही रचा, डोमिनेंट अमेरिका उसका बेनिफिशियरी था। आज अमेरिका को जब लग रहा है कि उस गेम में जो उसने ही स्ट्रक्चर किया था उसमें शायद उसको उतने बेनिफिट्स नहीं मिल रहे हैं, तो अमेरिका ग्लोबलाइजेशन को ही क्वेश्चन कर रहा है। जो कल तक पेनेसिया फॉर ऑल द इल्स था, उस पर कोई सवाल उठाना ही नहीं है। लेकिन आप नहीं उठा सकते, मैंने तो डेफिनेशन दी, मैं उठा सकता हूं, तो मैं उठा रहा हूं। तो अमेरिका आज वो सारी चीजें कर रहा है जो उसके अगेंस्ट है। अमेरिका प्रोटेक्शनिज्म कर रहा है जो ग्लोबलाइजेशन के एंटीथेटिकल है। अमेरिका टेरिफ्स लगा रहा है जो ग्लोबलाइजेशन के एंटीथेटिकल है। अमेरिका अपने एलाइज को के अगेंस्ट जा रहा है क्योंकि उसको लग रहा है कि उसका अपना सेल्फ इंटरेस्ट सर्व नहीं हो रहा है, इसलिए यूरोप से भी भिड़ंत कर लें, तो वो भी ग्लोबलाइजेशन की स्पिरिट के अगेंस्ट है। तो आप ये देखिए कि मतलब मेरा ये मतलब आई एम जस्ट ट्राइंग टू स्पेकुलेट दैट लाइक colonialism, globalization also has lived its life. It is now almost going to die, or they are going to let it die. And today Americans or scholars in the West or practitioners of real politics in the West are trying to frame some new frame which is going to help them dominate over the world in the times to come. मतलब अब वो प्रोसेस चल रही है, फ्लूइड प्रोसेस वक्त है जिसमें कि वो कोई नया फ्रेम बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, सोच रहे हैं, जिसमें बड़े आइडियाज़ आपके सामने आ रहे हैं। सारे स्कॉलर्स सारी बात कर रहे हैं कि अमेरिका का डिक्लाइन है। नहीं, डिक्लाइन नहीं है, दूसरे का राइज है, और मल्टीपोलैरिटी होगी, और क्या नाम है, माइक्रो मल्टीलैटरल, कौन से टर्म आ गए जो भी, मतलब व्हाटएवर, हाँ, मिनीलैटरल और फलाने सारी चीज़ें, वो सब आई थिंक दिस इज ऑल a process through which they are trying to structure some kind of a frame which is going to help them in future to continue to dominate over the rest of the world and maintain their hegemony at the global level. Matlab, this is just a thought, but it has some logic because it flows out of the logic which worked with previous concepts. तो ये बात कहना कि capitalism is dead, it is not dead because they will die before capitalism dies. Capitalism is the very core of the existence of America, and whosoever believes in that idea, so it's not going to die. It's always going to, it always comes back, in different forms. Again, capitalism remains, but it is always shrouded in some mystery, given some new packaging when you find it offensive or you find that it is something which is going to harm you. Because capitalism in its naked avatar is a very, very ugly thing. कैपिटलिज्म जो भी चीज़ें आपके सामने पेश करता है, जो कपड़े दो उसने पहना रखे हैं, वो दोनों बड़े अगली कपड़े हैं। अगर पॉलिटिकल अवतार में आप उसको देखें तो कैपिटलिज्म क्या है? अमेरिकन सो कॉल्ड लिबरल डेमोक्रेसी, इट इज कैपिटलिस्ट डेमोक्रेसी। देयर इज नथिंग विच इज इन द डेफिनेशन ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी विच ऑपरेट्स इन अमेरिका। अगर आप उसको डिकंस्ट्रक्ट करेंगे अमेरिकन डेमोक्रेसी को, तो कैपिटलिस्ट सिस्टम है जिसको डेमोक्रेसी की शील्ड के पीछे छुपा रखा है। कुछ डेमोक्रेटिक नहीं उस पूरे सिस्टम में, कहीं पे कुछ डेमोक्रेसी नहीं। उसी तरह मार्केट जो है वो बहुत ही नेकेड, क्रूअल है, जो गरीबों का इतना बुरा हाल किए हुए अमेरिका के अंदर ही, और अमीरों का इतना के पास इतना पैसा है कि कोई पूछ ही नहीं सकता। तो आप ये देखिए कि मतलब दोनों बड़े ही खतरनाक चीज़ें हैं। तो उनको ये अच्छे अच्छे टर्म्स में कवर करके आपके सामने पेश किया, तो आगे हो सकता है कोई नई चीज़ और आए। So you have to be cautious when some new thing, some new idea, some new concept comes in. You have to take it with a pinch of salt, because there would be something behind it, where they would be trying to take us for a ride once more and try to sell some new idea, which actually has at its heart the purpose to enslave us for the future. Anyway, I'll stop here to take your questions, क्योंकि सिर्फ मैं ही बोलूँ तो अच्छी बात नहीं है. तो आप लोग अपनी सवाल लाएं सर. मैंने डेलिबरेटली बड़ी प्रोवोकेटिव बातें कही जिससे आपके पास सवाल हो, तो इसलिए मैंने अपने किसी आर्गूमेंट को किसी के पीछे नहीं रखा कि भाई फना साहब ये कह रहे हैं इसलिए सही है. इसलिए आप किसी भी बात पे क्वेश्चन रेज कर सकते हैं. पूछे साहब, पूछे जो भी सवाल पूछना. हेलो, एक मिनट. नहीं, असलम साहब बाद में, टीचर बाद में. हाँ जावे साहब, आपने व्हाट्सएप किया है? अच्छा, मैं एक मिनट रुकिए, होल्ड कीजिए, देखता हूँ यार. ड्राइवर यार अमिताभ अच्छा लगी. हाँ यार, मिल गया, थैंक यू. हाँ नहीं यार, वो बच्चा जाएगा, वो फॉरेन से एक साहब आ रहे हैं, उनको लेने, इसलिए उससे नहीं मंगवा सकते. वो मजबूरी है, नहीं तो मैं तो वैसे कह ही देता. ठीक है, ओके, थैंक यू. एक मिनट रुक जाओ यार, बस मैं ड्राइवर का नंबर भेज दूँ. सवाल पूछ सकते हैं साहब, आप पूछ लें अपना. बोलो बोलो बोलो, बोलते रहो. कोई बात नहीं, बोलो, आवाज़ है तुम्हारी. इशू एंटागोनिज्म का नहीं है. देखिए, ऐसा है कि उन्होंने रूल्स बनाए. जैसे मैं एक एग्जांपल दूं, मार्केट है यहाँ अलीगढ़ में, आप लोगों के बड़े बड़े शोरूम है, मेरा बाहर एक ठेला लगा हुआ है, मैं भी कुछ बेच रहा हूँ. तो मार्केट आपकी है, आप लोग डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं, मैं थोड़े बहुत पैसे कमा लेता हूँ, मेरे बच्चे खाना वाना खा लेते हैं, आप लोग करोड़पति लोग हैं. तो वो मार्केट आपने बनाई है, आपके रूल्स वहाँ चलते हैं, लेकिन मैं उसके बाहर अगर ठेला लगाऊंगा तो मेरा वो पैसा भी नहीं कमा पाऊंगा जो 500 शाम में कमा लेता हूँ. आर यू गेटिंग माय पॉइंट? तो आपके टर्म्स पे सारी चीज़ें, इसलिए मैं ज़िंदगी भर वहीं गरीब रहूँगा, और आपका आज एक स्टोर है, कल दूसरा होगा, परसों तीसरा होगा, आप अरबपति बनेंगे बन ही रहे. तो यू आर यू गेटिंग माय पॉइंट? मतलब इट्स योर गेम विच यू हैव स्ट्रक्चर्ड एंड इट इज़ अ वेरी अनइक्वल गेम. तो अगर मैं कोई शिकायत करूँ तो जायज़ है. मतलब मैं इंडिया को डिफेंड नहीं, अपने को गरीबों को नहीं कर रहा हूँ, गरीब जो शिकायत कर रहा है वो ये वाली शिकायत, मतलब उस तरह से मैं कह रहा हूँ. नहीं देखिए, अब वर्ल्ड मार्केट पे एक छोटा सा मैं एग्जांपल दूं, जैसे इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड है, ब्रॉडली स्पीकिंग दो तरह के सामान बनते हैं वहाँ पर, एक मैन्युफैक्चर्ड गुड्स है, एक रॉ मटेरियल्स है. अब बेसिक उन्होंने एक रूल ये बना दिया जिसमें वैसे ही आप बाहर हो गए कि दुनिया में रॉ मटेरियल का रेट बढ़ेगा नहीं या बहुत धीरे बढ़ेगा, और फिनिश प्रोडक्ट्स का रेट तेज़ बढ़ेगा, और उसमें मोनोपोलिस्ट जो हैं वो तो और तेज़ बढ़ाएंगे. तो आपकी सोने की दुकान है, मेरी आलू की दुकान है. तो सोना आप दिन भर में अगर इतना भी बेचेंगे तो बहुत पैसा कमा लेंगे, हो सकता है आज आलू की फसल ज़्यादा हो गई तो मैं 2 ट्रक आलू बेच के भी 500 रुपये कमाता। आर यू गेटिंग माई पॉइंट? तो वो ट्रेड जो है ना, वो किस चीज़ में हम कर रहे हैं? वो मैन्युफैक्चर्ड गुड्स को मोनोपोलाइज कर रहे हैं, हम रॉ मटेरियल्स को मोनोपोलाइज कर, मतलब वो भी मोनोपोलाइज नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, वो तो बड़ा कॉम्प्लेक्स है। लेकिन पॉइंट मैं बेसिकली बता रहा हूँ कि हम सब गरीब हैं उसी मार्केट में रहकर, तो हम सब भी ट्रेड कर रहे हैं, आप भी ट्रेड कर रहे हैं, हम सब कैसे गरीब हैं, आप सब कैसे अमीर हैं, दोनों एक ही जगह सेल कर रहे हैं ना। तो देयर वुड बी समथिंग askew in this market which is disproportionately favoring all of you and not us, and you know that you are much more advanced than us in science and technology. आप कहेंगे तुम भी क्यों नहीं बेच लेते ये मशीन? अरे भैया आपका एक पूरा उसका बैकग्राउंड है, आप उस फील्ड में हैं, आपकी साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत आगे, हम नहीं हैं, हम उसमें कम्पीट आपसे नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, तो आप उसका एडवांटेज ले रहे हैं, जाहिर सी बात है। I'm not exactly blaming the West. I'm just trying to explain a phenomena which operated in the world, which started from the West and which, of course, rightly so. If I have created a game, I am the main beneficiary. Fine. मतलब अगर आप उस तरह देखें, मैंने एक सिस्टम बनाया है, मैं उसको बनाने वाला हूँ, मुझे ज़्यादा फायदा हो रहा है तो हो रहा है, ठीक है, मतलब it's fair enough. मतलब they are not hiding behind anything. Everything is so very open. Whatever we have talked about, there is nothing clandestine about it. It's very open. But the way the game is structured, that when you come and play this game, I am at an advantage. मैं मैग्नस कार्लसन हूँ, वर्ल्ड चैंपियन हूँ चेस का, आप में से जो भी मेरे सामने बैठेगा मैं मात दूंगा आप सबको, क्योंकि उस गेम का मैं एक्सपर्ट हूँ। गेम बहुत फेयर है, बेईमानी नहीं हो रही, लेकिन मैं इतना अच्छा प्लेयर हूँ उसका कि आप मुझसे नहीं मैच कर सकते ना, तो ब्लेम की बात नहीं। हाँ बेटा आप बोलिए, माइक ले लो बेटा, शायद काम कर रहा था, क्या चल रहा है? चलो शाम हो गई, सब चीज़ें थक गई, बोलो। असलम साहब कभी पूछ लें, उनका भी इसी से रिलेटेड होगा, आप पूछिए असलम। अच्छा नहीं, मैंने कहा तुम्हारा हाथ हिला, मैंने कहा असलम कुछ कह रहे हैं। नहीं ठीक है, मतलब मुझे लगा शायद वो तुम्हारी बात से अभी हो रही थी, तो एनीवे तो ठीक है, मतलब आई एग्री विद यू फाइन, बट देखो ऐसा नहीं किसी भी चीज़ को हम, मतलब बहुत चीज़ें हम लोगों ने ब्रॉड ब्रश में बात करी हैं, चीज़ें इतनी सिंपल नहीं होती हैं, लेकिन फॉर purpose of understanding and for trying to understand something in a classroom of 1.5 hour duration, sometimes we tend to oversimplify. जैसे हमने कहा ना कि इंडिया ने ये चीज़ कर ली, अफ्रीका ने नहीं करी, मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि एग्जैक्टली ऐसा हुआ कि इंडिया ने सब ये कर लिया, उन्होंने कल्चर को अपना लिया और टेक्नोलॉजी को नहीं अपनाया। इंडिया ने भी, मतलब उसके अंदर भी बड़ा नुआंस होगा ना, मतलब एग्जैक्टली मतलब पूरी चीज़ें ऐसे नहीं होंगी, लेकिन जो बात आपने ब्रेन ड्रेन की सी ठीक है, वो उसका लॉजिक ये है कि भाई अमेरिका ने जो अपना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाया और दुनिया की सारी बेस्ट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ और सारी बेस्ट लेबोरेटरीज विद द बेस्ट फैसिलिटीज़ वहाँ बनाई, उसने उनके उस नॉलेज के डोमिनेशन को परपेचुएट किया। वो अमेरिकन्स ने नहीं बढ़ाया है, वो तो बाहर के लोगों ने बढ़ाया, तो उन्होंने सिस्टम को इतना अट्रैक्टिव बनाया इमिग्रेंट्स के लिए कि पूरी दुनिया के बेस्ट लोग ऑटोमेटिकली यहाँ पे शहद रख दिया हमने, आप सब ऐसे ही अट्रैक्ट हो जाए, तो बेस्ट लोग दुनिया के उन्होंने अट्रैक्ट कर लिया, और उनके पास क्योंकि फैसिलिटीज़ थी, तो जब आदमी को इंडिविजुअली कोई चीज़ ऑफर होती है, वो बड़ा अच्छा माइंड है, उनको काम करने के लिए दुनिया के बेस्ट लेबोरेटरी मिली, बेस्ट प्रोफेसर मिला तो जाए, और जब वहाँ जाएंगे उनका एडवांटेज था। जब आप अमेरिका में जाते हैं तो अमेरिका को देख के कोई भी आदमी दुनिया का उसको यकीन नहीं होगा, क्योंकि अमेरिका में सारी चीज़ें इतनी शानदार हैं कि जो आप किताबों में पढ़ते हो, आप देखते हैं तो आपकी आंखें खुली खुली एक्चुअली रह रही हैं। अल्टीमेटली हम जैसी किसी छोटे यूरोपियंस जैसे हमारे बारे में बात करते हैं, अमेरिकन वैसे यूरोप के बारे में बात करते हैं, हमारी तो बात ही नहीं। जो उनका कोई मजाक होता है, जो जोक ओपिनियन करते हैं, उनके जोक यूरोपियंस के होते हैं, तो हमको तो जोक मिला भी नहीं है जो रियलिटी। और उनके पास वो चीज़ है, मतलब एक एडवांटेज है ना, कि आपके पास कोई बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है, तो मैं आपके घर जाऊँगा तो दिखाने के लिए आपके पास है, मेरे पास तो नहीं है ना, तो आपके पास एक एडवांटेज है कि द मोमेंट आई गो एंड सी योर हाउस आई विल बी इम्प्रेस्ड। ही डजंट हैव दैट काइंड ऑफ। तो अमेरिका का वो एडवांटेज, इसलिए मेजॉरिटी लोग जो वहाँ जाते हैं वो रह जाते हैं। अब इसी का तो ऊपर वाले ने भेजा है स्पेशली ट्रम्प को इस काम को ठीक करने के लिए, सारी यूनिवर्सिटी बंद कर रहा है, सारे लोगों को रोक रहा है, किसी को अमेरिका में आने नहीं दे रहा है, जिसकी नेचुरलाइज सिटीजनशिप है उसको भी ख़त्म करने को कह रहा है, सारे दोस्तों से उसने झगड़ा पहले ही कर लिया, आपको लड़ाई करवाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, हमसे भी उसकी लड़ाई हो गई है। तो ट्रम्प इज़ मतलब he has given a plateful to America, fine. So that is providential justice, I assume. हाँ, वो तो उसको इन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा है, आचार्य साहब खुश होंगे कि बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है। हाँ बेटा पूछो। देखिए जो सारी चीज़ें राइजिंग जो आप कह रहे हैं, प्रोटेक्शनिज्म, न्यू नेशनलिज्म, ज़्यादातर चीज़ें वो भी वेस्ट में ही राइज हो रही हैं। मतलब वो जो सारा जो चीज़ें हैं वो फिनोमेना उन्हीं की सोसाइटीज़ में है। मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि हमारे किसी चीज़ से वो चीज़ प्रेसिपिटेट हुई है। जो प्रोटेक्शनिज्म हुआ है वो तो अमेरिका ने ही स्टार्ट किया ना, क्योंकि हमारे प्रोटेक्शनिज्म से उस पर कोई असर नहीं पड़ा। जो वहाँ पर जो न्यू नेशनलिज्म शुरू हो रहा है, या जिसको कहें आप नेशनलिस्ट पॉलिटिकल फोर्सेस आई हैं, ठीक है, थर्ड वर्ल्ड में भी आई, लेकिन वहाँ पे तो बड़े पैमाने पे आ गई हैं। ऑलमोस्ट ऑल यूरोपियन कंट्रीज आर हैविंग वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज विच आर राइटिस्ट पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज। नेशनलिज्म का प्लान तो सारे उनके यहाँ है, हमारे यहाँ भी हो गया, एर्डोगान टर्की में, इसराइल तो फिर उनको नहीं मानता है, उसको आप नहीं गिन सकते, इंडिया है, एक आध कंट्रीज और हैं, तो वो नेशनलिज्म भी वहाँ पर बड़ी बुरी तरह से आ रहा है, ट्रम्पिज्म भी है वहाँ पर, और रोल बैक भी वो कर रहे हैं। तो मुझे ये लग रहा है कि मतलब दे आर people who are one way farsighted also. So maybe they are trying to think of some new formulations to see that how they operate in the world in the life. But not necessarily grounded by, things which would pull them back and put them at a disadvantage with some old formulation like global. देखिए ये तो स्ट्रैटेजिक चीज़ें हैं। एक तो दो चीज़ें होती हैं, देखिए कंट्रीज जो करते हैं, एक तो टैक्टिकल चीज़ें होती हैं जो रोज़ चेंज होती रहती हैं। आपको लगा कि आज ऐसे करना है, ऐसे करना है, ऐसे करना है, ऐसे करना है, वो सब लोग एडजस्ट कर रहे हैं, सब लोग वी आर ऑल स्विमिंग इन अ सिचुएशन एंड देयर इज अ टाइड, सो वी आर स्विमिंग अगेंस्ट द टाइड, बट देयर आर सर्टेन स्ट्रैटेजिक ऑब्जेक्टिव्स व्हिच आर लॉन्ग टर्म. So great powers always have that kind of a vision. If you don't have that vision, you are not a great power. Just by claiming that I am a great power, you can't be a great power in the real sense. मतलब एक होता है ना, जैसे कि हम लोग यहाँ, जैसे थर्ड वर्ल्ड में एक हमारे यहाँ बड़ा एस्पिरेशनल बात होती है। मतलब जैसे होता है ना कि हम अगर जो रियल स्कॉलरशिप नहीं, जैसे हम अगर कोई क्रिटिकल बात करें अपने मुल्क में ही, जैसे अक्सर कुछ लोग करते हैं, तो दूसरे लोग उसको कहेंगे साहब आप बड़े मुल्क के अगेंस्ट जा रहे हैं। वो आदमी अगेंस्ट नहीं जा रहा, वो एक क्रिटिकली चीज़ को देख रहा है, क्योंकि वो चाह रहा है कि हम उस फ्लिप साइड को भी देख लें, जिससे जब हम आगे बढ़ें तो वो प्रॉब्लम हमको ना हो। तो समझदार वो है जो मतलब उस चीज़ के दोनों डायमेंशंस को देखें, एंड देन यू लुक अहेड एंड ट्राई टू मूव फॉरवर्ड. सो मे बी, मतलब आई एम नॉट श्योर, बट मे बी दैट इज देयर. चलिए साहब, ठीक है साहब, तो आई थिंक इट्स असलम भाई आ गए। असलम ने स्टूडेंट्स को पूरा टाइम दिया। चलिए
across the globe. So are we observing that the economic globalization is going to end, and nowadays political globalization is going to take place? Because the debate has started across the globe. We are going to have a global governance, and we are going to have the universal basic income system. So those who will be the useless class, they will be given the basic income, they will survive. So will it be right to say that whatever we are observing, it is the death or it is the decline of the economic globalization, not the political globalization? What do you think? Opinions?
To my mind, both are two sides of the same coin. They go together. They have some kind of a conjunctive link. So it would not be possible for any force in the world to promote political globalization without this, the economic side of globalization, or vice versa. दोनों मतलब, of course you could have your own reservations, but मुझे लगता है कि दोनों conjunctively ही चल रहे हैं, चले हैं अभी तक. तो जैसे जैसे आपका अमेरिका का इकोनॉमिक विड्रॉल कहिए या जो भी होगा ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी में, वैसे वैसे जो पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस है शायद वो उस तरह का न रह पाए जिस तरह का उनका था. लिमिटेड लेबर. It could be, but you know, in America also there is a huge debate going on nowadays about the issue of AI and its influence on American workforce. Because what Americans are realizing that before that withdrawal of the workforce or that shrinking workforce issue affects the immigrants, it is affecting the Americans more. आज अमेरिका में सबसे बड़ा इशू यही है ना कि ये AI जो आ रहा है, इसका जो खतरा है वो बाहर वाले तो बाद में करेंगे, उनको तो हम रोक भी देंगे, लेकिन हमारी जो इंडिजिनस पॉपुलेशन ये जो बेरोजगार हो रही है, इसका क्या होगा? इसीलिए आप देखिए कि ट्रंप के जो कैंप है, मागा कैंप, उसमें ही बहुत ज़्यादा डिसेंट शुरू हो गया है. मतलब एक क्वेश्चन रेज हो रहा है. और इसीलिए आज ट्रंप की पॉलिसीज़ जो आज उन्होंने बात कही थी, किस राजन कुमार ने शायद उठाई थी या कातुल ने, महमूद ममदानी के इलेक्शन की, जोहरान ममदानी, हाँ, महमूद ममदानी का बेटा जो है, वो तो पॉलिटिकल साइंटिस्ट है, मतलब नॉट एग्जैक्टली बट वर्क्स इन पॉलिटिकल साइंस इज वेल, उनके अब्बा. तो मतलब अमेरिका के न्यूयॉर्क में जो प्लेटफॉर्म वो लेके चल रहा है, जो टोटली सोशलिस्ट है, अमेरिका में तो अब तक उसको पीठ के किनारे कर देते और उसको सारे लोग सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. ज्यूज आर सपोर्टिंग, मुस्लिम्स आर सपोर्टिंग, ऑल यंगस्टर्स आर सपोर्टिंग. तो जो सारा इशू कॉमन है जिसकी वजह से ममदानी को सपोर्ट है, वो सिर्फ इकोनॉमिक, कोई इशू नहीं. उनका ये कहना है कि जो इकोनॉमिक हमारी जो क्राइसिस है, क्योंकि जब अपने पे आती है तो सब सही हो जाते हैं, तो हम इनको तो रोक देंगे ब्राउन्स और वो लोग जो बाहर से आ रहे हैं, लेकिन हमारा क्या होगा? तो वो एक बड़ा इशू है. और वो मतलब नवंबर तक अगर वो इलेक्ट हो जाए तो एक बड़ा, एक अमेरिका में एक बड़ा एक तूफान बन जाएगा. जस्ट प्लीज. आपने सवाल पूछा ना उसी को एंटिसिपेट करके मैंने ये स्लाइड बनाई थी, जो इसका कोई ताल्लुक उससे नहीं था, लेकिन मुझे लग रहा था शायद कोई बात इस बात को पूछे हुआ। आप देखें चाइना की 18% पॉपुलेशन, 31% शेयर है ग्लोबल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में। हम सिर्फ उस बात को कर रहे हैं जो डेटा को इतने बड़े हैं तो आपकी इकोनॉमी बड़ी होगी, तो हमने वो बात ले ली, डेटा वाली बात कर दी। एक्चुअली हम यहाँ देखिए करना क्या है, कोई भी चीज़ इस तरह की है ना, यू हैव टू स्टार्ट फ्रॉम द बेसिक्स। व्हाट चाइना डिड अराउंड 2000, चाइना शेयर इन द ग्लोबल जीडीपी वाज अराउंड द सेम एज इंडिया, 1.5-2% के आसपास देते हैं। फिर 20 साल में चाइना वहाँ से 17 से 18% पहुँच गया, हम रिवॉल्व कर क्यों, क्योंकि हमने वो बेसिक्स नहीं करी जो चाइना ने करी, तो वो कमी बढ़ा बेटा, डेटा को मैनिपुलेट करके, कोई एक रिकॉर्डिंग क्रिएट करके, एक बातें करके, कुछ ऐसे स्कॉलर्स हैं जिसको मैं आपको करा कि हम इंडिया ऑप्टिमिस्ट बेसिकली, एमयू ऑप्टिमिस्ट, मतलब दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी Thank you. सब बेकार है यार, ये सब पावर पॉइंट और डिस्टर्ब करता है. चलो भैया काम खत्म है.